New York, LA, Berlin, say hey to Tokyo, Rio, De Janeiro. Here we go. Hello, hello, can you just feel it? Are you ready to go? Hello, do you receive my echo? My life is a party, my home is the club. I party like a rock star, dance until I drop. My life is a party, my home is the club. My stage is the dance floor, party never stops. Paris, Bel Air, say yeah to Monaco, Zento, Domingo. Here we go. Hello, can you just feel it? Are you ready to go? Hello, do you receive my echo?
Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my van every Sunday. She tells me she's in church, but she doesn't go till she's on her knees. And Scotty doesn't know
quite an interpretation of this song. I mean, why not, right? Scotty really didn't know today, I'll tell you that much. And not in North Suffolk Superior Court. It's true, Scotty has no idea what's coming. Scotty really doesn't know. That's the best part. I told you I was gonna get him. Those of you who are here for the war are gonna be like, what is going on right now? Gonna tell Scotty, I'm gonna tell him myself. What are they doing with these damn lyrics? They butchered some of the lyrics, but, you know, overall, okay. It's supposed to be, Scotty doesn't know I'm going to tell him myself in the last refrain. Hello, welcome. Yeah, so here's the thing. I cover the war a lot. Even the people, you know, who've been here for a long time will know that some days I'm just in a mood. I'm in a very, I mean, I'm not sure how today's going to play out, but I'm in a jubilant mood. I was right. You know, very few people love Odell, DiBenedetto, and McCarthy motions as much as me. In fact, I love them so much that one time I said to a 30-year lawyer who does this every day, I love Odell, DiBenedetto, and McCarthy motions. And he said back to me, that is the first time in 30 years anyone has ever said that sentence to me. And I said, that's hilarious. So anyway, you give me an hour of a court hearing about Odell. Oh my God, I was in heaven. And about Krusty. Oh, you don't understand. I was in heaven. Judge Belzios was asking questions, and I was convinced one of the lawyers was going to call Kate Peter Krusty. I was just waiting for it. Oh God. Anyway, so we'll talk about that. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Welcome to Towel News. I know, I've been a very out and about towel today. I had to eat a cheeseburger. I was hanging out with Towel Girlfriend. We were talking about world affairs. I went for a walk. I saw a car crash. I just go places. Things just happen. I don't really know. I'm a little bit worried. Maybe I just shouldn't walk around. Then things just won't happen in the world. Anyway, good evening. It's, or afternoon or morning, whatever the case may be. It's 4:18 p.m. Eastern Time. I don't really know what's happening in the Middle East right now, and that's not a good sign. I do know that I have an updated news feed for you. Wait till you see this. I have integrated Persian language real-time news feeds into our coverage. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Towel, I don't speak Farsi or Persian. They're the same thing. That's okay. We're going to work on it. Now, every time you hear a beep, you're going to get a little mad, but that means something new has happened, all right? And then I don't have to upload the videos or wait for them anymore. I've integrated the real-time Persian language on-the-ground sources into our coverage. I know, an upgrade to Towel News. You weren't expecting it. I know, it came out of nowhere. I'm not really sure how I figured this out. Just kind of started, doing things, and now it's working. So anyway, you now have real-time updates. If things happen, you don't have to wait for a Twitter post. You're going to literally hear it. Yep, I know. Anyway, good evening. It's 10:19 p.m. in South Africa, 11:19 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 11:49 p.m. in Tehran, Iran, where a new explosion was just reported in Bandar Abbas about 4 minutes ago. Now, whether Iran's going to invade Kuwait, I don't really know. The fact that that's even a sentence I have to say, though, is very concerning. If you know anything about this war, you'll know that Kuwait used to belong to Iran, as did Bahrain. I'm starting to think Iran might have some territorial ambitions in the region. We're a little tactically weak right now. And let's just say they might want to take Kuwait back. Hi, Peggy. It's so good to see you. Thank you, Bunny Towel. You saw my... Good to see you, Kofi. Hi, Bo. I'm a towel. So we're going to get there, though. We have to start yesterday. All right? Right as the World Cup was ending. All right, it was a pretty boring game. Argentina just disgraceful after the final whistle, literally punching the Spanish players, literally punching them. I'm not exaggerating. They punched them. They threw them to the ground. They interrupted the celebration. It was a very bad look. Now Spain, for their part, it wasn't a good game. I mean, Argentina didn't get a single shot off, I think, the entire time, maybe one or two. And Spain got like 18, managed to convert on one of them. Some very fine saves. It would have, if Argentina had won, it would have gone down as the greatest performance by a goalkeeper in the history of a World Cup final. But in any event, it ended up being very boring, very humdrum. Spain just couldn't break the Argentinian defense, and Argentina did not belong in the final. It really is a testament to the collapse of Tuchel's English squad that Argentina team was there to begin with. It should have been Spain, England, frankly. Those are the two golden generations right now, and we lost out on that because of just very odd play at the end of the semifinal between England and Argentina when England had a 1-0 lead and gave up 2 goals in like 9 minutes. So, yes, as that was all going on yesterday, I'm going to now... You just saw everything that happened over the past 24 hours. I have to take you through all of that now, or you won't understand what happened. So we're going to start yesterday in Jordan in the morning. Oh, alert! Attacks in Bushehr. Alert! Attacks in Bushehr. There's been a new attack in the past 60 seconds in Bushehr. Steve, in Detroit, I have good news. So this channel... It has been for years dedicated to avenging the Canadian invasion of Detroit in 1812. So I just want to let you know. We care deeply about Detroit. We have an entire person, Water Under the Fridge, dedicated to protecting the Great Lakes, I'm not kidding you, from Iranian invasion. He blockades them. It's kind of a thing here. So welcome to the channel, and know that your dear city is deeply, deeply cared about, mostly because I'm mad that the Canadians rose a foreign flag over Detroit, and that was the only time, even when the British burned Washington, they didn't raise a foreign flag over it. Only Detroit has had a foreign flag raised over it, so I must avenge Detroit. Don't tell the Canadians. This is what started it yesterday. So first of all, you must understand, now to get into your actual coverage. That was your mental decompression break. There was a very serious tit-for-tat escalation over the past 7 to 8 days that escalated to the point where on Friday last, 3 American soldiers were killed in Iranian ballistic missile strikes in Jordan on their base there. And another American soldier died in the north of Iraq due to a controlled controlled explosion of a drone that caused shrapnel to go outwards and kill a soldier unrelated to the explosive ordnance demolition team. Mr. President, immediately when the World Cup ended, okay, which was after what you're seeing here, launched hellacious strikes on Iran last night. Now, what you are seeing right here is an attack yesterday morning, okay, in the Middle East. This was circa, wasn't posted until 2:43, but the attack was earlier in the day. And Iran fired missiles at the southernmost part of Jordan yesterday, basically half a mile from Israel, causing sirens to go off in Eilat. Not sirens, causing people in Eilat, Israel, to have to run to shelters. I saw video of it, because of the proximity of the attack on the base in Jordan to Israeli territory. So I'm going to show you the result of this. Was another attack. This base is on the border between Israel and Jordan. Very south, very, very south, near the Sinai Peninsula, basically. This was before the American retaliation. This was just what Iran did yesterday morning. Like, they weren't retaliating on us. They were just striking as like a warning shot. I have an update from Kuwait. Hold on. Hold, please. I have an update for you from Kuwait. Iran is apparently striking Kuwait near round the clock right now, but you're looking at videos of Jordan. This was yesterday morning, an Iranian strike on the Jordan-Israeli border. The closest, this is when I really started getting concerned. I couldn't go live because I had to rest before the court hearing this morning to be able to cover it and do the pool feed. But I was very concerned yesterday. As you know, if you've been watching this coverage, the pace of escalation is so drastic that it's getting hard to cover it all. So that was on the Jordan-Israeli border yesterday. Okay, now I'm going to show you what the power water desalination plant in Kuwait looked like yesterday. Some footage going around was fake yesterday from Kuwait. This is the actual footage. The one that's fake is the one with it's not fake, it's outdated. It has like a bunch of blue sparks and a big fire, like orange fire. That is not from yesterday. That is the strike. The third water desalinization plant hit in Kuwait in 3 days by Iran. Kuwait only has 10 water desalinization plants, and they provide 60 to 80% of Kuwaiti drinking water. I think Iran's going to try to take Kuwait. I can't confirm it. I just seriously think they're trying to take Kuwait. Okay, so then the World Cup final happens. Michael Buffer was there for some reason. Mr. President was there. Matt Damon, who's doing the new Karen Reed movie, was there. And then as the World Cup final was going on, an explosion was reported in Erbil, which led me... Oh, Vahid has just posted. Hold, please. I got to translate it from the Persian. Hold, please. Breaking news. At 4 p.m. Eastern today, the U.S. military began a new round of strikes on Iran. Breaking. At 4... So we are in the middle of a round of strikes right now. Everyone hold. I knew it started because I got reports about 10 minutes ago of strikes in Bandar Abbas. Now, yesterday, the strikes were still on yesterday, all right? But there are strikes happening right now. There is a new wave of American attacks that was initiated at 4 p.m. Eastern Time 26 minutes ago. Well, we say new, as if the last wave ever stopped. But yes, their CENTCOM is calling it a new wave of attacks. Hello, Pick a Handle. Hello, Derek. It's so good to see you. Hello, Flower. How are you? So good to see you all. This could be quite a night. I'm going to get you caught up as to what happened yesterday. So the strikes yesterday started at 4:22. They literally are starting at 4 p.m. every day, almost on the dot. Iran then launched a bunch of rockets towards Kuwaiti and Bahraini targets. This was overnight yesterday. Now, here's the first footage from inside Iran of that missile launching towards Kuwait or Bahrain or Jordan. Hold. Kuwait is experiencing a very severe energy shortage. That is not surprising. This is the scene from last night during the Iranian missiles that were fired. I'm going to show you more footage now. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Welcome to Tal News. Hello, Pamela. Palmed a camel. Love it. I've never met a camel before. I've always wanted to meet one. God bless you. Welcome to the channel. Or welcome back. Now I'm going to show you footage from Erbil. This might have actually been from Iran. It was reported as Erbil, but I think that's actually Iran. Might have been heading to Erbil. There were, before the American attacks last night, there were no planes in the air on the flight radar, which is a pretty good indicia that there's going to be an attack. Yesterday, the IRGC in the morning, so this is yesterday, Sunday, published footage of some of the F-15 and F-16 hangars via satellite imagery that were destroyed in Jordan. So that's an American F-16, F-15, F-16 hangar that was destroyed. I had to take you through every update. Then sirens sounded in Bahrain. Now I'm going to show you what Revolution Square in Tehran looked like last night. The people are getting, like, their joint. The Supreme Leader Mohammad Khomeini, if he's alive, put out a call in writing for the people to kind of enter a permanent state of sort of on guardness. I want to say it's more like militancy, but yes. So then the Islamic resistance in Iraq put out a statement right after the announcement that the American soldier in the north of Iraq died due to a drone being exploded in a controlled demolition, and a hostile drone. The Mujahideen for the Islamic resistance in Iraq disclaimed and said they did not have anything to do with that attack, but at the same time they said if America expands its aggression in the region, they will attack. Now you can take a look at Iranian ballistic missile launches from Bandar Sirik. So you might hear that reported as Sirik. That's Bandar Sirik on the coast of the Strait of Hormuz in the south of Iran. That was last night. Okay, I got to take you through like a bunch of updates. Okay, so then the World Cup was going. And then I went on Will the Glare stream, had a really fun time talking with him about the TurtleBoy fundraiser. Will raised like $6,000 in like 3 hours. Will's a force to be reckoned with for TurtleBoy's fundraiser, so good job, Will. If you want to see that interview, definitely worth checking out. Tal spent some time explaining a little bit about the motion to dismiss hearing that happened today before it happened, and everything that I explained was basically what was Judge Balzeos had questions about. God bless you, Lore Florida Explorer. What a wonderful username. Thank you very much for being with us. Now, speaking of Iran, things got intense last night. I'm now going to have British Reporter Tal read you the readout from the cable that came across, and I'm going to show you some of the footage. Let's go. This was last night.
Conversation. Breaking. U.S. Air Force fighter jets carried out airstrikes against a ballistic missile base of the IRGC Aerospace Force near the city of Tabriz in northwestern Iran.
Hi, Superstition
Timeline
Man.
of reported explosions. 237 initial reports of 3 powerful explosions from around Tabriz. 238 additional reports described 3 to 4 successive explosions, with several witnesses saying the blasts were strong enough to shake buildings. Overall witness reports, most accounts described 3 to 4 major explosions occurring in rapid succession between 2:37 and 2:38 local time. There are 2 distinctions between blowing up Lansand empty weapons cases and blowing up real weapons. We all believe when Iran admit the real one was hit. Thought we...
Yeah, this is what was hit last night. This is... Oh, and America struck in the north near Tabriz. This is... We hit the missile base, like, way north of Tehran. Sound warning. This is the strikes on Tabriz last night. I'll give you the full screen. Hi, Valhalla. You're looking at the farthest strikes north that America has done. This is last night in Tabriz, Iran, in the north. It's to the west of Tehran, but it's very north. Now, the reason I have to show you this footage is look at the damage that we did last night. Look what we did to the Iranian missile facility. We burned it from the ground up. That's burning up. That is Tabriz. Last night, in the north of Iran, we burned their missile facility from under the ground. Alert from Vahid. Hold, please. Hold, please. I have to translate it from the Persian. I don't speak Persian. Oh, no. I'm working on it. Hold, please. Okay, I got it. I wish I spoke Persian, but I don't. Persian to English. I'm going to read you the cable right now from Vahid as you're looking at Tabriz from last night. Here it comes. Hold, please. What do you got? What do you got for me? It says, Chabahar, the sound of a low-level jet is coming now. Hello, the sound of a strong explosion in Chabahar at 2 o'clock at midnight and 2 minutes local time. Chabahar hit by 2 heavy bombs at 12 midnight. That was just now from Vahid. America is striking. We have hit so far, I believe, Bandar Abbas, and also we just hit Chabahar in the south near Pakistan. There's also been shelling on Sirt, S-I-R-T-E. I'm relaying this all in real time. It's going to be a night. This is if you're wondering how hard America is striking, pardon me, I burped. This is footage from the Tabriz missile base last night, burning from the ground up. Well, Sub Rosa, no, I totally understand. I'm not disagreeing with you there. I just want to let you know, like, they may have rebuilt, they still have missiles. You'll be on this channel, as you know, you'll hear all about how Moabs can't go more than 15 meters through granite. And Iran has missile bases way more than 15 meters below granite. Okay, the hardest rock on Earth. So, yeah, no, but I don't know what we did to cause it to burn from under the ground like that. I'm not really sure. I'm not a ballistics missile expert, but we did. I mean, there's no doubt Iran has enough missiles to fire for months on end. The question is, can America find a way to strike the missile bases? And if they can't, then this war will continue. The only way this war ends is if that ballistic missile capability is 100% degraded, and I don't think that's even possible. Unless there's some kind of weapon that I don't know about, which is entirely possible, that can penetrate hundreds of meters of granite. But no, don't worry about it, Sub Rose. I took the point. Your point was well taken, which is we keep saying, the Americans, not that I represent the government, I'm just a towel, but the Americans keep saying, the military, listen, Iran's capacity is really degraded. They got basically nothing left. And then we hit and cause explosions that are massive. And I know the missile cities are extensive. Iran spent decades building these missile cities. You could strike 10 missile cities a day, every day, for 2 years, and you probably wouldn't hit them all. Yeah, I agree. I don't think this can end. How does this end without America declaring like withdrawal like Vietnam? You're not going to overthrow unless you plan on engaging a World War II style invasion of Iran with way more troops. You're going to, and we don't even have the Soviets this time, so I don't know where you're going to get all these troops. You'd have to send them in, and a lot of them would not make it home. And I don't even understand the point. Why are we conquering Iran? Like, what are they doing again? Like, why are we conquering them? Like, at least I knew when studying the Second World War from the jump what the point was. At least I could understand, like, the battle lines. Here, I don't even understand what we're trying to accomplish. It's got to be about the oil. Explosions in Kanarak, Keshem, Sidik, and Chabahar. Just now. Every time you hear a beep, I will try to give you an update. I just don't understand. I really don't. The only way out of this is to, like, one side losing. And you never want to hear that. You never want to hear that we're at a situation where one side has to be the vanquished and one side has to be the victor. That is very bad. This was Chabahar and Bandar-e-Iman Khomeini last night. Why did this war start in the first place? The Epstein files. I think that's probably the most honest answer. The American public was rising up, and so many people were involved in the Epstein files, just the ones released so far. It was going to cause what's called the existing social, cultural, and political order to collapse. Now, there's a mission of the existing American intelligence community to preserve that social, cultural, and political order, and it almost collapsed. So, a little bit of Iran's oil is very useful for cutting Venezuelan crude, so you can move more Venezuelan crude at once through pipelines. A little bit of Epstein files, yeah. And then a little bit of Benjamin Netanyahu's a madman who's on trial domestically for fraud and is going to, as soon as he's out of that prime ministership, unless he gets a pardon, he's going to jail for stuff unrelated to the war. So the best, more explosions now in Bandar Abbas. The best I can tell you is that it was a little bit of Benjamin Netanyahu trying to, ward off having to go to prison. And then a little bit of Mr. President being really concerned about the Epstein files because of what it could do to not just him but the political establishment for both parties. More Democrats than Republicans, trust me on this. More Democrats than Republicans. It was a problem. It was a bipartisan problem, but it was more Democrats. They're way more devious and odd sexually. Trust me, it's weird. Anyway, so the point is, and then a little bit of talked about Mr. President. I talked about the Epstein files. Talked about Bibi, and then I think it was a little bit of Mr. President had long thought that Iran would be like a centerpiece. Oh, the oil of his business apparati. His empires are business, and business is empire. Okay, empire building is business, and business is empire building in an interconnected world. So it was also a little bit of, we just need, if that oil could be used to cut the Venezuelan oil, then we can take some other Latin American countries with heavy, sludgy oil, we can really reestablish the petrodollar's dominance and ward off the rise of the BRICS. That's, I think, what's going on, but no one's saying that. So instead of like a modern Monroe Doctrine, which is at least like something worth fighting for, we have this very like spastic, like very secretive, kind of like country club style politics, where it's like, who do you know here? Like, why are you here? If you try to like get in the room with the decision makers, that's really what it's like. There's something going on that we're not being told. That's a tactical objective in Iran, and they're hiding it. So that's my best analysis. And it's not overthrowing the IRGC. It's either minerals, it's always resources, or money, or land, frankly. Always money or resources or land. So here it's probably the resources. And it has nothing to do with nuclear weapons. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Nonsense. North Korea is way more dangerous. Pakistan is probably as dangerous because they gave North Korea the bomb. Nothing to do with nuclear weapons. That's a front. This is some kind of empire versus empire war, and nobody wants to talk about it. Now I'm going to show you sounds from Kuwait last night. Now listen, I could show you footage every hour from Kuwait. That's how bad this is. I'm concerned, and I'm not using hyperbole. I am actually concerned from the state of attacks on Kuwait that Iran is considering trying to reclaim the state of Kuwait and conquer it. And I don't know if anyone could stop them. Dude, if we don't move our bases, what is the next... I don't mean to say dude, but I'm very concerned. What is the next thing naturally for Iran to do? Take the territory so you can't have a base there anymore. Hi XO, good to see you, my friend. Hi RHM, hi AED. So today's hearing, I have to get through the war updates. If we get to the end of the war updates and there are no bombs falling, I will talk about the hearing. If not, you're going to want to go to Melanie Little's channel, Attorney Melanie Little's channel, because tomorrow, I don't know exactly what time, somewhere around noon, I'm going to go on Melanie Little's channel, Attorney Melanie Little. I didn't go to Cancun, but I do have a hat that says I went to Cancun with Attorney Melanie Little, and I will tell you all about the hearing. All right, that's my promise to you. So if we get through the war updates and we have a little time, I'm awake and I'm feeling good and not tired, we will do it. If not, TurtleBoy hearing recap tomorrow, and trust me, you're going to want to hear Attorney Melanie Little and I talk about that hearing, because she's a savant, okay? And I'm very good with, I'm not a lawyer, but I did go to law school, and what you want is someone who understands the rules of criminal procedure asking me questions about what I saw in the courtroom. It's going to be great. And she was watching too. I think she streamed my pool feed. Did you know I did a pool feed today? I was the pool feed. I went right in there, set my pool feed up, broadcast it out for the world. They shut the Zoom down because people kept talking on the court Zoom. Judge was really mad. Judge was smiling at me though. We were having a great time. All right, now I'm going to show you, speaking of why Iran is very mad at Kuwait, here's launches of Iranian missiles, U.S. missiles towards Iran from Kuwait
شعيب
last
حي
night.
المرتضى شوف هاي من جهة الكويت راح اختفي هاي صار
Yeah,
10 من
I agree,
درجة
reflecting Abraxas. Thank you, eSpirit Reflect. I was thrilled to be able to provide the pool cam. It's thanks to you all.
شعيب حي
Now,
المرتضى
I don't have, we'll get there. We'll eventually get me a camera that's actually a pool camera. Right now, like, I make do. Like, I got a camera on the fly the other day. It's a setup worthy of an independent run news channel. I don't want it to look like the news channels. We might get there eventually. But I liked it. It was exactly what I wanted. It's meant to look like that. Okay? I like that. I appreciate it. If you could hear. Now, that courtroom's not mic'd. It's mic'd, but we don't have a drop. What's called a drop. I know this is a distraction, but it's okay. It's interesting. So what I had to do was bring my mic, and I have a very good ambient mic. I turned the gain up all the way. In fact, I might have left the gain up. Hold on one second. I might have actually adjusted it back down. No, I didn't. Hold on. How about that? How about that? That, yeah. So I have a mic, and I can just pop the gain on it. And that's actually what you were hearing right now. I had the gain all the way up. And it's very sensitive to sound when I pop that. So what you were hearing was me, like, behind that camera was me having set up like a microphone, a boom mic, and then like a broadcasting station that I was also tweeting from. And if you ask the people in the courtroom, they were like I'm like orchestrating the stream at the same time and like adding people as mods as I'm like tweeting out and typing and linking. All of that was occurring in real time. It was great. That's when I feel at my best. It's hard for me to stand up and do it because of my physical limitations. But if I can sit and just use my brain, and I have a computer, I feel like I'm a fully functioning human, if only for like an hour or two. Now I'm going to take you to scenes from the American strikes on Bandar Imam Khomeini last night. That was definitely happy typing. I was going. It was a lot of like epic typing. I heard from a few people like broadcasting the pool feed. They were like, we can hear you typing. I was like, well, I'm excitable. What do you want from me? I was multi-toweling. It's true. Hi, Interpretal. So good to see you. Bandar Kamini last night. I love real-time chatting. It's so good to see you all tonight. It's unfortunate we must meet under these circumstances of intensifying strikes in the war, but it is very nice to see you all. Here's footage of U.S. HIMARS firing ATA-CMS ground-based missiles from Kuwait towards Iran last night. This is why Iran's getting all mad at Kuwait. And I mean, listen, it's not my role to pass moral judgment, but if they know you're firing missiles at them from that territory, don't you think they're probably a little mad? Of course they're mad. And they know you're firing missiles at them. You don't need a webcam. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. And you don't need a webcam if you're Iran to know where the missiles are coming from. And they're very highly advanced. Satellite imagery, acoustic detection, and they probably have cameras. Okay, that are not public. Alright, now I'm going to show you the impacts from Tabriz, I think from a different angle, last night. Wow. This is Tabriz, Iran, last night. Thank you so much, Christina. Thank you for your support. This is Tabriz, Iran, last night. Wow. We're not at Rolling Thunder review yet, but those are some intense strikes. You're seeing those strikes over a mountain range. So the first one, you don't see the fire from it, but those second two that you see right up here, let me assure you, those fireballs are going over a mountain. That is a mountain. Okay, these are houses on the mountain. That is a mountain range. That fire right there is very big. In fact, it's so big that you hear the rattle of the explosion. Now, this is the Tabriz missile site. Just so you understand what we did to Iran last night because they killed 3 of our soldiers. If you're just tuning in, that is their missile site in Tabriz. Oh, welcome, Karen, not Karen. I'm thrilled to have you with us. Shout out all the cupcakes. Hello, Angela. How are you? Hello, in Limonene, my friend. Shout out to all the cupcakes. We're going to have a fun interview tomorrow. It's going to be great. It's the only thing keeping my spirits somewhat up because I am very sad about the state of this war. It's depressing. It's agonizing. It's heartbreaking. Not to mention, I know some people in Kuwait, and they are very scared of this. They have been having bombs rain on them, basically as if it were Israel during the height of the war. And I feel like they think like it's basically like no one cares, because it's very hard to see what's happening in Kuwait. So these people are just being struck, not to mention the people in Iran. And the world is getting the pictures out, but I don't think anyone really cares as much, which is very concerning to me because this is on the precipice of a drastic escalation to like a ground war. And I know people are very fatigued, I understand. which is why, and I am fatigued too, but things get bad when we tune out, because then bad things happen and no one knows they're coming. So it's important, in my opinion, to keep up with the details, and I just appreciate you all sending me those positive vibes. It keeps my spirits up, even during, very intense times. So here is the first hit. This is a ship yesterday at 22:45 UTC, July 19th. This was a ship hit off Kumzad, Oman. It's going to be one of many ships that Iran fires at today. They're starting to sink ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I'm going to show you footage from Chabahar last night. Okay. Lots and lots of strikes. Now I'm going to show you footage from the city of Sar Bandar in the Iranian province of Khuzestan. Hello, Kofi. Hi, Talman Bunny. Hi, Bo. Now, yesterday at, let me give you the exact time, 7:45 p.m. Eastern. Oh, it's water under the fridge. I forgot to set my goal. I'm so sorry. I'll do that right now so we can get goat videos. God bless you. You're wonderful. The defender of the Great Lakes. We play goat videos when we hit our chat goal. Tonight could be a long night, so I'll do it 3 hours. I will say, God bless you. And play goat videos. Everyone loves the goats. You don't understand. People love those goats. We track the movement of displaced goats in Lebanon. Now, you might be saying, Grant, that's a very odd thing to do. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's a way to teach people about the displaced populations in Lebanon. Why it is that people care more about the goats than the millions of people and children, I don't know. But then you tell them about the goats. They're like, why are those goats going through the street of Beirut? You tell them there's like 1 million people displaced, and they're like, oh, God, no. So, listen, I know you all are very concerned on this channel about the people of South Lebanon, but the world at large, outside of this stream, to get them to pay attention, the goats are just an incredible mechanism for teaching people about displaced populations in southern Lebanon. So, hashtag save the goats. I go on other streams. I say save the goats. People inevitably get baffled. They ask me what's going on with the goats. And then I get to tell them about the displaced goats in southern Lebanon and use it as a moral lesson about why displacing people and goats during war is wrong. You see what I'm saying? Alright? There's a plan most of the time. I forget how TurtleBoy said it. It was hilarious. And sometimes he has a plan 60% of the time. Me, I have a plan from time to time. Alright, here's Tabriz. Last night I showed you this image already. Oh, Sub Rosa. The goats. Listen, I think Sub Rosa may have just pulled off the greatest goat-based troll. It's not even a troll. It's a genuine question. You managed to earn a goat video for the chat before we completed the goal. Because by rule, you have asked for edification about the goats. And I, under Towel Standing Rule 3, absolutely am compelled to show you the goat video. Now, don't abuse the privilege, but on the whole, yes, I will explain to you exactly what happened. You will become initiated in the ways of the goats. So, back on March 9th, 2026, while we were live, these goats were displaced from southern Lebanon. Now, these are our goats. We're very worried about them. We track them. Okay, we use our OSINT knowledge to track this specific herd of goats. Okay, we want to make sure they're alright. We're going to build them bomb shelters. Yes, yep, that is indeed a herd of goats being paraded and displaced from South Lebanon through the streets of Beirut, the capital, on March 9th. Of course, Subrosa, it's my honor. Now, we love this video a lot because, wait for it. First of all, there's that goat. The baby goat's a little lame at the end. He's a little baby goat. But wait till you see this. There's a surprise at the end. Wait for it. Wait for it. That is a baby goat on a horse. Yep, that's a baby goat on a horse. Hashtag baby goat on a horse. So, anyway, amongst the war, we track that. And then, if you want to take it through to its natural fruition, there's also the wonderful pictures of goats that Standing Stone sends and that Carly Kramer sends. People just tag me in pictures of goats that they come across. It's great. You could do this anytime you want. You see a goat, you take a picture. Where you're going to come across them, I don't know. That's up to you. You tag me in it on X, I show it on the stream. It's great. All of the people of the world get to know about the goat. All right, so now you might be saying, great. After the people of South Lebanon got to return, did you and the chat track the migration of the herd of goats back to southern Lebanon on June 15th? Yes, we did. We absolutely did. We are putting our OSINT skills to good use. This is what real journalism looks like. All right? Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Ida Tarbell built my profession so I could track herds of displaced goats in Lebanon. And I'm not going to let anyone tell me otherwise. Damn commies. GoatCom. Hello, Kevin from South Boston. Water Under the Fridge says, save the goats, free unhurried and razor. I say, save the Great Lakes, free unhurried and razor, and save the goats, not in that order. Anyway, so those are our goats. Congratulations. You've been now initiated into the ways of the goat. Whenever you run across a goat now, you can take a picture, you can report on it, you can let us know where the goat is. Just anything related to the goats. If you want to help me in my project to build goat bomb shelters in southern Lebanon, I'm not really sure the UN's going to back me on this one, but you got to roll the dice sometimes. You can't succeed if you're not willing to fail. That's going to be the motto of the goat-based bunkers project. Here's scenes from Siddiq on a more serious note. Is there a hat? Oh, that's a great idea. Let me make a note for Towel Girlfriend. We're going to make a plushie. She's already working on it. Plushie goat-based hat. I will have Towel Girlfriend work on a goat-based hat, and we'll put it up on the store. Now, I'm not really sure where, I might have to go take a picture of a goat or draw a goat or have her draw a goat. But anyway, yes, I've decided this is a great idea. We are going to have towel-based towel merchandise, very meta, and then the towel thing's even more complex. It's hilarious, though. And then we're going to have goat-based merchandise, okay? And it's going to be all about saving the goats. Now, if someone could tell me... now, listen, here's the problem. I'm willing to donate to goat-based charities, but if we're going to do this, I really only want the proceeds, like a portion of them, to go to building goats bomb shelters in southern Lebanon and northern Israel, too. I'm not really sure if the Israeli government's going to allow that. They're a little, strict on security. But I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, if I can find an organization that will build goats bomb shelters in southern Lebanon, I will donate some of the proceeds to it. But that's conditional on that organization existing. And you don't understand. I'm not making this up now. For months, I have been saying I'm going to find a way to build those goats bomb shelters so they don't have to flee to Beirut again. Oh, Bunny wants a That's It t-shirt. Oh, God bless you, Steve. Steve Trevor, Water Under the Fridge. Steve Trevor has joined in your quest to protect the Great Lakes. I'm clearly in an Andy Kaufman mood tonight, so everybody just hang on for the ride. I may go into war reporter towel mode. Oh, I have an update. I'm not exactly sure what that update is. Hold, please. What's it say? When did Vahid... Oh, that's a very long update. Oh, goodness. I don't speak Persian. Oh, no. I'm going to have to do this a paragraph at a time. Hold on. I wish I had the ability to translate this for you in all at once, but it's a lot of Persian. Hold, please. We have some kind of conflagration going on. Okay, the first update is thus. Receive messages. Chabahar, the sound of a low fighter jet is coming now. Oh, we already got this one. The explosion came at Chabahar, 2 hits at midnight. Yes, we saw that one. What's the next update? Okay, the next update from Vahid is as such. Heavy Chabahar, again, fighter jet sound. Heavy explosion in Chabahar, 07. New Chabahar hit, midnight 07. Chabahar now, heavy explosion sound. Chabahar hit, the house shook, 007. Okay, the next set of updates is I have to translate this from the Persian, and it's the only way to get information from Iran right now. Chabahar hit again, heavy explosion, 1208. More explosions, Chabahar. Kanarak, 3 explosions. Chabahar, 3 explosions, 008. That's midnight in 8 minutes. Oh, there's a lot of explosions. This is going to be a rough night. Okay, hold on. The next update is 2 more explosions in Konarak. Another one in Chabahar. Another explosion in Chabahar. Iman Ali's jet struck, one at 12:11. Another one struck this minute. I think that's Bandar Khamenei. Okay, and then the last update from Vahid is it's hitting each other. The fighters are flying at low altitude. It looks like Iman Ali's brother hit Chabahar. Hello, Mr. Vahid. He hit the sides of Iman Ali, not the base itself. 2 flare-like things came from the sea towards Chabahar. I don't know what they were. Okay, that's what I got for you. That's what I got for you, ladies and gentlemen. There is a strong wave of attacks. Aren't there AI real-time translations? Yes. God bless you, Stephen Trevor. God bless you, water under the fridge. I do have real-time translation, but this is from the Persian. So to get it for you accurately, I have to double check, and it's a little tough. And I'm taking it. So what I'm doing is Vahid is talking to people in Iran, like a lot of them. Vahid doesn't post in English. He posts to a medium that is difficult to translate. Then I take it in the Persian and instantly translate it and read it to you in the English. Jen asks if I believe in the voting system. I believe in my republic. Yep. I don't believe that it's perfect left to itself. The price of democracy is eternal vigilance. So a voting system is as good as the vigilance of its public, its voting public. A political system is as good as the vigilance of its voting public. A political party is as good as the vigilance of its voting public. Cogent public discourse is the enabling condition of representative democracy in every shape and form, from the lowest interaction with a police officer in the adversarial process to the highest civic duty by virtue of one's participation in the democracy itself through voting. If you're not vigilant, you will lose the republic. That's my answer. Good question, though. Now I'm going to take you to last night's report from Tabriz, where 3 explosions on that missile site were confirmed. This is in Farsi.
صدای حدود 3 انفجار در تبریز شنیده شد که با طبق بررسی‌های ما بیشتر در منطقه غرب تبریز احساس شده. ولی تاکنون منبع این صدا مشخص نشده که به سامانه پدافندی مرتبط است یا پرتابه دشمن. البته اینم به اطلاع شما و بینندگان محترم برسونم که این اولین باری بود که از دور جدید حملات ایجاد شده در تبریز احساس شده. دقایقی پیش صدای حدود 3 انفجار در تبریز شنیده شد که با طبق بررسی‌های ما بیشتر در منطقه غرب تبریز احساس شده. ولی تاکنون منبع این صدا مشخص نشده که به
So that report repeated. I was fixing your chat. Hello, Amy NC1111. Welcome to Towel Channel. Enjoy your new emojis. One of my favorite things in the world is when I get to let people know that we have an emoji, for example, of Bunny Towel Mom's dog, Kofi. He's an emoji. We have an emoji of penguins. Chat Mom Lynn loves penguins, as does Water Under the Fridge. We have towel-based emojis. We have goat and sheep-based emojis, and David Yannetti-based emojis. So anyway, you'll find something for everyone in there. I think Clerk Margaret's an emoji. She moved on from Norfolk Superior Court, but I still want her to be the Secretary of Commerce. Don't ask too many questions. Just go along with it. When she gets... I can't confirm this footage, by the way. There's no note on it. I have not seen it fact-checked, but this is a report that in Desifol within the past, I don't know, week, maybe as recently as the past couple days, and it has Vahid's stamp on it. Actually, you know what? I kind of do remember this one, so I'm not going to play it. This might need to actually be noted. I kind of remember this footage from during the war. a bike, and I don't remember a guy going down in the stairs like that. So it's a little hard for me to tell if this is new or old footage. I'm going to let you see it on the full screen. It was posted yesterday. I don't remember it from during the war, so it could potentially be from this week, but I can't tell either way. Indeed, water under the fridge. We're going to create some kind of towel-based party. Thank you, Beachy, Stacy. It's my pleasure to have been So the reason I showed it a few times is on a serious note, I know things have been intense, so I was trying to insulate your brain a little bit from trauma. I just do not know if that is a new or old explosion. I think it is. I kind of remember that. But Iran has very similar landscapes, and I don't remember this. I don't remember a guy running down a stairwell. So I'm gonna say, yeah, Interpretel. I don't know if anyone else, if this clip is, someone's like, oh yeah, I remember that. I don't remember this clip. I don't remember us seeing this. So it's very possible this is a recent strike, but I can't tell you definitively. Now I'm going to show you another Ukrainian strike on the Russian military arms depot. It's like, it has some weird name in Russian. So this is the warehouse that they use to send supplies and other things to the front lines. Ukraine hit it. This is in the Moscow Oblast. It was yesterday. And then this was an apartment building that got hit. Now Ukraine doesn't normally hit apartment buildings, so this was surprising. This is in Moscow too. Now I don't speak Russian, so I have no idea what he's saying. It is Russian. He seems concerned. Yeah, I would say he's concerned. It's actually very intense footage. I mean, is he saying it's bait? It's definitely bait. So, Ukraine doesn't normally hit apartment buildings either. That is a pretty drastic escalation. Now I'll show you Mr. President Trump's comments last night after landing from the World Cup about our soldiers who were tragically killed on Friday as a result of Iranian ballistic missile strikes on Jordan.
But you know, those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily. They've got very little left. They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the strait. They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably three. It's probably three as opposed to two. Great patriots.
That was Mr. President Trump's comments last night. Now, there was an odd situation in northern Israel last night. I still don't really have an explanation for what happened. Look at this hit in South Lebanon on the northern Israel border. That is a big hit. I don't know what that is. There were no alerts in northern Israel at the time. But yeah, it happened. I don't know who got hit. I don't really know what the hit was. I don't know if it was Hezbollah. I don't know if it was Israel shelling into Lebanon. I don't know if it was like an ordnance exploding. But you can see it on this cam. You can see it very clearly on the top cam. That was last night in northern Israel, and I have no explanation for what happened there. Okay, so now I'll take you to last night in Jordan, where interceptors were firing up. Hello, Mercatinos. How are you? Hello, Paulsar. Good to see both of you. The strikes have already started on Iran tonight. This is in Jordan last night. That is Jordan last night. Hold on. Hold, please. Oh, wow. Oh! This is from the other night. Hold, please. Okay, I have footage from you. I think we might have seen like a small clip of this the other night from Thursday, Friday of last week, it seems, via Naya. I have a clip for you of what happened on the American base in Jordan that led to so many of the U.S. casualties, I think 3, including one service member who was not found until, I believe, the next day. I'm having some trouble with the file profile type here. Let me see what's the best way to play it. Let me see if I've already seen this footage. Hold on. Oh, I have not. Alright, let me play it for you. I have another way to play it. It's in a weird format, so I have to play it for you through this. So this is our first time trying this. Alright. I have no idea if this is going to work, so bear with me. Okay, now I click this. Hold on. Is this going to work? I think this might actually work. Hold on. Wow. Nope. Okay, so it won't show that. It will show that. Okay, hold on. This is the first time I'm trying this. So we're getting there. Got it. Okay, it's called Media Viewer. Alright, ready? Take a look. I don't know if this is going to work. This could be very intense, so I want to give you a sound warning. T.A. Sarah, how are you? You have lots of notes on Odell, T.A. Sarah. You got some research to do. This is from the U.S. base in Jordan. Okay, this was maybe 3 to 4 days ago on Thursday, Friday last week, and the footage could be very intense. I need to show this again because I want the public to understand, the American public to understand. They may not want to tell you what's going on, okay, to our troops, but you deserve to know. That is scary in more ways than I can count, ladies and gentlemen. Now, tonight's attacks into Jordan, thank God, were stopped the first round. Who knows, though, how this will all play out. 3M CEP at 1,000 kilometers is ridiculous accuracy. Yeah. And, I mean, Don't think that the U.S. doesn't also have that accuracy. They do. Isfahan. Breaking. This is very bad. I repeat. Isfahan has been hit. Whoa. Okay, you should all continue to monitor. Isfahan is a very important city. Pat Ray says, thank you for your reporting. Glad to have the truth. God bless you, Pat Ray. Thank you for your support. I just do what I can. I don't want anyone to be overly concerned. That I wouldn't like that. And I don't want people to be under concerned or underprepared. I wouldn't like that either. I try to just shoot for what is actually going on. And if you hear the tone of my voice escalating, like, that is normally an indication of the severity of the situation. The U.S. will impose a 50% tariff on Canadian goods. That's not good. You know, I can't say I'm the biggest fan of the Canadians, but, you know, how's water under the fridge going to impose a 50% tariff? We're going to have all sorts of meetings about this. Water under the fridge was not prepared. I'm telling you, of all things, the Canadians are going to get all made, making them pay 50% tariffs. Water under the fridge is in deep trouble now. Every ship that comes through the Great Lakes, not only does he have to make sure they're not Iranians, he's got to now also ensure that the Canadians pay 50% tariffs. I want to tariff their boats. Can you tariff a boat? Can you tariff a tariff? I mean, you can blockade a blockade, so... What if Canada tariffs are tariffs? You know, that's what we should do. Let's just start tariffing tariffs. Is that... I mean, economics is mostly made up anyway. So, let's just put tariffs on the tariffs. That'll teach them. Shiraz has been hit. I repeat, Shiraz has been hit. Shiraz? Where's Shiraz? Hold, please. Shockingly, I don't know every city in Iran. I'm working on it, though. Where is Shiraz? Shiraz. It's 101 degrees there. Where is Shiraz? Oh. Shiraz is south of Isfahan. It's kind of north of Bandar Abbas. Okay, so the strikes have occurred as far north as Isfahan, and then also in Shiraz in the past 5 minutes. That's true in Limonene. So if we tariff the tariffs, does that mean that the manufacturers pay for them? That was Jordan last night, okay? This was the U.S. announcing the end of its waves of strikes against Iran last night. We have to go through everything for the record and then get you caught up to now so that every stream is an accurate record of the war.
U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, successfully completed the 9th consecutive evening of strikes against Iran, July 19th, at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. CENTCOM assets targeted Iranian military command centers, air defense and coastal surveillance sites, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and communications networks to further diminish Iran's ability to attack commercial vessels and civilian mariners transients the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. military is holding Iran accountable at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. CENTCOM forces remain highly vigilant, focused, lethal, and ready. Video footage of U.S. Central Command launching the 9th consecutive evening of precision strikes further degrading Iranian military capabilities, released July 19, 2026. U.S. Central
New announcement. Air defenses active over Kanarak, southern Iran. Okay, now I'm going to take you to the video released by U.S. CENTCOM. Please be aware this could be loud. Sound warning. CENTCOM's video last night. Oh, that's loud. Very loud. An explosion heard in the port of Lenka, I repeat, an explosion heard in the Iranian port city of Lenka. This is a very active night. This was last night. Oh, hold. I need to change the window for you. Hold, please. I'm going to play this footage for you again. Please be aware this is loud. I pick my daffodils on the street. That's true. Dragonfly says, "Hi Grant, I'm Canadian. I love you. I'm old, 65, and it's rough over here. Our government is corrupt, funding the Ukraine with billions and no health care." Well, I am sympathetic to the people of Canada, and I do to the Canadian people, and I do not fault you for what your government did now or in 1812. I stand with you. You can be a towel. God bless you, Dragonfly. Welcome to the channel. These are the U.S. strikes on Iran last night. The strikes on Iran right now are ongoing, and there are very intense explosions reported as far north as Isfahan. I think I have a new video for you right now. Hold, please. Air defenses are active in Kanarak. I have a video for you. Hold, please. Okay, as you're taking a look at the footage from last night, those were some very intense SOCOM strikes. I am going to show you the latest footage from Kanarak. Let's see if I can get it uploaded. No guarantees here. Some of these videos come in odd formats, and I don't have time to convert them. Yes. Someone, I think, was saying that it's terrible. Okay, this video I can show you directly from Twitter. Alright, it's up. Alright, now let me show you this. So this is air defenses in Iran, literally within the past 5 minutes. This is the southern port city of Kanarak. Air defenses over the southern Iranian port city of Kanarak. Okay, so that's the most recent update. Now we got to go back and continue doing our update from the past 24 hours. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Welcome to Tal News. Now I'm going to show you earlier today reports of powerful explosions at 2:44 a.m. Eastern time, but daytime in Bahrain. Explosions in Manama. Okay, now I'm going to read you out a message that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard released to the people of Jordan this morning.
U.S. Central Command video. Conversation. Urgent. Islamic Revolutionary Guard. To the noble Jordanian people and the loyal Jordanian soldiers, we thank you for your sincere cooperation and the precise information that contributed to targeting Islamic fighters and destroying 20 buildings used as positions for the deployment of the U.S. Army's child killer forces, and which led to the killing of dozens of American terrorists in the Blue Area. Fighters of the Aerospace Force affiliated with the Revolutionary Guard, in the 22nd wave of Operation Victory 2, under the blessed slogan, O Ruqayya, PBUH, dedicated to the martyred girls in the Third War of Defense of the Homeland, and with your assistance, targeted large military transport aircraft of the C-17 type and command and control aircraft of the P-8 type belonging to the aggressor U.S. Army at Aqaba Airport, inflicting severe damage on several of them. The aggressor American soldiers, who have attacked more than 10 Islamic countries over the past decades, killed millions of Muslims, and are the main supporters of the bloody Zionist regime in the mass killing of the people of Gaza and the destruction of the West Bank, are considered legitimate blood, and every Muslim, wherever possible, must kill these brutal murderers.
What?
We thank you once again for your efforts and cooperation that pave the way for the liberation of the Holy Jerusalem through the fulfillment of your legitimate duty. The Bedouins advise ha 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 ha.
Okay, calm down, British reporter Tell. I have new footage just now from the American attack on Chabahar, literally 5 minutes ago. Hold, please. Let's go. Ready. Alright, it's posted. Hold. America has just attacked Chabahar. You're seeing the footage. You're the first people in the Western world to see this. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Here it is. Hold, please. This is Chabahar. This is literally 5 minutes ago. Maybe 10 at most. Tonight. With sound. Full screen. Sirens in Kuwait. I repeat, sirens in Kuwait. Sirens in Kuwait right now. Sirens in Kuwait. The Iranian counterattack has started. We don't have a Kuwait cam anymore, but there are sirens in Kuwait. This is Chabahar, Iran right now. I'm pretty sure that's a bomb turning day to light indeed. Let's just say the sun has risen early in Chabahar. It's only about, let's see, it's 5:24, 11, 12, it's about 1 in the morning in Chabahar. You are literally the first people in the entire world to see this footage. No one could have possibly shown it to you faster because I ripped it right from the people on the ground. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're very scared. What are we doing? Whatever we're doing, Iran has responded immediately. Okay, so that was the latest hit on Chabahar. Iran has fired missiles at Kuwait. Hello, Rekha, good to see you. Speaking of Iran firing at Kuwait has been forced to deploy mobile electricity generators because they don't have any power stations. Not any. They have like depleted power stations because of Iranian attacks over the past 3 days.
المولدات في العالم كتربلر ناشرينها بالمناطق السكنية طوارئ احتياط. الله يعز الكويت. الحمد لله يا رب. الحمد لله على النعمة. ما أقول إلا الله يعز الكويت. شوفوا المولدات الكهربائية احتياط حق المناطق السكنية. من أفضل المولدات في العالم.
Breaking, Ali Al-Sam Air Base in Kuwait has been hit. Ali Al-Sam Air Base in Kuwait has been hit.
احتياط. الله يعز الكويت. الحمد لله يا رب. الحمد لله على النعمة.
I repeat, Ali Al-Sam Air Base in Kuwait has been hit.
شوفوا المولدات الكهربائية احتياط حق المناطق السكنية.
I'm starting to think Iran's going to take the country of Kuwait. Now I'm going to show you statements from the Iranian foreign minister, spokesperson earlier today in Tehran.
من در بین ایرانیان واقعا کسی رو به عنوان جنگ
With
طلب
English captions.
نمی‌شناسم. مردمان ما مشهورند به صلح دوستی و صلح طلبی. مگر ما بودیم که جنگ رو شروع کردیم؟ مگر ما نبودیم که تا آخرین لحظات برای پیشبرد دیپلماسی تلاش کردیم؟ این واقعیت ها رو نباید از نظر.
Attack in the south of Kuwait or Iran? Attack in the south of Kuwait. I think the Ali Al-Sam air base was just hit. Attack in the south of Iran, most certainly. So I think both statements are true.
دور بداریم. هیچ آدم سلیم النفس و سلیم العقلی نیست که از جنگ استقبال بکنه، مگر کسانی که نه سلیم النفسن نه سلیم.
Breaking, attacks in the south of Kuwait. Attacks in the south of Kuwait. Let me check where the Ali Al-Sam air base is. Hold please. New footage. Hold please. Hold please. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. What have we done? We've hit. This is hold until I get the port until I find out what feed it is. Where is Ali Al-Sam air base? Oh, this is bad. It hasn't been like this in a very long time. Where it's 15 kilometers west of oh god, is that not the one that got hit? Are you telling me they hit two different places? Oh damn. Okay, so Ali Al-Sam air base and a hit in the south. I do not know what was hit in the south. I have another piece of footage coming in right now from Chabahar via Naya. I'm going to break into the Iranian foreign minister's commentary and show you the latest footage coming out of Chabahar in the south of Iran within the past 5 to 10 minutes. The American strikes tonight, most certainly very intense, more intense than I've seen in recent nights, and the footage is flying in. Sirens going up in Kuwait. A series of attacks in Kuwait. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm War Reporter Towel. A series of attacks in Kuwait. Okay, the first attack in at Ali Al-Sam Air Base. The second attack in the south of the country. I don't know exactly what was hit. South is Camp Afjan. Okay, the footage of the attack on Chabahar is coming now. Takes longer to process the damn thing than it does to upload the damn thing. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, it's up. Pause. I'm breaking into the Iranian foreign minister's comments from earlier to show you the newest footage out of Chabahar. Okay, I'm showing, this is literally the latest pictures from Chabahar within the last 5 minutes. It was only uploaded 60 seconds ago. You're looking at it now on Towel News. You are looking on the ground in Chabahar, Iran, within the last 10 minutes. You know 666 Ray of Light, I like to think no civilians deserve war. Think about the goats. You know, the goats are like, what the hell, man? Like, the goats don't even understand why it's all loud. That's how I try to think about it, from the perspective of like, what if it's just like a goat that has no idea what the hell's going on, or just a civilian who's like, I really don't like this, and then I try to show sympathy. And by the way, you know, a lot of people are surprised to learn this, but there are more people in Israel, civilians, sympathetic to the Palestinians than there are Americans in America sympathetic to Israel. You know how I know? Because I talked to them. So, I don't know. Countries aren't really uniform. Sorry, I was eating a Cheez-It. Countries aren't really uniform. Everybody's a little different, and I just try to think of it from the perspective of the most vulnerable, where the bombs are falling. Because they can't control what their governments are doing. They really can't, especially in Kuwait and Bahrain. That citizenry is pro-Iran. So, you got to remember, yes, 666 Rave Light, absolutely. Kuwait was started by British colonial oil expansionism in the Middle East. That's why Kuwait exists. It was carved out to export British petroleum interests from the region. And as I'm sure you know, back in the 1800s, early 1900s, when Iran's petroleum industry was set up, they paid 84% of the profit to the British. All right? The British are the problem, much like French colonialism caused Vietnam. British colonialism, especially around petroleum, caused this nonsense. Not directly, but they are the root cause of it. What they did to Iran by taking, first of all, they took Kuwait. They just carved it out from Iran. Then they forced the Shah to sell Bahrain, which used to be Iran, for basically the same amount that the Dutch bought Manhattan from the Native Americans. Hello, silent dogs. We screwed, not we, I'm not British. The British screwed Iran so hard that it caused the Islamic Revolution. Now, America played a role too, but don't think that it wasn't the British. The British, after Suez, like to pretend like they were just like, oh, well, you know, it's all over now. We didn't, you know, let's just move on. Won't you take a look at our very nice princesses and queens? Everything's cool. It's cool. No, it's not. It's really not cool. You kind of screwed the Middle East for like 70 years, you damn Brits. Not to mention what you did in China. Well, that was partially the Boston Brahmins' fault. I know what they did. Sold a lot of opium. That's what they did. Anyway. Dude, what is it with these Western colonial empires? Like oil and drugs. Okay? They love oil, they love drugs. I don't know why. They peddle them, they trade in them, they just like swim in them. It's like Scrooge McDuck, but the gold coins are replaced with petroleum. Like, what the fuck, bro? You can't take it with you. What are you doing? Sorry for cussing. I don't mean to cuss. I really don't. But when people start bombing each other, I get so mad. I get really mad. That's it. Make me all mad. I got so mad I said the F word. I'd never cuss, even though we're allowed to cuss now on YouTube. Even in the first like 15-20 seconds of a video we can cuss. It was an update to the policy like 6 months ago. I still don't cuss because my friend Professor asked me not to cuss. And I'm so mad that I cussed. Alright? I'm mad. That's it. Bunny Towel's having a great night. I'm all mad. That's it. I'm wound up.
The procedure of it. Robert.
و این جنگ هم نتیجه کار اونها بود. اما ببینید من این رو خدمتتون عرض بکنم که
Iranian foreign minister earlier today in Tehran translated to English. The spokesman for the foreign minister, excuse me.
کالای لوکس نیست که در تاقچه روابط بین الملل گذاشته باشن و به شما تقدیم کنن. صلح رو در سینی مرصع به شما تقدیم نمی کنن. برای صلح باید جنگید. صلح کالای فوق‌العاده گرانی است، خصوصا در منطقه ما که جنگ رو ارزان کردن، جنگ رو عادی سازی کردن و بدونیم که برای ایجاد صلح ما هزینه‌های فوق‌العاده‌ای دادیم. ما بزرگترین انسان‌هامون رو تقدیم کردیم. اینها برای جنگ نبوده. اینها برای برقراری صلح پایدار بوده برای تک تک ملت ایران. لذا من فکر می‌کنم که واقعاً
Shiraz has been hit. at the Darak Mountains. I have to break in. Breaking. Shirak, Iran has been hit. Shiraz, excuse me. Shiraz, Iran has been hit. Hold, please.
Cosgrove's response.
No, we don't need
which
to listen
took,
to
like,
tell. Stop playing. You're bothering me. Shiraz, Iran has been hit. The Darak Mountain. I repeat, the Darak Mountain in Shiraz has been hit. Please hold. Vahid just posted it, so it's going to take a second to load. Here it is. I don't know what's at the Darak Mountain in Shiraz. I've never been to Shiraz, Iran, but I can show you right now. Minutes ago, literally 30 to 60 seconds ago, this was uploaded, so it's probably within the last 10 minutes. The Darak Mountain in Shiraz has been hit. Yeah, I realized during my interview with Will the other day, I by accidentally grouped Mikasi G and a few other people into my critique of cosplaying, and I just want to say they're wonderful. They weren't meant to be included. Shout out Mikasi G. That's the kind of thing I reflect on in the mornings, that I inadvertently grouped Mikasi G into my critique of internet LARPing. I'm serious. I was thinking about that this morning. I hope Mr. Kasi G knows I felt bad. It's a weird thing to feel bad about. I know. I have a lot on my mind. That's the type of thing I was thinking about. All right, I had a lot going on today. Rekka, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Israel is not allowed to participate in these strikes. Hello, Pikahandle. Hello, T.A. Rand T Media, a cool Israeli that strongly supports Palestine. Thank you so much, Paulsar. That's wonderful. Appreciate you sharing. Going to take us back. So I just showed you the latest American attack. I'll get you the pictures as they're coming in. This has been an intense night of strikes, I know, because as soon as the airstrikes are hitting, footage is going up.
رمانتیک و فانتزی در مورد جنگ و صلح دست برداریم. جنگ یک امر.
Oh, Kevin from South Boston, you're also in the Mikasi G group. You are not mentally ill. You are wonderful, and you absolutely can join the ranks of people who, are not a problem. You have a good heart, okay? And clearly you are just a man named Kevin from South Boston, and you don't know nothing about nothing.
واقعی است. هموطنان عزیز ما باید بدونن جنگ رو بر ما تحمیل کردن. ما به استقبال جنگ نرفتیم به بهانه‌های مختلف. در شروع 28 فوریه 9 اسفند گفتن که برای جلوگیری از بمب اتمی ایران. خرداد ماه سال گذشته گفتن برای از بین بردن خطر هسته ایران. بعد گفتن به خاطر قریب الوقوع بودن خطر از طرف ایران. بعد گفتن که در راستای حمایت از اسرائیل. الان میگن به خاطر اینکه 2-3 کشتی در تنگه هرمز آسیب دید. همه اینها بهانه است. و در این شرایط اگر کسی واقعاً دنبال صلح هست، دنبال ایجاد صلح شرافتمندانه است، باید با تمام توان از مدافعین کشور دفاع بکنه، حمایت بکنه و بدونیم که هر گامی که برداشته میشه، چه از طرف دستگاه دیپلماسی، چه از طرف نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران، در راستای
The 2 U.S. soldiers killed in Iranian strikes in Jordan, although it was 3. The remains of a third U.S. soldier were not found until the next day. Their names are Private Isabella Gonzalez, age 19, killed on July 17th. First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, 25, killed July 18th. God rest their souls. Mr. President Trump, it was announced today by the White House, will be attending the dignified transfer tomorrow, Wednesday, July 21st, 2026. God rest their souls.
دفاع از کشور هست. در راستای تحقق همون.
God bless you, Tiffany Bob. Thank you for posting that. I'll get a appropriate background on each American soldier who fell, and then we will, if I can, which I believe I will be able to, we will cover the dignified transfer ceremony tomorrow night around this time at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware.
صلح شرافتمندانه که حتما مطلوب همه ما هست.
Oh, Thank you so much, Water Under the Fridge. Did you know my friend, God rest his soul, made that website? Oh God, many years ago. Oh, update. Although there were explosions reported in Isfahan, there was no attack on Isfahan. I will get an update for you as to why there were explosions, perhaps ballistic missile launches or otherwise, as soon as I can. But yeah, Water Under the Fridge. We can definitely have a sit-down talk one day. You should listen to my talk I gave at the Internet Archive for Aaron Schwartz Day in 2022. It's really good. You know, yeah, so towels, I've been around for a while. You gotta understand, I was there when the civilian internet was born, literally. So, you know, I saw it all. I know the people who built a lot of these sites. I'm fascinated by the dynamics of it all. But yeah, that one in particular, I mean, poor Aaron. I miss him a lot. I didn't know him, but, you know, what he was able to do in just a few years, just an incredible soul. Yeah, I really encourage you to take a look at the Internet Archive's wonderful Aaron Schwartz Day event. You can take a look at every year, but my speech, I got to give a speech in the Internet Archive's church. It's so cool. I got to meet Brewster. We hung out. We talked about things. He's very smart. I told him about Connecticut General Life Insurance v. Johnson from 1939. He was thrilled. And then I got into a debate with Cory Doctorow about the 14th Amendment. We always debate about the 14th Amendment. I'm really interested in corporate personhood and Santa Clara County v. Southern Union Pacific from 1886. Anyway, so my point is, yeah, I don't know. The internet's a cool place, I suppose. Been there, done that. It's fascinating. Saw a lot of that stuff get built. Know a lot of the people who built that stuff. And that's fun. Never really wanted to get into it. You know, it's cool. I'm glad you all, like, have a lot of fun. I'm interested in, like, the machinations. Like, why WebPY is a webhook instead of, like, Lisp. Like, why C++. Why specific choices at specific times when you're developing a code base at scale. And who's thinking about what when they're developing those projects. Then I'm kind of like, that's cool. Like, let your little project go out in the world. I got to do other stuff now. Have fun. So, yeah. It's fun to see which ones, like, make it, which ones don't. I'm always fascinated by, like, the projects that make it and don't. I see almost all of them. So, you know, some of them go on to be, like, the biggest website in the world. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't think those, kids had it in them. Good for them. And then, like, when they like, one of them marries, like, the tennis player, Serena Williams, and then the other one's, like, doing these other things, like, showing up at Congress, and I don't know. And it's always been like that in my life. Just meet these people or know these people, and then I kind of, like, you know, I'm like, okay, like, have fun, and then I see them, like, 20 years later, and they're, like, some big important person. I'm like, oh, yes, hello, how are you doing? Anyway, so I was at Suffolk Superior Court this morning. There's a towel photo. Look at that nice towel photo. Here's a nice mental decompression break for you. But yeah, like, I was an early adapter, I would say, of natural language processing in the academic context. So using, like, machine learning to study public discourse. I was a very early adopter of, like, applied discourse theory in the realm of communicative rationality, and in particular the internet. So, as an academic, I don't know, my job is was to keep an eye on everything and then understand from the framework of the tradition the emergence of new methodologies of communicative rationality, like in democratic will formation. So that's what I do. And this is more like an active form of it. People always joke about doing philosophy. I do philosophy. Here was a statement from the Houthis this morning, okay, regarding, this is a big development today, shutting off all Saudi Arabian traffic in the Bab al-Mandab Strait. Let's take a listen. From the Houthis.
بيان صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال تعالى ولمن انتصر بعد ظلمه فأولئك ما عليهم من سبيل صدق الله العظيم. يواصل العدو السعودي المجرم حصاره الظالم والغاشم على شعبنا العزيز لما يقارب 12 عاما من نهب للثروات وحصار شامل على الموانئ والمطارات برا وبحرا وجوا، بما فاقم معاناة شعبنا العظيم، حتى وصل الحال إلى مستوى لا يطاق بدون أي حق أو مبرر له في ذلك. وهذا ما لا يمكن القبول به أو السكوت عليه، لأنه لا يستند إلى حق أو مصوغ قانوني أو إنساني، وليس له أي مشروعية، فهو حصار باطل وعدواني، ونتائجه كارثية في معاناة شعبنا اليمني العزيز، مع ابتدائه أيضا بالعدوان على بلدنا باستهداف مطار صنعاء الدولي في عدوان ظالم غادر. فلا يمكن لشعبنا أن يعاني من الحصار الظالم ويعتدى عليه دون أن يكون له موقف. فشعبنا العظيم هو شعب مؤمن مجاهد، شعب الإيمان والحكمة، وصاحب قضية عادلة، وله الحق الكامل في مواجهة هذا الحصار والعدوان الظالم بكل الوسائل المتاحة. وعليه وتلبية لنداءات شعبنا العزيز المجاهد في الخروج المليوني العظيم في جمعة التحذير والنفير وما سبقها من تجمعات ووقفات قبلية كبيرة، فإن القوات المسلحة اليمنية تؤكد.
Okay, according to the wonderful interpreter towel, he's saying, you steal our wealth and siege our ports and we're not going to take it anymore.
على الآتي أولا.
I'm mad. This man is bad. I don't mean to mock the Houthis, but he is bad and he is not going to take it anymore.
تعلن القوات المسلحة اليمنية حظر الملاحة البحرية على
Hi, Connor. This is the Houthi spokesman in Yemen. He gets a little mad. He gets really mad.
العدو السعودي المجرم.
Today he's mad at Saudi Arabia. He's banning them from shipping through the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which is like basically how Saudi gets most of its oil through like the African like side of the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, and it's also a major shipping canal that's south of the Suez Canal. So if you don't have control of the Bab al-Mandab Strait, you can't use the Suez Canal, thus rendering it useless. And if you can't get through there, you got to go around the Cape of Good Hope.
وفق معادلة الحصار بالحصار، وسيدخل حيز التنفيذ من لحظة إعلان هذا البيان. ثانيا نؤكد على
Kevin from South Boston, you cannot go to Yemen. I know he seems nice, but I don't think you can go to Yemen. That doesn't seem like a good idea. They'd probably kidnap you.
حق شعبنا العظيم في مواجهة الحصار بالحصار والتصعيد الشامل بالتصعيد الشامل وتثبيت هذه المعادلة. ثالثا تؤكد القوات المسلحة اليمنية جهوزيتها الكاملة لكافة الخيارات، وأن أي حماقة يقدم عليها العدو السعودي الأرعن من خلال التصعيد الشامل فسنواجه بتصعيد شامل وقاس بإذن الله وقوته. رابعا ندعو أبناء شعبنا العظيم لمواصلة التعبئة العامة والنفير العام والاستعداد التام لكل السيناريوهات والتطورات والإسناد للجبهات بالمقاتلين. خامسا نوجه التحية بإعزاز وإجلال لأبناء شعبنا اليمني العظيم الذي خرج في مليونية التحذير والنفير بشكل لا مثيل له، ونؤكد له أننا لن نعلو جهدا في استرداد حقوقه المنهوبة وإنهاء الحصار الظالم عنه مهما كانت النتائج.
Thank you, Pick a Handle. I fell behind on emails this week, but I will try to get to them all. God bless you.
والتداعيات مستعينين في ذلك بالله.
Not just one, not just you, obviously. I have a lot of emails to get to.
ومتوكلين عليه، والله حسبنا ونعم الوكيل، نعم المولى ونعم النصير. عاش اليمن حرا عزيزا مستقلا، والنصر لليمن ولكل أحرار الأمة. صنعاء 6 من صفر 1448 للهجرة، الموافق لل20 من يوليو 2026، صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية.
Okay, so that was, now, the Houthis in Yemen, as you know if you watch this coverage, they're like the AAA affiliate of Iran, okay? Iran's like a baseball club. They got the the AAA affiliate, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance. Then you got the Houthis in Yemen. They are not the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance. They are a different movement, Ansar al-Houthi, something like that, started by a man named Mr. Houthi. He got expelled from the Yemenese parliament, fled up to the north of the country, started a movement like the 90s, early 2000s, that's now in a war with Saudi Arabia to take control of Yemen. The Houthis control the capital, Sana'a. The other day, Iran broke the air siege of Yemen by flying a civilian plane into Sana'a. And now they're starting up daily flights to Sana'a from Tehran. That caused Saudi Arabia to bomb Yemen's airport, and then the Houthis bombed Saudi Arabian airports, and now Air France isn't going to fly into Dubai or Saudi Arabia for the next week. And the Houthis, excuse me, Nightbot, but can you, water under the fridge is starting a rebellion against Nightbot. Now, these are the Houthis. They're the AA affiliate from Iran. They've been backed by Iran for a long time. They fire missiles at Israel sometimes and drones. They mostly fight Saudi Arabia. Iran and Saudi Arabia don't like each other. Long story. They kind of talk, but they mostly don't like each other. It's kind of like the UAE and Iran. They kind of talk for economic reasons, and they try to buy off Iran, but Iran doesn't like them ideologically. Okay, so, now, furthermore, it is very important to understand that in Iraq, you have the single A affiliate, which I'd call the Blood Guardians. They are the Mujahideen for the Islamic resistance in Iraq, but we're talking about Yemen. That man you just saw is the spokesman for the Houthis. And today, he was mad at Saudi Arabia, and he imposed a siege, he's speaking for the leader of the Houthis, on Saudi Arabian shipping through the Bab al-Mandab Strait. So, yeah, this war, you know how some wars, you can't really tell what's going on until you have hindsight. What we're dealing with here is a regional multi-front war. It mostly, all right, we'll do the big board. Give me the big board. Give me the big board. Where is it? There it is. That's the big board. All right, now let's go down here. What we're dealing with, I think, is a multi-front war, okay? Iran and Saudi Arabia are fighting over here. That's Yemen. All right, pay attention to the big board. This will be on the final. Iran is kind of friendly with Oman, but they're mad because Oman is hosting U.S. troops, and so they're bombing those troops right there. Iran hates the UAE because the UAE is very closely aligned. U.S. just struck Avaz. Thank you very much, Valhalla. The UAE is very closely aligned with Israel. Okay, so the IDF and UAE bomb Iran a lot together, or they did during the war. Qatar is the only real mediator. It's complicated. Qatar and Iran talk. Qatar talks to Hamas. Qatar is seen as a big brother, kind of, not really from the military perspective, but more ideologically. They're kind of the protectors of the Palestinians. Are they always the best protectors? No, they wheel and deal with Israel. They wheel and deal a lot, actually, in their own self-interest. But primarily, they run Al Jazeera. So they got beef with Israel because Israel kicked Al Jazeera out of the occupied West Bank and Gaza during the war between Israel and Gaza and Hamas. They labeled Al Jazeera from Qatar a terrorist organization and threw them out of Israel. All right. So, but Qatar also has beef with Iran because Qatar hosts, well, they did until a few months ago, the forward CENTCOM base, where U.S. troops were operating out of, command and control for CENTCOM in the region. CENTCOM's base HQ is in Florida, but its forward operational base and theater was Qatar for a long time. It just changed, okay, to over here in Jordan, but it used to be right here. So Qatar has been paying, and the UAE have basically been paying Iran off not to bomb them because they are very oil rich. They're like banks. They have a lot of money and they depend it's not tourism. It's a luxury tourism. It's people who have so much money that they need a financial safe harbor. Do you think they want to go there if there's bombs and missiles flying around? No. So it decimates the economic base. A lot of these countries operate on hotels. A lot of it is, some of it's commercial goods, a lot of it's banking, corporations with their HQs, their tech companies, stuff like that, finance. But mostly what it is hotels. It's a very big hotel-based economy, and no one's going to go to these hotels if Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Doha are being shelled. Bahrain is a different story, okay? Iran wants to take Bahrain back. Bahrain is connected to Saudi Arabia via this causeway, okay? It's a bridge. Iran wants this. They want this territory, okay? They also want Kuwait. And then ideally, they probably want this Penne exclave south of Basra, which is Iraq. A Penne exclave is a piece of land surrounded by one side by another country. Here, Iran to the east. by another side to another country, by another country, Kuwait to the west, by its own country on one side here, Iraq to the north, and by water on one side here, the Persian Gulf to the south. Okay? This is Kuwait. Iran wants all of this. They want Basra, they want the south there, they want this little thing, and they want this. Iraq does not have a government that could effectively stop Iran from invading right here. Iran could easily take this. If we won't stop firing at them from here, they will take this. They want it back. This used to be theirs. This piece of land. And Iran has ambitions. They also want some of these islands back that the UAE took from them in a war over the past few decades. So what we're watching right here, what I'm watching right now, is whether Iran launches a ground invasion. Not tonight, but it could happen at some point into Kuwait to take Kuwait. Now, this war also extends along the Saudi front, okay, with the Houthis firing at Saudi from the south, and Iran in recent days firing at U.S. bases in Saudi from the east. Now, Jordan has been a heavy target of Iranian strikes, as you know. This is Jordan. The strikes that I showed you yesterday morning were down here, literally this airport, King Hussein International Airport, right on the border of Eilat, okay? And the interceptor fragments actually fell into Israel, okay? So that's Jordan. There are other bases in Jordan. I think it is possible that Iran will invade Kuwait. Yep, very prescient question. I think it's possible. Not likely, but it is possible. It's on the radar. I didn't ever think it would be something I'd monitor, but I'm monitoring it. Iran has also struck other bases in Jordan. Okay, these are the U.S. bases where troops were killed. This is Jordan. Jordan is the last defense, the bulwark against against Israel being attacked. These are the interceptors. These are very important bases, and it's where CENTCOM shifted its forward operational base after it left Qatar. Now, up here, we have special forces operating, and Iran has been launching surprise attacks against our special forces base near Aleppo over the past few days. Okay? And then Iran heavily has been bombing Erbil, which is where there's a U.S. consulate. There's a lot of U.S. air defenses. That's where we saw the C-RAM the other night. Okay. America, for its part, has been bombing every city on the port. Chabahar, okay, all the way up to the Strait of Hormuz, Minab, Kashim Island, Hormuz Island, Bandar Abbas, which is right here, and then Bandar Sikirk, Bandar Kagan, Bandar Al Khomeini, Bushir, Avaz, including right now, you saw Valhalla mention Avaz was hit. This is Avaz, literally right next to Kuwait. There was an explosion tonight in Isfahan, but it's unclear the cause. It could be an Iranian ballistic missile launch. I'll follow up as able. This is Tehran, the capital. The strikes during this 10-day period between Iran and the U.S., 8 days or 9 days we're at now, there were strikes in Gorgan, hitting a key train route leading from Iran to Russia and China. It just expanded, by the way, as well, for shipping oil. And then last night, that footage I showed you of the missile bases was Tabriz, which is going to be right here. That was the first time that Tabriz have been struck. Right now, renewed strikes, Kanarak and Chabahar. I repeat, renewed strikes in Kanarak and Chabahar. Okay, now I'm going to show you. Now, this is really weird. Iran released a video with the Hezbollah song. Dude, listen, I tried to tell you all that they speak through the videos. I'm starting to think they watch the stream. They have never, ever used the Hezbollah song in a video. Iran. They're trying to tell us they were coordinating those Hezbollah videos. It was Iran all along. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, from the IRGC Aerospace Force, from their launch this morning of Khaibar Shekin, Fatah 110, and Zulfiqar missiles launched at U.S. bases in the Middle East overnight, with the Hezbollah song for the first time ever in an Iranian launch video. And of course, much like the US, Iran has its own form of launch videos and propaganda. As you know from coverage on this feed, what we do is play both. I don't endorse and condone any of this. I don't understand why we're even in this war or why people are firing missiles at each other. It makes me very sad. But I try to track what each side is saying. But yes, usual disclaimers, especially with this ferocious pace of activity. Each side is going to put out what are called claim videos. If they just say, we launched missiles, that doesn't really mean anything. For it to actually have meaning, the militaries of each side must put out a video. Why? I don't really know. It's this weird evolution in war where each time they attack, they have to put out a video. It's very important to them that they show you that they launched missiles. That's and Iran doesn't show where the missiles hit. They only show the launches. U.S. will show missiles launching, planes going, and drone footage of the hit. So it's interesting. Oh, Skadubi, you got yelled at by Nightbot. Am I going deaf, or does this guy need a better mic? Oh, hold on. It might not be that. It could just be the setting I have the mic at. I was in court today, so my mic's gain was being adjusted. But yeah, I think for human voice, it's not supposed to be in the red, is it? I can turn it up. If you ever have problems hearing, even if you're just hearing impaired and would like me to talk louder, I can just shift the slider. But yeah, just let me know. I can't hear myself talking, nor do I want to, so I depend on you all for volume level control. Some people like to have feedback in their ear of themselves talking to monitor the volume level. I hate it. It is a thing, though. It is a feature. I could set it up to do that, but I never in my life want to do that. By the way, I was tweeting from court today at the TurtleBoy hearing. We're going to talk about this maybe later. If things calm down, I will give you a little bit of in-court review. Otherwise, let's talk about it on Melanie Little tomorrow. Explosions in the port of Lenka. Renewed explosions in the port of Lenka. Lenka. I was tweeting from court today like a mad towel. It was great. I was multi-toweling. I was doing the pool camp. Look at all these tweets. I was just tweeting over, and each tweet is a link to the feed. So now it's just a preview pic, but when the feed was going, you could watch it live just by clicking that through the Twitter embed link. So a lot of people were watching. It was great. I was thrilled to have so many of you watching, and I thought it was great. But just to give you a sense, when I'm in court, listen, if I'm covering a court case and I'm mad, I was mad, well, I was vindicated and mad. I could not listen. People's jaws, I saw them in the courtroom drop and then look over at me every time they'd mention Kate Peter. The judge in the case today was talking about Kate Peter so much. It was the greatest moment of my life. I can't wait to talk more about it tomorrow. We don't have time to talk about it during the war stream, but it was great. My point is, I was just ferociously tweeting. These were from in court too. I was broadcasting and tweeting and adding some people as mods. It was great. We were having a great time. Judge Belzy also appreciated that the media was able to like get in, get set up. We didn't cause any problems. Those people on the Zoom though, listen, don't expect to have Zooms ever again. You might like get through one more hearing with a Zoom, but how can you talk over the Zoom when the judge is yelling at the people on the Zoom to stop talking? I've never seen a judge. That was like a real like intense moment, like a judge taking command. He was in charge. And he was like, nope, they talked one more time. I'm shutting the Zoom off. And if you do it again, I'm banning the Zoom forever. I was like, oh, okay, all right. Now, I wasn't on the Zoom, but some people got in trouble today. It was great. I was like, there you go, Judge. Lay down the law. You tell them those scoundrels, rapscallions, lollygaggers. You get them, Judge. The judge was getting all mad. That's kind of what I feel like if I were on the bench sometimes. I would just randomly get mad, and they'd start yelling. Be like, how dare you talk over the Zoom? I'm banishing you to Siberia. Go. I don't think that's within my equitable powers. I'll talk to the Congress about it. We can legislate that. Rapscallions. All right, taking you to Shiraz, Iran, earlier today. This was the first round of U.S. strikes during the daytime. But yeah, I have a lot to say about the hearing. But if we're going to do that, we're going to do it all at once. I'm not doing it in the middle of war coverage. I won't be able to do it justice. It was intense. All right, it was really fun. I've never had fun. You can't call a court hearing fun when there's so much at stake. But I've never seen a lawyer stand up there like Mark Betterow did and face this like Sisyphean mountain. All right, he's trying to push this boulder of like this Rule 14 issue over the mountain for like 18 months. He finally gets up there for oral arguments. He's got a hot bench, which means the judge is asking a lot of questions. And the judge sets up like a threshold challenge under De Los Santos for Betterow to even be able to raise the issue of a renewed motion to dismiss under Odell. It was great, and Betterow knew what to say. He was like, Your Honor, Judge Doolin, when he ruled on the previous motion to dismiss, could not have had access to this information because it was withheld from him and from us. Judge Doolin was defrauded. And then after like 5 minutes of argumentation, Betterow gets over the threshold of judge's concerns about De Los Santos and a renewed motion to dismiss, and immediately Judge had questions only about the role of this PI, Kate Pita, and Brian Tully and Ken Mello in impairing the integrity of the grand jury process in the TurtleBoy case, which is exactly what I predicted this was all going to come down to. Judge was so narrowed in on it. He only talked about that with both sides for like 40 minutes. It was great. It was great. I was having the time of my towel life. Now, I'm not saying it's a guaranteed win for anybody, but it is people were trying to read today's hearing. Let me just tell you, I was in that courtroom. I was seated directly behind Mark Betterow in the first row because I was media, so like the pool camera, me, Justice Served, we're all like in the media pen. We have to sit there. So I'm like I didn't want to sit there because Judge was looking directly at me at some point, so I had to be on my best towel behavior. All right, so it's like Judge directly at me, Betterow off to my right by like 3 feet. Judge started off the hearing very concerned. I'm just going to get into this. I know some of you are itching to hear it. Judge started off the hearing very, very skeptical. Not of the merit of Betterow's argument, but procedurally, whether Betterow was able to raise it because of this sort of sacred notion of not revisiting a decision that a judge has already entered. So if Judge Doolin's already ruled on an MTD, a motion to dismiss, you better have damn good cause, like a material change in circumstance, for Judge Belzeos to consider, not rule on, consider a motion to dismiss, a renewed Odell motion to dismiss. Well, Mr. Betterow gets right over that hurdle. I saw Judge come around on that issue. He was not going to let him argue that. He was going to put him Oh, hello, Cupcakes. How are you doing? Tal does love the cupcakes. Judge Belzeos was literally not going to let Betterow argue the key crux of the renewed motion to dismiss by arguing procedurally Betterow didn't meet the threshold under De Los Santos to argue it. Oh, Betterow rose to the occasion. And this does not mean Betterow said some words and Judge backed down. Mr. Betterow, Aiden TurtleBoy Carney's attorney, had to argue for like 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, on the technical nuances of the threshold evidentiary inquiry regarding the material change in circumstances necessary to meet De Los Santos's burden and open the door to a review of a previously entered denial or part grant, part denial of a motion to dismiss. And Mr. Betterow met that threshold argument perfectly and flawlessly. Then immediately, Judge warmed right up to Mr. Betterow. Judge's main concern was not whether Kate Peter, this PI who used to work with the defendant in this criminal case, a lot of you who know the case will know what I'm talking about. If you don't know the case, it's very complicated. It involves police corruption in Massachusetts, private investigators who are retaining people that used to work for the defendant to try to spy on the defendant, private investigators coordinating prosecutions against people. And so today's hearing was about whether in 2023, this private investigator who used to work for the defendant then went on 4 years later, because she hated him, to basically quarterback manipulation of evidence that was presented by a prosecutor who has since been arrested for threatening to stab a nurse in a parking lot. I'm not kidding you. Whether that grand jury was impaired, notwithstanding the underlying charges in the case, which are witness intimidation and picketing or something, notwithstanding the law in question 268.13b and 268.13a or whatever it is, notwithstanding the actual substantive merits of the facts, just whether there was such a grotesque violation of the integrity of the grand jury and investigative process by way of this private investigator that as a threshold matter now, again, the case can't move forward. That was the argument. It was great. It's under a case called Odell. T.A. Sarah was jumping up and down in the chat. She was like, wait a minute, we knew this was coming. This is great. T.A. Sarah did such a good job. Random Brandon says, I have a joke for you, Towel. What do you call a Islamic terrorist who has white skin? Answer, Vanilla ISIS. Towel Jazeera, #1 towel in news. Now, listen, out of all the ones you could have gone with there, I didn't see Vanilla ISIS coming, but it works, it matches, and it's lighthearted. And frankly, God bless you, Random Brandon. Thank you for your contribution tonight. And a little bit of levity during an intense evening never hurt anyone. A ship has been targeted in the Strait of Hormuz, more as I know it. Yes, so finishing up with today's hearing. So Judge Belzeos then spends 45 minutes really hammering in on this very specific legal issue. And it has to do a little bit with Heibel v.U.S., which is an Eighth Circuit case that talks about when a private citizen becomes a member of the prosecution team. I'm using the word member of the prosecution team because post-March 2025 in Massachusetts under Rule 14, that's a far more appropriate term than government agent. Everyone thinks government agent is like an FBI agent. That's just a government agency doctrine under Heibel, okay? Let's use the term member of the prosecution team. Okay, so if someone's a member of the prosecution team and you withhold discovery, information about what that person was doing in their role as a member of the prosecution team, which can be a civilian, a ship off the coast of Oman has been hit right now, more as I know it. If that person becomes a member of the prosecution team and you withhold information from the defendant about that person's role in the investigation of the defendant, then you can't go forward with the case. By corollary, in the Alec Baldwin Rush trial case out in related to the Hannah Gutierrez trial and the death of the armorer. Hold on, let me get you her name. I actually had this as a final question, so I knew this at one point. Helena Hutchins. Helena Hutchins was the young woman who passed away on the set of the movie. So the first woman, Hannah Gutierrez, was tried and went to jail. and then Alec Baldwin was going to be tried after her. During the Hannah Gutierrez trial, a armorer from another state came to the courthouse during the Hannah Gutierrez trial, handed over a box of blank bullets that were used for film production, and said, hey, listen, I was going through my company's warehouse, and I shipped some bullets to the Rust set. Did you know this case was like from that order? It just didn't go out. Like, you really need to know about this. He brings it, mind you, he brings it to the courthouse and tells the prosecutor during the trial of Hannah Gutierrez. The prosecutor, in the middle of the trial, said, like outside the courthouse, outside the courtroom, obviously, says to the guy who brought the bullets, okay, you need to go to the sheriff's office and you need to drop that off, and you need to have it cataloged. What, she's not going to take them at the courthouse. This guy was not a lawyer. He was just some guy who thought he was being helpful. I kid you not. The guy goes over to the sheriff's department, drops the bullets off. At that point, the sheriff classifies them under a case number with nothing to do with Baldwin. The prosecutor and the sheriff don't say anything to anyone until 3 days before trial. At which point, as soon as the judge learned about it, she dismissed the case for impairing the integrity of the prosecutorial process. That was enough. Here, what we had was way worse. And Judge was drilling down on it. He knew it. He sensed it. He was the first judge during this whole case to really pick up on what had happened. I saw him smirking. I saw Judge Balzeos smirking. He knows that this is the issue. And if he spent 45 minutes questioning them on this, he's thinking about that being dispositive in his ruling. I promise you. That's what's on his mind right now. He wants to know more. And if he gets a whiff that they impaired that process and withheld discovery, oh, we could see a dismissal. Not guaranteed, but we're getting there. So, I really liked Judge Balzeos. A lot of people misread what was going on. What you have to understand is, so I don't know Judge Balzeos, never talked to him. I would tell you if I did. Like if I had ever run into him at a conference, or if I had him in class, or if he was a guest lecturer, I would just tell you. I believe in that kind of disclosure. I don't know him, never talked to him. His demeanor in the courtroom, unlike some other judges, because they just deal with a lot of cases, that is his courtroom. Every space, every inch of the carpet, every inch of the seating, everything about it is his courtroom. He knows the record better than his clerk, which is rare. Most clerks know cases better than the lawyers who are on the cases, because the clerks have to keep up with everything. So, in that regard, the demeanor you were seeing on the stream was his control over the courtroom, and he had a lot of it. And he railed Cosgrove. I've never seen a special prosecutor, the poor man, like stammering and trying to defend someone from fraud allegations, who at the same time this dude is saying, like, I don't know this person, the private investigator Kate Peter, I don't know her, never talked to her, she's not part of this case, like, what are you talking about? But oh, by the way, like, let me just defend her. Like, it was like having a special prosecutor acting as a defense lawyer for a party who was not involved in the case. It was the craziest hearing I've ever seen, and I was exactly right. Now listen, I understand a lot of people have a lot of thoughts about this. You gotta give Towel a little time. Towel needs a vacation, frankly, okay? Towel is not ready to talk about anything quite yet. I'm going to talk to Melanie Little tomorrow about the hearing. But, like, personally, no, I'm sorry. Let me just give this as a general message. Not yet. Like, I need a little bit of time. Okay, that was wild. All right? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to offend anyone. I know a lot of people want to talk. I need a little time. Okay? I need a little time. That was wild. And the judge Judge Balzeos, I'm telling you, I looked into his eyes for like 30 minutes. He's onto it. What he's going to do about it, I don't know. I really don't know. But he's onto it. And he's not pleased. He's not covering for them. A cover-up would be like Judge Cannoni being like, stop talking about this and shutting Bettero down. That was not a cover-up. That was Judge Balzeos is concerned. Whether he'll do it, I think so. I think so. I think he might dismiss it because it's embarrassing. Frankly, everything's political, okay? This case is embarrassing to the Commonwealth. And like, we're not putting K. Peter up on the stand, okay, which Bettero is going to do. That the Commonwealth will dismiss the case. The Norfolk DA will dismiss it before K. Peter takes the stand. So the way I read it today, I think Judge might give the Norfolk DA like a little bit of cover, because the Norfolk DA has been around forever. Michael Morrissey, he like, it's a really ugly way to go out. Now I'm not saying he's a good or bad guy. I heard from my peoples over time that it's not him, it's the people around him. I'm somewhat convinced he also got a taste and liked it, so I'm not absolving him. But I truly think this guy was just around too long and got caught up in some bad shit. Alright? That's my opinion about Michael Morrissey. And in turn, it's such a sad way for him to go out. Like, because the court system is now having to step in and manage his bullshit. And you don't think the trial court and all the other judges are sitting around like, what the F is Michael Morrissey doing? Like, what is this? This is a disgrace. There's a lot of discretion with prosecutorial, the grand juries. Prosecutorial discretion in general is very broad in the United States. You abuse it, you're going to get it from the courts as a prosecutor, because you undermine public trust in the judicial system. 18th phase of the Iranian Army's Thunderbolt operation has been launched. So anyway, I don't know what Judge Balzeos is going to do. Politically, I think there's like this needs to go away. That's the vibe I get. Like, people want this case to go away. The powers that be. How it's going to go away, I don't know. I really don't know. But they want it to go away. It's ugly. It's a scar on the face of the justice system. And, frankly, I think there was a lot of pressure so that we'd never get to this point, so that TurtleBoy would plea. And he never did. So kudos to him. As I was saying yesterday, it's the easiest thing in the world to sell out when you have a platform. But to actually, throw down and go to the mat and try to make change with it instead of selling out, that's integrity. Now, people will be like, oh yes, but he's a little bit of a shock jock, being Aiden. Well, yeah. But as I said last night, Howard Stern was a shock jock too. Who made more of a cultural impact in terms of challenging corruption? Over 30 years, Howard Stern, or over 10 years, Aiden Carney. So, and that's the story here. He's not Howard Stern. That was more just a vehicle for him to be able to do his work. Oh, the Dina. Hold on, let me just make sure I can click this one. The last one I couldn't click for some reason, so give me a second. The Dina Warshell hearing update from today. Dina, right as I went to say thank you, my packets went down. So God bless you. Thank you so much for your support, and I'm glad today's Towel News coverage was helpful. We're going to talk a lot more, I think, on Melanie Little tomorrow about what I saw today. But let me just tell you, I think some people are onto some things, and I think the courts want this case to go away. It's ugly, it's a stain, it's an abuse of prosecutorial discretion. It can't go to trial. It can't. It cannot go to trial. It's the only trial I've ever seen where the DA has way more to lose, even more so than the Karen Reed case, than the defendant. And that's why so many people are like, why do so many people donate to Aiden? Why do they want him to have such a robust legal defense? Well, maybe because he's taking on a system that will keep doing this to other people unless it stops. Here's the bombing of Shiraz in Iran earlier today in the daytime. There's ongoing shelling now as well, so expect a flurry of updates and an Iranian response. We're within the last 7 hours, so we're getting closer. Okay? I think I just showed you these ones. Yep, just reversed. Okay, now I'm going to show you missile launches from LAR, okay, towards Bahrain earlier today. God bless you, Fred Seed. It's so good to see you. Your friend Peep was wondering about you today. So then siren sounded in Bahrain 6 hours ago as a result of that ballistic missile launch. This was a Sejil dancing missile. Now, remember how some of you were asking about whether the Iranian missiles are capable of maneuverability in flight? Yes, they dance. That's the dancing missile. Now, I think Silent Dogs, someone was telling us about the dancing missile. And you might have said to yourself, that's an odd name for a missile. Well, yeah, I felt the same. Until I saw, like, the first time I saw that trail during the war. Now, they don't fire the Sejils very often. You're talking like 10 to 12 total Sejil launches during the war. They never fire these things. These are very advanced weapons. I don't know what, like, I'm not a ballistic missile expert. I say this all the time. I think some of you in the chat will probably be like, oh yes, here's what makes it so special, which is wonderful. We want to learn. But I can't tell you why that specific Sejil missile, Sejil, is so special. But it's a very special kind of missile. Hungry asks, why do I think the Saudis want to enrich uranium? Yeah. Either a nuke, well, the obvious answer would be a nuke, or because they don't want to be dependent on petroleum. Which, I mean, having a nuclear power plant and having a nuclear fission reactor to make missiles, they're not really that different, okay? All right, now taking you to 26 Federal Plaza earlier, where someone set off a bunch of fireworks and was then arrested. And it caused a fire. Not really sure what this man was trying to prove. That is a pretty decently sized fire. This was at 26 Federal Plaza in New York about 7 hours ago. Now I'm going to take you to the Iran's SA Electronic Warfare Company. Okay, this was earlier today in the daytime. Okay, I'm monitoring for updates, and I'm taking you through the day. Okay, when going someplace new, you should always bring a towel. That's very true indeed. Tomorrow. Okay, now I'm going to show you footage of the Iranian ballistic missiles fired earlier today in retaliation for the American strikes during the day. This is all this afternoon. Those are the footage. That's the missile launches, and these are the impacts. Looks like Kuwait. That looks like Kuwait, but I cannot confirm. Okay, getting us slowly through the day. We're almost to where we are now. Okay, now I'm going to show you, Iran published this earlier tonight, 4 hours ago, and it was published from Naya with the quote, Scenes from launching towards American bases in the region. Could be loud. These can just randomly be loud. So that was the IRGC's launch 4 hours ago. Okay. Here were the missiles intercepted in Jordan. Hits were reported initially, but hits sound like intercepts, and I believe all of these were intercepted. So that was in Jordan earlier. Here's missiles in the sky of Urmia about 4 hours ago. Iran continued to launch. This was before America launched its round of retaliations. In my city of Belmont, where I live, I was going to, just do my thing, and this is towel footage. There was a serious car crash. The person who caused the crash was not at the scene, and the man in the car was seriously injured. This is your local towel news report. Now I'm going to show you Patriot missile defense systems firing over the American base in Jordan 4 hours ago. Current round of American strikes started about, I would say, an hour and a half ago. Maybe, 2.5 hours ago. Oh, wow. Things must be really intense if I didn't look up from the screen for 2.5 hours. Now here's footage of Iranian missiles being launched towards Jordan earlier tonight. About 3 to 4 hours ago. That's in Iran, it looks like. Yep, that's from Iran. Bandar Abbas has been hit. You're looking at Jordan. That was Jordan earlier tonight, about 4 hours ago, but it was nighttime in Jordan. Hold please. This is more footage from Jordan earlier tonight. Keshem Island hit. Thank you, Bathwater. Keshem Island hit. Ongoing rounds of attacks by America in Iran. As the footage comes in, I will do my best to update you. We have an update from Vahid. It is very long. Oh God, hold please. I have an update from Vahid. I have to translate it from the Persian. He doesn't post in English. Okay, here's what I got. I'm going to just read it out to you. Okay. Here you go.
Received messages. Bandar Abbas Airbase 2 explosions 147 Bandar I heard 2:30 seconds ago 147 2 extremely strong explosions at the airbase. Very intense Bandar Abbas 147 I heard 2 explosions Darood Aga Vahid 2 terrible explosions at 147 Bandar Abbas.
Okay, next.
Right now at 11:46. A super strong explosion in Bandar Abbas 2 terrible explosions in Bandar Abbas 147 the sound of cars started the sound of 2 explosions now in Bandar Abbas 147 Bandar Abbas 147 the sound of 2 explosions a single strong explosion in Bandar Hello. Now the sound of 2 explosions in Bandar Abbas Hello. Vahid, the sound of 2 explosions in a row in Bandar Abbas.
Okay, next. This is all going on right now.
Bandar Abbas 3 heavy explosions sound of 2 explosions towards Bandar Abbas Airbase Hello. the sound of two very heavy explosions. Bandar Abbas at 1:47. Greetings Vahid Jan. Good time. Bandar Abbas at 1:48. Two loud explosions. Bandar Abbas at 1:47. 2 or 3 heavy explosions. Hello Vahid Jan. 2 heavy explosions have just come towards Bandar Abbas Airport. The windows are shaking. 1:48. Hello Vahid Khan. Bandar Abbas at 1:46. Several explosions in a row. Hello Vahid. Bandar Abbas. Right now the sound of 2 very terrible explosions.
Next.
Mr. Vahid. 3 strong explosions in Kesham at 1:46 a.m. Wahid Dadish around 1:47 a.m. These are 2 terrible explosions. It came, I think it was an airbase a few seconds ago. There were about 4 explosions. I counted the number accurately. They were a little apart, about 30 seconds each, but they were all from the same direction.
Attacks now. Hello, Elohim. How are you? I'm keeping a close eye. That was the latest damage report from Iran. Please be aware, it is coming very hard and very fast. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am monitoring. The latest update is that there has been a wave of American attacks across the south of Iran tonight. I just translated for you. You just heard read off the list of cities that have been hit right now. You want to listen to Darude Sandstorm? I don't have that. Yeah, I don't have that in the repertoire, so we won't be hearing that. But needless to say, it's tough to track all the attacks right now. I'm catching you up. Here are air raid sirens sounding in Jordan 4 hours ago. I showed you the IRGC launch video, okay, from the 22nd wave, the 21st and 22nd wave of Operation True Promise 2. I'll show it to you again because it has the Hezbollah song. What's going on here? Hold on, hold tight. Oh, there we go. I was wondering why it froze up. Yeah, so that was the latest Iranian launch. I think it's fair to classify them as made. When they've never used a Hezbollah song before, ever. Here's pieces of an American cruise missile that was intercepted by Iran today. Pieces of an American cruise missile intercepted by Iran today. So, yeah, I don't know much about cruise missiles. Maybe some of you do. So if you do, we can zoom in. I don't really know what any of this means. Maybe that means something to you. Hold on one second. There we go. Maybe that means something to you. I don't really know. Oh, we're having some FPS slowdowns. What's going on? What is bothering my chat? What's going on? We should be fine. There we go. No, it's something with the chat. Sometimes I have to refresh it. Sorry about that. That was actually me. I caused that problem. Sorry about that. Okay, so I don't know anything about cruise missiles. What you're looking at, it's just a very HD image, so I made the whole stream made. That is a American cruise missile that was downed in Iran. I'm zoomed in on it because I don't know anything about them. Yeah, it's a little hard to tell. You can see the rocket engine of the missile there, the turbine. You can see pieces. You can see a little bit of the ident information up here. But yeah, on the whole, very, very tough to tell what this is, hence why I'm showing it. It is big enough to be around a Tomahawk. Yeah, and it has unique markings in English. So my guess is that's probably where it was made. Silent Dogs, but I can't tell you offhand. I just don't know enough about it. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for your patience. That was an American missile allegedly shot down. Yeah, that sounds about right, T.A. Sarah. And then also, T.A. Sarah, there's a great program called Tiny Eye. If you want to add that to your repertoire, you just put one of those images into Tiny Eye, see what it brings up, and if all the searches from Tiny Eye say the same thing, you nailed it. What is going on here? Why is everybody getting so made? No reason for everybody to be so made. Not you all in the chat. It's my towel computer. It's not even that hot outside. I wonder what's going on. Maybe it's just the intensity. Oh, these are interceptors over Jordan within the last few hours.
هاي الصاروخ هناك شايفه؟ شايفه؟ شايفه؟
Different footage now from Jordan. Kofi can have all of my points today. Excellent job. Kofi, you just earned 74 trillion bonus points. Now, Kofi, this is a very important thing for the final. 74 trillion bonus points. T.A. Sarah will help you collect them. Here's more footage from Jordan hours ago. An American official says, quoting Naya, if Trump decides to expand the war, the strikes will include Tehran and nuclear sites. Well, Israel may participate in the war if Trump decides to expand strikes. But that's Naya, so I don't have an American source for that. Please hold. Latest footage out of Jordan tonight. Okay, these were interceptors fired over Jordan. Herbal. Here's footage from a launch from Iran. That was the third video. And then he didn't tag. This is also a launch from Iran. Okay. So that was tonight. Now I'm going to show you, I think, a little more launch footage of the IRGC 3 hours ago firing towards Jordan. We're almost caught up to the present moment. That's a lot of missiles. These are launches from Iran 3 hours ago towards Jordan from the ground in Iran. Yeah, well, Iran's already striking water desalinization plants in Kuwait, so I think that Pandora's box has been opened, unfortunately. I don't know what to do about that either. I couldn't believe we must have hit. America must have hit some serious. John says, "You coming by?" No. Oh, okay. I'm sending. All right. That's my top posted tweet because someone tried to censor that reporting, and so it stays there. If you try to censor me, I will just pin it at the top. It wasn't X. Someone else did. All right. Now let me show you the footage that came in while we were live. You're fully caught up. The start of the American attacks, okay, as I mentioned, began, all right? The start of the American attacks began about 2 hours ago. CENTCOM announced the start of the attacks. I'm going to show you footage from tonight's attacks, okay? From when they started, we saw the missiles fired towards Jordan. Now there's some air activity in Kanarak. That's the anti-air activity. Very hard to see, but there is some in the background right there. Now I'm going to take you to Chabahar 1 hour ago in Iran. New update from Vahid about President Trump talking to the British Prime Minister. This is Chabahar, Iran tonight. More footage from Chabahar. This is tonight. Very wide-ranging strikes. Strikes on Darak Mountain in Shiraz. More footage from Chabahar tonight. Probably just those past two videos combined. Oh, this is new footage, actually. Wow. I'll show this on the full screen. This is on the ground in Chabahar, Iran, tonight, like 1 hour ago. That's incredible. Hi, Penny. I can't believe that this is what modern war looks like. Cell phone videos of explosions in the south of Iran, basically near Pakistan, like when they happen. There's not a single explosion that has happened tonight and been recorded and shared that you have not seen in real time. Even though I've covered this war since the first day, it still blows my mind. Pardon me. I don't know if it has helped or hurt. Hi, that kind one, Oracle LA. It's so good to see you. Hashtag no pancake. Well, you know, we can have pancakes for dinner if you want. I had a cheeseburger for lunch. It was really good. Did you know I made that kind Oracle LA a special emoji? Now, if you like pancakes, okay, you have found your friend. That kind Oracle LA loves pancakes. Like, I've known some people over the years who loved the Jack Johnson song, Banana Pancakes, a lot. Even that love does not match that kind one Oracle LA's love for pancakes. So I made them a very special pancake emoji. I mean, because obviously that's what you do when someone likes pancakes. I can't say no to a pancake-based emoji. All right, so Kofi's a dog. He's got an emoji. Kofi, how are you? Kofi probably got a little mad earlier. Okay, so Kofi doesn't like horses because he thinks they're gonna hurt Bunny Towel Mom. And Kofi probably doesn't like the man from Yemen. Now, I'm not trying to insult the Houthis. I just don't think Kofi really takes kindly to a man like yelling at Bunny Towel Mom. he doesn't know why the man's yelling at Bunny Dalmam. He's just yelling. So I think Kofi's been a little riled up today, a little rambunctious. Here's footage from Kuwait of sirens sounding earlier tonight, about an hour or two ago. Every country has a distinct siren, and you might be like, right, you don't have them all memorized. Yes, I do. That's Kuwait siren. That is actually Kuwait siren. It's an early alert. When the missile is closer, it has a much more angry tone. T.A. Sarah says Kofi loves pancakes. 77 quadrillion bonus points to Kofi. Actually, hold on. Kofi, I have a special surprise for you. What is the largest number known to man? Okay, what is the largest describable number known to man? No, I want a number I can say. Okay. Kofi, I am awarding you a Googleplex, okay, of bonus points. Now, a Googleplex is a 1 followed by a Google, which is 10 to the 10th to the 100th. Okay, so 10 to the 10th power to the 100th power. I didn't even know you could do 2 to the powers of in the same number. So now, T.A. Sarah, you're going to have to figure out how many zeros this entails, but Kofi gets 10 Googleplexes worth of bonus points. And so that's 10 to the 10th to the 100th. So good luck with that. That's a lot of zeros. It's probably too many zeros to fit in the chat. I think it would take us all day. Alright, here is the latest footage from the IRGC of their launch of Thunderbolt operations to target HIMARS in Kuwait. Okay, that was the latest from the IRGC. Here's the latest from the Iman Ali base in Chabahar. I do hear a hit. I don't see a hit. This is Chabahar. Specifically the Iman Ali base. Okay, here's footage from Bandar Abbas tonight. That is
and bots.
Okay, and now I have new footage in right now from Bandar Abbas, breaking just 3 minutes ago.
and bots. يا أبا الفاس يا الله Trezor and bots.
Latest from Bandar Abbas.
يا أبا الفاس Ya Allah. Trezor and bots.
That was the first. So I think we can kind of sense how intense things are based on like how fast or how
Trezor and bots. Trezor and bots.
This has been an intense night. I'm going to this footage. The Kurdistan Freedom Party accused Iran of using white phosphorus munitions during a drone strike. Okay. So Iran has been accused. This would be a serious escalation. The Iranian opposition... Let me read you. The Iranian opposition released... They're called the Kurdish Freedom Party. Released the following statement today. The use of white phosphorus in this morning's drone attack by Iran against the Kurdistan Freedom Party, PAK. In its drone attack carried out in the early hours of today against a base of the Kurdistan National Army, SMK, the Islamic Republic of Iran used munitions containing white phosphorus. Based on eyewitness observations, medical examinations of 9 wounded Peshmerga fighters, and the extensive fires caused at the targeted site, the munitions employed in the drone attack contained white phosphorus. This act is not only a grave crime, but also a clear violation of the fundamental principles of international humanitarian law. The use of munitions that inflict severe incendiary effects and cause widespread harm to people and the environment is incompatible with humanitarian principles and the international legal obligations of states. This crime must not go unanswered by the international community. We call upon the Secretary General of the United Nations, the UN Security Council, the UN Human Rights Council, the International Committee of the Red Cross, and all relevant international institutions to take the necessary legal measures to hold the Islamic Republic of Iran accountable. We also call on the government of Iraq and the Kurdistan regional government to uphold their responsibility to protect the security, rights, and environment of their citizens against Iran's military aggression and cross-border attacks. Silence in the face of the use of prohibited weapons only paves the way for the repetition of such dangerous crimes. Defending human dignity, protecting civilians, and upholding international humanitarian law are shared responsibilities of all states and international institutions. No to the use of prohibited weapons. The Kurdistan Freedom Party released July 19th, 2026. Thank you so much, that kind oracle. That was a hard statement to read. It is very depressing to hear about Iranian drones with the capacity to deploy white phosphorus. It's not the thing to hear. Pardon me, you're going to hear some noise. 10 UTC. the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Office, received a report of an incident 8 nautical miles northeast of Lima, Oman. UK MTO has received multiple reports that a tanker is reporting over VHF Channel 16 that it has been struck by an unknown projectile in the Strait of Hormuz. Authorities are investigating. Iran has hit a ship. Iran has hit another ship. Iran hits a lot of ships. Seeing if there's anything I missed. I think I got all these. Yep. What's this? Yep, got that. Ooh, that's a new one. Here's a photo of Shiraz. So, this is Iran tonight. That's what was hit. We probably won't get any geolocation of this hit until tomorrow. But this just happened in Shiraz. Some man is apparently in the mountains of Shiraz, Iran. I don't know what he's doing up there. Maybe he has a house up there. Maybe he's like Nietzsche and thus spoke Zarathustra. You know what I realized? Have you ever seen the Robin Williams movie, Good Morning Vietnam? Listen, I'm autistic, so I didn't realize it at the time. I've basically been doing that, okay, for you all. And it's definitely a modern form of it, but I think it's healthy and appropriate. I've thought about it a lot, and I think if there is a war that's going to be happening, both the people involved and the people who are concerned about the impact of that war deserve a little bit of mental decompression, even as they're getting hard news. And so thus, I would like to thank the late Robin Williams for inspiring me, although I didn't realize it, to greatness. That may have been very random, but, you know, I'm also not in Saigon. And I don't really have any military commanders that are going to come yell at me, so I can just say things. The beauty of the First Amendment, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. Also, the fun thing is I don't have a time slot. Oh, we have a statement from the U.S. Secretary of Energy. I'll get to that in a second. Good morning, Vietnam. I can't do it like him. First of all, I would hurt my throat. Second of all, he's great. Yes, God bless you, Chandelier Hospitality. I think Robin Williams was a gift to the United States, to the world. I loved Patch Adams. I loved Dead Poets Society. So I've watched a lot of films. I love the Kubrickian canon. I really, really like Metropolis. I really like the Hays Code era stuff. Like Franz Kafka. I really like His Girl Friday. It Happened One Night. Like, I like classic American cinema, and then I like Kubrick. And the only movies I can tolerate from the 90s and 2000s these days are Robin Williams films. A little bit of Scorsese. He's alright. I like it. It's fine for what it is. Casino is good. But, like, it's just so hard. I've heard it said once that what the great work actually is the apotheosis of human sentience on to time immemorial vis-a-vis art. And so, like, the original great work was the European cathedrals. The next round of great works was the written word, as embodied and typified, or reaching its, like, best maxim in the works of Shakespeare. And then the modern, I would say, great work in the era of moving images and pictures and sound is the Kubrickian canon, in particular 2001: A Space Odyssey, which, apropos, enough of our discussion, is indeed about the great work. You see how it works like that? It's great. It's kind of like how John Rawls, when he was writing his last book, The Law of Peoples, he only wrote 3 books: Theory of Justice, Political Liberalism, Law of Peoples. But he was a big Kant guy. He loved Kant. And Kant, when he wrote his last book, he wrote Theory and Practice. And one of the essays is Towards Perpetual Peace. And that's where the idea of international humanitarian law really comes from. Nation states, as you know them, only started existing in 1648. So by the time Kant's writing in 1790, he invented international humanitarian law and international relations in the small book Theory and Practice. It's literally his smallest work. You go from reading like the Critique of Pure Reason or the groundwork for the Metaphysics of Morals to like Theory and Practice, and you're like, wait, this dude knows how to like actually communicate in normal sentences? What the hell? Why did I have to read all of that waffling? He could have just written like this the whole time. Chat Mom Lynn, member for 6 months. Excited to see you living your best life. God bless you, Chat Mom Lynn. You're so wonderful. You have one of the longest standing emojis. You're unlocking all the special emojis for members. So, yes, but, Immanuel Kant wrote a really good book, Theory and Practice. And if you're going to read Perpetual Peace, but kind of in the same way, like metaphysically, that Rawls was writing Law of Peoples as like a recursive capstone on his entire career, which was an homage to Kant. Much like Law of Peoples is like Perpetual Peace in form and in content, literally. So too, the previous explication that I was laying out is true by analogy. And I forgot the analogy. Oh, absolutely not. The great work. So too, the great work of all human history, which is the symbiosis or apotheosis of human sentience onto history's pages vis-a-vis art, is, for our era, Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is itself a metaphysical commentary on the emergence of the great work throughout history. Anyway, who's going to define the great work of the next era? What's it going to be? Who knows? It's certainly not going to be film. That's why, film's a little passé. Do I really want to put a lot of effort into making a film right now? Like, bro, I'm not trying to make anybody money. Do I really think I'm going to make an impact by making a film? Like, I get it. It was big in the 90s, monoculture. But, like, that's not it. Like, we need to push the frontiers a little bit. We need to develop the next medium for the manifestation of human sentience onto history's pages, and it's not going to be moving pictures with sound. Sorry. We've been there, done that. It's going to be something else. I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm ready. I agree, Silent Dogs. I try to pray a few times a day. I do the cross, the sign of the cross a lot. I'll just be walking around, and I'll just feel grateful, so I'll do the sign of the cross. I think it's very important. Pink sky at night, sailors delight. Pink sky in morning, sailors take warning. And that's actually true, Tiffany Bob, but only in certain regions of the world due to atmospheric conditions. But it turns out to be not only an apocryphal adage, but a scientific truism in some parts of the world that you can judge weather conditions based on the color of the sky in the morning and the night, due to the nature of the way clouds reflect light during storms and the absence thereof. I know, it's fascinating. I read about that in a book one time. You'd be surprised what happens when you remember everything sometimes. You gotta actively be like, this isn't important, or it's just there, you know. Anyway, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. I hope you've all been doing well. I needed a mental decompression break there. So you got some kind of a lecture about the emergence of human consciousness or sentience onto the history's pages vis-a-vis the great work. And frankly, if you were studying esoteric sort of mystery school philosophy and trying to understand what power is, what is power? What is power? It is making rules that last beyond you. It is setting up institutions that function without you there. It is creating something that is bigger than oneself. And at the same time, actively molding its emergence on the world scene in the face of a very strong historical dialectic. So yeah, that's power. Nobody understands power. Everyone thinks they have power, but people chase the feeling of power. No one understands what power actually is. And it's not art. Art is a vehicle to express a control of narrative, which is in turn power. Yay! One form of power, at least. Really the only form of power that matters. What are the medieval cathedrals, if not narrative by other means? What is Shakespeare's Twelfth Night, if not narrative by other means? You think they were gonna read Jane Austen or Shakespeare for 200 years, and they read more Shakespeare than Jane Austen. Same thing with Kubrick. It's just a way of controlling narrative, and Kubrick liked to rub it in our faces, by the way. It's one of the reasons I'm fascinated by him. He must have been a weird dude. Very weird dude. But yeah, he liked to rub our faces in it and just be like, ha, I'm in control. Like, my people are in control, and you all plebs don't know nothing. Now try to figure it out. I hate that mentality. I don't believe in that shit. I think it's bad for human evolution. Those people are very evil. And they think they're very powerful because they've systematized like a control of the human psyche, like doing this work, like power and control. Why would you want that? Why would you ever want that? Don't you want to actually engender participatory symbiosis in the polity, and in turn, allow them to flourish, and then they agree with your ideas? Like, are you doing such bad shit that you have to manipulate like hundreds of millions, if not billions, of people? So, yeah. So, I don't know. I'm a classically trained philosopher. You're bound to hear me waffle from time to time. I mean, it's kind of funny because I was excoriating Kant earlier for his waffling, but come on, when I start ranting, I waffle. Shout out the pancakes and the cupcakes, but I like to waffle. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with a little towel waffling. Star Child's towel is getting stronger. I must stop him. Yeah, I do feel a little bit more engendered in the cogency and fluidity of my discourse today. I feel very pleased. I feel happy. I love the Owl Girlfriend very much. I'm just overall pleased. I think things are pretty good. Yeah, I do need a vacation. But overall, I'm really in the zone. That was a good speech. My syntactical predisposition is second to none. I have a very wide-ranging and expansive lexicon. Even though those two words mean the same thing, wide-ranging and expansive, don't pay attention to the man behind the towel. Yes, Towel Girlfriend is wonderful, that kind Oracle LA. She's great. She's a towel. Alright, what's going on here? Let me check the updates. Things are relatively calm. I think the wave of strikes stopped, but you should expect an Iranian response. Okay, what can we do? You want to do a little mental decompression break? What's going on? I have a ship. A ship has been hit in Kuwait. I repeat. The ship is Kuwaiti. The ship that was hit in Oman is Kuwaiti. It wasn't in Kuwait. The ship that was hit in Oman is Kuwaiti. Okay? So, yeah. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I don't know why that reloaded there. That isn't what I was going to show you. I think I wanted to show you the press conference from earlier today. Yes, we can do that. Allow me to refresh this, though. That was 3 hours of intense activity. Thank you all for helping us do so well. We got bonus GOAT videos today, by the way. Thank you for your support of Turtle channel. I'm going to monitor it here. I expect CENTCOM to announce the end of these strikes pretty soon. Nope, I was wrong. 2 explosions in Kerman. I was wrong. 2 explosions in Kerman. At 1:46 a.m. local time. So it's 7:11 p.m. right now in the East, in Massachusetts, here at the War Desk in Boston. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's Tuesday, July 20th, 2026. Monday, July 20th, 2026. It is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 12. Is it? No, it's 1:11 a.m. in South Africa, 2:11 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 2:41 a.m. in Tehran, Iran, which means these explosions occurred 1 hour ago. 4 explosions 1 hour ago near Shahid Bandar base in Kerman. Also, I think it was your chat cache. Sometimes there's so many chats that go into the chat at the same time. It literally makes the stream slow down. But I have a solution to that, which is eventually I'll get a new streaming computer, but not right now. Did I say 7:12 p.m.? Did I mess that? Did I miss that one up? Mess that one up? That kind one, Oracle. I did have a long day at court, and I did just drink my energy drink. So. I just can't believe we went for 3 hours. That's wild. That hasn't. I need to take a breath for a second, but that has not happened in a long time. The pace of activity should tell you that something very concerning is developing. Do we want to review this hearing? I mean, we can if you want. I don't have any objection to reviewing it. Oh, they follow me. That's nice of them. I really like Hexagon Intel. They actually do really well. I highly suggest, if you don't follow them, giving them a follow. They're a new account, but they nail it. Explosions in Akhritabad near Kremen, Iran. Okay? So they do pretty good. And I like that account. I hope they grow. They're doing good work. I'm now going to take you, actually, before we go to today's hearing, I'm going to take you to wild footage as it was described by OSINT Defender. It's not his original upload, but it has been floating around today. It shows a Ukrainian Hornet one-way attack drone striking a Russian mobile air defense unit in eastern Ukraine. Okay, I'm going to show you this footage now. Ukrainian hit on a Russian position.
Вон из пулемет, блядь, ёбаный. Давай, он на них пошел. Блядь, ёбаный, блядь, стреляйте.
No. Wait, hold on.
Ёптать.
Hold on.
Заходит.
Hold on.
Смог зашел.
Hold on. Hold on. Nope. Nope. I'm not showing anything beyond that. Coming as a news channel, I have to make judgment calls about what I will and will not show. Even though it will end before it shows what happens, I will not show a strike on a position where people are visible. Nope. Sometimes I make exceptions for very newsworthy events, but I will tell you ahead of time. I will censor the footage, and then I will say, you need to know what I'm going to show you is for public interest purposes. and then I will say, you have like 20 seconds, you should turn away. And then I've done this like twice. If there's a very serious attack, just as a warning, I will tell you ahead of time. And if I determine that censored footage is necessary to convey to you the scope of a civilian massacre, for example, I might. I've done it twice. Both times other news channels made the call first, and I defer to my colleagues. I'm not Al Jazeera or Al Arabia. I can't determine when an event is so important that like the public has to know. So I really defer to them and follow their lead. It's only happened a few times. I don't intend to change that policy anytime soon. But I do want to let you know, as a news channel, sometimes I do like follow my colleagues, and I will show the impact if there's a grave humanitarian catastrophe, because I feel it's important that there's a record of the impact of war. But I do that very rarely. And the Pope, I really follow the guidance of the Pope. Not that I follow the Pope on like all politics. He has different views than me, which is fine. I followed the Pope's guidance that he gave. He gave a briefing to journos at the very beginning of the war, and I went and I was listening. And he said to all of us, he said, you have like a duty to, during this war, and I could tell he knew it was going to get bad, because he said to like the whole press corps, I'm saying like this went to every station. He said to all of us, if you're going to cover this, you have a duty to show people the humanitarian impact of war. And so that sentence, every day of the war, was on, and to this day is on my mind. Like, I'm always weighing, like, how important is it to show the public at large around the world the humanitarian impact of whatever event has occurred. And then I make the call. But I'm always thinking about that. It weighs on my conscience a lot. I see a lot of death. I try to not let it impact my work, but it's hard to look at death and not be sad. And I think it's okay to feel sad when you look at this kind of material, which is why I do a lot of trauma breaks.
John says
we look at videos of ghosts, things like that. But they're, even among 90 days, 100 days, I hope no one ever becomes numb to the reality and the human toll of this war. Right now, you may not hear the beeping, because Kuwait doesn't do alarms the same way as Israel. But there are people right now, and in Iran, and in Bahrain, who almost every hour of the day are living under falling bombs. And we, as a network that has covered it, all of us in the chat, myself, I'm very sympathetic to their plight. It's actually why I try to document everything that happens, because I don't want anyone to ever be able to say, no, like that didn't happen, or it wasn't really that bad, or no, that's not going on. Those people deserve to at least, at the very least, have the world know what's going on, and hopefully have the world kind of stand up and come to some kind of off-ramp. And this is what really gets me frustrated. Up until about 10 days ago, I could have told you here, and I was telling you, here's what we gotta, each side has to accomplish to get out of this war. Okay, save a little face, go home in the morning. We're way beyond that point now. We are so up the irrational escalation ladder that these two sides don't even have anything to talk about. This ends when one of the sides shows battlefield superiority to the point where the other side capitulates. And the reality is the U.S. almost capitulated. That would have been very healthy for the world. Okay? It would have been very healthy. We didn't have to admit it, but if we had just kind of like left, it kind like everything would have returned to normal. But we've decided to go on this crash course where the only way out now is there is a victor and there is a loser. Because there's nothing about the strikes right now is actually rational. It's like they struck a ship, so we struck them a lot. They struck our bases and killed troops after we killed troops. So then we killed more troops. So then they're going to kill more troops, and then we're going to kill more troops. there's no actual negotiation to even be had because everyone is acting irrationally again. That part makes me frustrated. Hello, Jonah. Jonah, the Houthis closed the Bab al-Mandab to Saudi traffic. All Saudi shipping traffic. Hello, Chris. It's so good to see you. Yeah, I don't think the U.S. is going to actually get control of the Strait of Hormuz. I need to be very direct. How is the U.S., without the ability to protect its soldiers in Jordan, going to control the Strait of Hormuz when there's no way we can protect the soldiers if we have to station them in Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, and Oman to control the strait? So what do we do? Are these two sides going to fight a ground war to try to control territory over a strait that would just be open if America left? Does that make a lot of sense? We're fighting a war to accomplish something that we would get if we just left the region. What do you do after a war? You leave. Maybe you build soft power through martial aid, but you leave. So what are we doing? Are we going to stay there forever? I need to be very direct. At this point in time, Monday, July 20th, 2026, 7:22 p.m. Eastern, as the person who has covered this war single-handedly from the first day, actually February 26th, Mr. President's State of the Union, I called that the war would begin in 48 hours, and then I covered it every day, 12 hours a day, every day, 24 hours the first day, 12 hours a day, every day. I know everything that's happened in this war, in every location it happened. I have absolutely no idea what the American tactical objectives are right now in Iran. Zero. And that should stun you. Because throughout the whole war, although I didn't like what I was seeing, I had some sense of what was going on and why. Now, this whole thing has jumped the shark, and it's not a TV series, it's real life. It's definitely about oil. It's always about money and oil. But I can't tell you what we're trying to accomplish right now with these strikes. Iran is not going away. They're going to keep striking back. Whether I'm up in an hour or two when they strike Kuwait or Bahrain or not, they're going to do it. Whether it's just a matter of if, not when, Israel is going to get involved. And in turn, when Iran is going to strike Israel again. And the message Iran is going to send is that they have lots of missiles and they're not going to stop firing them no matter how many times you bomb them. So what are we doing? Now that I'm fully caught up and I'm actually reflecting, I'm made. Let's watch the hearing together. That'll calm me down. And if I'm still awake, as updates are coming in, that's what we'll do. But let's watch it. I actually did the pool cam today. I did a really good job. People said, I don't know how I did. I didn't have time to watch the hearing. I was there tweeting it, but I didn't have time. I wish I did, to rewatch it, so I'll rewatch it with you. I'm going to do an interview with attorney Melanie Little about this tomorrow. So we're going to watch Towel News on Towel News. This is very meta. I've never done this before. We've watched clips, I think, I've uploaded, but we're going to watch Towel News. 7.5 thousand of you watched it. Thank you so much for supporting Towel News. So you're going to get to watch Towel News on Towel News. I know, meta Towel News. It's going to be great.
Mr. Carney,
this is today's...
Good morning, Mr. Federer.
Aiden Carney.
Hello, Your Honor. Timothy Braille for Aiden Carney. To my left is our client, Aiden Carney.
Good morning, Mr. Braille. Good morning, Mr. Carney.
Now we're going to watch this because, one, the U.S. CENTCOM has not announced the end of its strikes. We're 3 hours into this thing. The other thing is, I can monitor what's going on and comment on this hearing at the same time. And I'm going to do an interview with Attorney Melanie Little tomorrow about this. So a lot of you like this. It was on Towel News. A lot of you watched the hearing. I didn't know that many. Oh, by the way, we're about to hit 15,000 subscribers on Towel News. Isn't that great? I'm so proud. I'm honored. I'm grateful to you all. Almost 15,000. We are at 14.6 thousand. Chat Mom Lynn, remember when we were working during the war and we had a goal of like 10,000 or 9,000 and we hit it? Now we're almost at 15,000. I'm very impressed. The Little Towel News Network, they're good. God bless all of you. Thank you to the Cupcakes and to the TurtleBoy fans and supporters and to the people from the Glares channel and all around the world. The people who watch the war coverage. Sometimes I'll be in another channel and I'll be doing an interview and someone will be like, my husband watches your war coverage. It's like, oh goodness. We have like families who have like appointment viewing, like, oh yeah, Dad's watching, Towel again. He's getting his war updates. Some of you are probably sitting on the couch like, yeah, that's me. He's talking about me.
Folks, we have a number of things to do today. Not a lot of time, so let's jump right in. I want to remind, though, those of us who are joining us by Zoom, if you haven't registered with the SJC, per the SJC rule 1.19, rebroadcast is inappropriate and unlawful. So,
Your Honor, I'm happy to go through in the order that you set forth in your order.
Sure.
I've had some discussions with counsel on some of the issues, and I don't know if you prefer to hear that first.
That's on the discovery issue?
Yes.
All right, we'll come to that last. If you've reached a resolution, that's fantastic, but let's deal with the motion to dismiss first. Mr. Bedrow, your motion, I'll hear you. You might want to concentrate on a couple of things to start with. Number one, there was already a fully litigated motion to dismiss both under McCarthy and under Odell, in which Judge Doolin drafted a 36 or 37-page decision, which is an exceptionally fulsome decision from the court, in which he found probable cause for the majority of the indictments, but dismissed all of them, including the one that seems to be at the heart of a number of these motions, that is to say, against Mr. Proctor. So the first issue is this: under Rule 13, under Commonwealth versus Del Santos, which I'm sure you've reviewed, which is 492 Mass 242, 2023 case. If the matter was not raised, it's considered waived. So tell me why. I understand the issues with Ms. Peters may have been disclosed post that hearing, at least to some extent. Tell me why the other issues aren't waived under Del Santos and Rule 13.
Was there another issue you wanted to focus on?
No, that's to start. Then we'll get to the substance of it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, it is true that many of these issues existed in grand jury transcript and motions that were ruled upon by Judge Doolin. That is correct. And Rule 13 does state what it states, but there is case law which also states that the court does have the power to reconsider or reevaluate issues which were not brought to the court's attention. Now, in this particular case, there's no question that issues that related to the wiretapping, the uncharged wiretapping, for example, could have been raised. As the issues related to some of the videos in this case, the name changes, the court should be aware that for whatever reason, that snuck by everybody, including Judge Doolin, including Mr. Cosgrove and some of his filings, and as soon as that was picked up, that is something that we put into writing and addressed right away. The reality is the grand jury in this case was not proper. I mean, I think, and I'll get to that in a minute after answering Your Honor's question about the waiver issue, but in terms of the form over substance.
But something is form over substance. It's substantive. Rule 13 is substantive. Del Santo is substantive. And there's a reason for that. And the Commonwealth in their opposition has pointed it out. It's because you can't keep retelling the same ground over and over and over. It's not going to get go forward. So it's not just for...
Okay, so I want folks to understand. Remember how I was saying earlier, Judge was clearly very well versed on this whole case. But what's called a threshold matter is happening. Judge is saying, listen, counsel, you already did a motion to dismiss in this case. Why should I hear another one? What happened after Judge Doolin's ruling on your previous motion to dismiss that makes it so that I should even hear your argument today? And listen to how Mr. Betterow just takes it as a home run.
You're going to give me a little bit more than that.
Well, Haskell permits it, Judge.
It does, at the court's discretion.
Right.
But you got to have a reason.
Absolutely, there is discretion of the court to ultimately decide what should be done and what shouldn't. But where the court sees prejudice, the court respectfully should act. Now, again, with the videos that were mislabeled, the Commonwealth shouldn't benefit from what is clearly deceptive conduct in terms of renaming items that, again, nobody saw. Judge Doolin himself referred to...
Now, Mr. Betterow is talking about how this civilian who was working for a PI firm, a guy named Marty Kraft, former Boston cop, long story, a friend of John O'Keefe's at one point, strangely. I've seen the picture. This civilian was taking YouTube presentations by Mr. TurtleBoy, Aiden TurtleBoy Carney, who's a journalist, taking his YouTube clips, downloading them compulsively, like Helga Pataki building a statue of gum, but instead out of YouTube links, and then manipulating their title, giving them to a state police detective lieutenant and a special prosecutor who were apparently like her own personal police and prosecutorial force to get her former boss, who she stopped working with in 2019 because if you take TurtleBoy's story at his word, she took money from him. If you take Kate at her word, which I don't, because she's forged documents before, which comes up in this case. She forged the document in a copyright dispute with Aiden, admitted to it, and the document's out there, okay? And this woman, okay, somehow is coordinating manipulated evidence that is submitted to a grand jury to make TurtleBoy's YouTube shows look like they were titled something other than what they were titled to get a felony indictment against him. What the hell? God bless you, Alice and Faith. Thank you so much for your support of Tal Channel. I forgot to do this thing that I call a donation read. I respond to all the super chats, and I actually try to say thank you and God bless you to you all, but I don't see all the notifications on the phone. So if you send donations, God bless you. I go through, I try to heart them, leave comments, but I do them all once, so I try to do it. God bless all of you. Thank you for supporting Tal Channel. You're all wonderful. I forgot to do this today, though, if you'd like, during this stream. I'm supposed to do it every 2 hours. No one makes me, but it just helps spread the burden out. If you'd like to help feed Tal, keep Tal alive, various things, support this news network, or me in particular, it's a one-man operation, that is designed to educate, inform, and entertain. I use 20% entertainment to buffer your brain, insulate your brain from trauma, 40% information, 40% education, such as to engender, coach, and public discourse, and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. If you like what you see here, there's a Venmo at Grant-E1. It's a picture of Elmo, an inflatable Elmo. My friend was named Elmo. I took that picture, meant to send it to him. He was actually he was a veteran, and he passed away. I miss him very much. The reason I have that picture there is every time someone says, is your Venmo a picture of an inflatable Elmo doll? I'm like, yeah, and then I tell them about Elmo. It's great. They say you don't die until someone says your name for the last time, and I'm intent on making sure that no one ever says Elmo's name, not the furry, wonderful friend, but instead Elmo, my friend, is always remembered. Oh, we hit our chat goal! I didn't even know it was still running. You all unlocked goat videos. We're going to interrupt Mr. Betterow for a goat video. God bless you, Chris. God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. God bless you all. You have unlocked goat videos. This is very special. Okay, this is a very special moment. We have reached our chat goal. Look at that. To all of you, Allison and Chris and all you wonderful Tao friends, look at it. Look at it. We hit our chat goal. Look at the streamers. Don't you all feel wonderful? No pun intended, the streamers. But yes, there's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. God bless you all. Ubers to get places, and the storage, and etc., etc. We just try to spread it out. Don't donate if it would be a burden. Don't donate if it would take food off your table. Don't donate if it would take away from your ability to get a coffee tomorrow or support those who you care about or love or other causes that are important to you. But if you have the means and you want to help out this operation, that's appreciated. God bless you all. I'm a towel. Oh, it's TurtleBoy. Hi, TurtleBoy. You're a towel. TurtleBoy loves Tippecanoe. We're not quite there yet, but we will be doing Tippecanoe before bed, I'll tell you that. All right, you unlocked goat videos. I promised you goat videos. I will not deny my people goat videos. Listen, it is illegal under Towel Standing Order number 4 to deny the people goat videos when they reach the chat goal. It's literally written into the Towel Constitution. Okay, I made the Constitution. I determine how it's applied. I am the unitary executive authority. In turn, I have determined that you are all entitled to a goat video. Oh yes, it's glorious. It's everything that you wanted. You unlocked your favorite video. God bless you all. I present to you the Good, great. Look at the goats. You're going to see a baby goat very soon. Look at the baby goat. That's a baby goat. Yes, Returo, the goats, they were playing in the World Cup. Look at the baby. Now listen, the baby goat, the baby goat was playing Argentina, and the Argentinian player stepped on his goat calf and broke his goat calf. That's why he is actually on the horse, because the Argentinian player, after the final whistle, broke his little goat foot, his hoof, and now he's injured. Yeah, those Argentinian, soccer players, after they lose the final, they get all mad, and they hurt the goat. So they didn't actually do that. I don't want the Argentinian national team to come for me. Lionel Messi's not that bad. But Lionel Messi did, listen, he almost screwed his entire legacy yesterday. Because, first of all, the Argentinian winger, the left winger, got a freaking yellow for dissent. Then this moron runs full speed, to stop a break from the Spanish, one of the attackers. This moron flies in there and takes this dude 7 feet in the air, causes him to turn sideways and land. Of course, the ref gives him a second yellow and straight reds him. Well, not straight red. Gives him a second yellow, gives him a red. So Argentina's down to 10 men. Listen, Messi walks over to one of the Spanish players and engages a conversation. The Spanish dude is wiping sweat from his brow. He quickly wipes it away and has a full conversation with Messi. You can tell he's literally wiping sweat off his mouth and talking. You can't cover your mouth when you talk on the field to an opposing player. You can to your own team in soccer right now. You cannot to other players, because that's how the players use slurs to other players, and the cameras can't see it. So it's a rule in soccer. You get a straight red if you direct oral comments at an opposing player with your mouth covered. So this dude was not doing that. He was just wiping his mouth. Messi, the little rat, raises his hand and tries to get the dude red carded to balance out the red card that Argentina just got. It was the stupidest, childish. I get you're desperate to win, but he almost sandbagged his entire legacy in one moment because he wanted to even it out on a really non-sporting play. So anyway, yeah, that was yesterday during the game. It was embarrassing by Messi. Almost ruined his legacy. People are pissed about it. And people don't love Argentina, the team. They don't. Most of the world supported Spain yesterday. But it's complicated. It's political. Israel really supports Argentina. Spain really doesn't. Spain really supports the Palestinians and Iran. And but then again, Spain's very strange because they won't let the Basques the Basque Country and Catalonia become their own country, so they're their own form of like imperialist. But long story, they like tried to arrest the president of Catalonia at one point. He had to flee to like Belgium. But anyway, the Spanish, it was like a big like proxy political battle, and so tensions were high, and let's just say the Argentinian national team is already disliked. Now they're villains after what they did to Spain yesterday during the celebration.
The names by their improper name during his ruling.
Which presumes that Judge Dolan was aware of those names and didn't.
Yeah, well, Mr. President Trump at one point during the war was in a fight simultaneously with the Pope, the Prime Minister of Italy, the government of Spain, and God knows who else.
Find them to be of any substance because he watched the actual videos.
I don't know.
Raturo, I would send me an email. I have an Argentina jersey. That has Messi. It's unworn. I will send it to you. All right. I was gonna like try to sell it, but that's so stupid. It would be my honor, Raturo. You just send me an email, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. Just let me know where to send it. I will package it up and I will get it off to Fiji for you. It would be my honor to send you. It's a Messi jersey. It's I don't know if it's like a World Cup jersey. It was official. I got it at CVS, which had official FIFA merch. And it was the last 2 Messi jerseys. So I will send you the XL. It would be my honor. You just let me know. That's so cool. I'm going to be able to send my dear friend Arturo an Argentinian Messi jersey. That's great. And since I got 2 of them, I'll keep the medium. And I'm 6'2". I'm 6'2", which is like 187 centimeters tall. I wear a medium. That's how like cut I am right now. It's a little bit actually scary. When I walk around, I feel very like tall and also very like skinny, and people just look at me. And I think they know me from the news or from my coverage, and I just look at them and smile, and they look at me. And the looks are getting a little bit more like intense, like not in a bad way, but just more. And I don't know, I just kind of walk around. I feel really tall, so I just walk around like that now. But yeah, I wear a medium. I'm not sure what that says about me, but yeah, it's weird to go through life like this. It's strange. I just wear my headphones and just go about my day. You know what I'm saying? I try not to bother anyone.
Well, the actual videos that were presented to the grand jury, Your Honor, were 40-second snippets of hours-long video, which were not grand jury exhibits. So, respectfully, there's no way that Judge Doolin could
Epic Silent Dogs, you get them.
have watched those videos because Mr. Mello and
he watched them.
Table of, I didn't confirm that, but from what I understand, no. Messi didn't allege that he used a slur. I haven't seen any reporting of that. I think if you watch the clip, and you'll have to be the judge of it because, you know, everybody's going to look at it their own way. It's a 10-second clip. You can find it on X. You're going to see the Spanish player literally, like, dealing with, like, a stoppage in play, turning to talk to Messi. Messi engages him. He, like, wipes his brow. He's starting the conversation. He's not covering his mouth. He's wiping it. And then he finishes it, like 9 seconds of it. Now, Messi didn't immediately react. He kind of like thinks for a little bit after the conversation ends. Then he waves his hand. So you got to be your own judge, but I didn't like it personally. I thought it was like a low. If he didn't say a slur, it was a low blow.
The clips, no doubt.
yes, but the clips are tiny segments of larger videos that, again, when we get to the real meat of what I want to discuss with the court, would show the full context on the critical issue in this case, which is only one, and that's Mr. Carr.
Silent Dogs, here's my opinion. Generally, we don't use slurs here. Generally, I think the only people, right, who defend that kind of language are people who live in fake countries. How's that for an answer?
Carney's intent. That's the only issue that was really before.
For the record, Silent Dogs thinks almost every country on Earth is a fake country. We're trying to figure out, we think Easter Island might be real, although that's not actually a country. We don't know which one is real. We're working on it, but...
And none of that was seen in Judge Doolin's opinion, because none of that was before.
Because it wasn't raised.
Well, it wasn't raised, but it wasn't known by anyone. Now, again, could it have been? Yes, but the court has.
Now, judges, here's the nuance of this argument. Judge is saying, okay, so they didn't turn it over to you, but couldn't you have found it? Couldn't you have? You didn't, but couldn't you have? And Better was like, well, anyone could have found anything at any time, but no, we couldn't have, Judge. They didn't tell us about this. We asked for it in specific discovery requests, which are very odd in Massachusetts. Mr. Batterow wrote Brady letters, which is, so Mr. Batterow is a constitutional lawyer. Mr. Bradel, who you're going to hear talk later, Mr. Aiden Carty's got two lawyers. Mr. Batterow, Mr. Bradel. Mr. Batterow is a constitutional lawyer. So he's like thinking about federal and state constitutional law, but he's an expert in federal constitutional law. That involves like enumerated rights through the 14th Amendment, like the 6th Amendment, Gideon v. Wainwright, the 4th Amendment, it's the 6th Amendment. I already mentioned that one. The 5th Amendment, that was already enumerated. But before, it's complicated. Most of the Bill of Rights didn't apply to the states in state court. You didn't have those kind of, especially like the 4th Amendment, the 6th Amendment, etc. Your right to an attorney. You didn't have that in the states. You had it in the federal courts. You didn't have it in the states till after the 14th Amendment's due process clause was read to enumerate, okay, or like enforce the Bill of Rights in some states, in some regards, on the states. Okay, so that's what Gideon v. Wainwright is. It's a very important case because it's the origin of compelling states to comply with the Bill of Rights, especially in terms of affording lawyers in non-capital cases vis-a-vis the 14th Amendment. And that's why if you have the 14th Amendment functioning that way, there's interplay between constitutional precedent and state criminal trials. Not every state criminal trial involves constitutional precedent. Most of them, 98% of them, involve just the state precedent. You might refer to a binding federal court precedent from your jurisdiction. You might refer to a persuasive federal court authority from another jurisdiction. You might refer to a United States Supreme Court case from time to time. But most of the time, you're citing Massachusetts cases if you're in Massachusetts criminal court. You only bring in a constitutional lawyer if the questions of evidentiary law are so weighty that you need an expert in the way the 14th Amendment, the 6th Amendment, the 4th Amendment, the 5th Amendment, all of them work together to buttress your precedential rights and statutory rights under the existing state framework. That's why Mr. Batterow is important.
That's the discretion.
But it was no, because Judge Doolin referred to it by the titles that you think are inflammatory.
Yes, those are the names that he was provided by the Commonwealth that were changed. Those were the improper names. Names that the Commonwealth knew in advance.
Tell that to Nikola Tesla.
Were not the proper names and were changed. And ultimately, Your Honor, as a matter of discretion,
oh, so to tie that up, Mr. Batterow saying I sent a Brady letter. Brady is a case under the federal Supreme Court, the Supreme Court of the United States, about exculpatory material must be turned over to the defense. Mr. Batterow's like, listen, I sent Mr. Cosgrove, the prosecutor, a letter saying I want this, 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 and this. He didn't give it to me until way later. So I did my job, Judge. You're saying, yes, Mr. Batterow, you could have had it. You're right, Judge. And I took every affirmative step I needed to by asserting through a Brady letter that I wanted the material. He withheld it from me. Punish him, Judge. Dismiss the case.
Prejudice to the Commonwealth here by having this. I suspect this argument, which is a fair argument to make.
Now, Mr. Batterow is saying, now listen, the Commonwealth can't possibly be prejudiced by a renewed motion to dismiss.
Is their primary argument because they don't want to talk about what actually occurred in the grand jury. And the fact of the matter is, everybody sees it, everybody knows what it is, and it ought to be addressed. If
Interesting,
there's no prejudice,
I will do that.
To the Commonwealth, the court should hear it. No indictment should be tolerated when it is rife with misleading evidence, distorted evidence, statements of prosecutors and police witnesses saying, in my opinion, it was this man's intent to commit witness intimidation. That's outrageous behavior in front of a grand jury. And when you get down to brass tacks in this case, that's all that this is about. They misled the grand jury on the only issue that matters, which is whether Mr. Carney's intent was to commit witness intimidation or not. The conduct at issue is open and shut. It's the videos, not the videos that were submitted into the grand jury. Those are tiny snippets. The conduct and the context of Mr. Carney's intent are contained in the actual videos. And what you have at this point is very similar to Odell itself. In essence, you have prosecutors cherry picking 30 seconds they like out of a 2-hour video and saying this proves his intent was to intimidate witnesses, but not letting the grand jury have access to the other 2 hours, which show him saying, I want to bring awareness to a miscarriage of justice involving Karen Reed. I'm petitioning the government to address that. I believe that these police officers are corrupt. We're doing this to bring justice for these people. The grand jury had a right to that. And the best example of this, Your Honor, to get a full picture of what you're dealing with is all of the picketing counts in this case are from this so-called rolling rally. That entire video, the whole rally was recorded, video recorded by Mr. Carney, literally the crime, if you will. They didn't introduce that video, but what they did do was admit 58 seconds of the rolling rally, which the honest name of that video.
You might be right, Allison.
Allison
says, James McHenry said we have a republic if we can keep it, knowing full well we couldn't.
Was Canton, the rolling rally, Justice for Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. They took 58 seconds of that video. They introduced it as, the title of that video is Don't Feel Sorry for the O'Keefes. That's not evidence, but if you look at the grand jury testimony and the transcript, the way Mello and Tully did this is Tully said, the name of the video is Don't Feel Sorry for the O'Keefes. It's contained in a folder literally titled Intent. Literally. And he did that approximately 30 times throughout this proceeding. Told the grand jury, this is proof of his intent. They literally asked questions and answers that talked about intent. They played 30 to 50 seconds of this video where he literally says, don't feel bad for the O'Keefes, but yet don't present the video of the crime. Why? What prosecutor?
But their allegation is that he was the crime.
Your Honor, again, it goes to Odell, literally. They can believe anything they want. They can allege anything they want.
But they're not alleging that the rest of the rally was intimidation. They're alleging those clips.
Of course. Right, but Your Honor, when they present it to the grand jury, it's tantamount to what happened in Odell with the police report, where we decide we like sentence 1 because we think it proves his intent, but we don't like sentences 2, 3, 4, and 5, so we're just going to keep that from the grand jury. In Odell, that was deemed to have impaired the integrity of...
But a police report and a video are very different things. We often encounter situations at the grand jury where they have hours and hours of videotape, but they only play certain clips.
But they didn't tell the grand jury it's available for you. The point is, they told the grand jury the name of the video is, Jury Influence is another one, which was actually titled Protesting Michael Morrissey. Big difference. A video that was 5 days after D.A. Morrissey made a statement to the press, which was improper. He gives a 2-hour video and says, I'm trying to bring awareness, trying to do this and do that, and this is in August of 2023, well before a trial, and says, absolutely, I want to influence the public and the jury pool, and they take that little snippet. They may have a theory that enables them to say, we believe that's proof of his intent. That's fine. What's not permissible, though, is to rig it in the following way. To say, literally, Your Honor, I can read to you, there's a literal question and answer which is very important. For example, on December 19th, question from Mello to Tully, before he plays all of these videos, which are misnamed, cherry-picked, do you have any knowledge of incidents which you feel are intimidating of a witness with respect to any particular witness? I do. Question, those are on video. Answer, they are. Play those for the grand jury. So now...
Wait. Is he reading grand jury material? Oh, folks, you got to understand. He can only do this during oral argument. Oh, I didn't even hear this. I was a busy towel today. Good thing I listened to this.
For example, on December 19th, question from Mello to Tully.
Holy, listen to me. They had a grand jury meeting about Aiden on December 19th, 2023. Whoa. And it ended on December 20th or December 21st with an indictment. Oh, new post from Vahid. Hold, please. I have no idea what this is. Hold on, I don't speak Persian. I wish I did, but I don't. I'm working on it. One day, maybe. Vahid reports as follows. Go ahead. Let's have it read out. Go.
Points in the east and west of Shiraz were targeted, Radio Liberty reporter. At around 1 a.m., explosions were heard in some parts of Shiraz, according to reports. One point in the east and the other in the west.
Thank you, Reporter Towel. That was from Vahid. Yes, thank you so much, Scorpio. I will look into what I can. But let me continue with this analysis. So listen, Mr. Bettero's about to read from the grand jury transcripts, and he's saying they had a grand jury on December 19th. So whatever plan they were putting into effect was that whole week, because that whole week they had they were going to double bang him. They were going to indict him and then get him banged up right back to back. No shit, huh? Dude. These people play dirty. Very dirty. It's a good thing Adam Deitch is going to win that. I think he's going to win this election in September for Norfolk DA. This DA's office was off the rails. It was really MSP. It was Brian Tully's MSP unit was off the rails. They did some investigations that needed to be done of bad guys and girls, but on the whole, these dudes were off the rails, and the Karen Reed case in particular caused them to self-implode. I don't know how desperate. You gotta understand, this is a serious criminal prosecution, and these people involved this woman named Kate Peta and let her coordinate the manipulation of evidence that was submitted to a grand jury by a high-ranking state police detective lieutenant detailed to be the head of the state police detectives unit for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Bro, Michael Morrissey did not hate Aiden Carney that much. I'm sorry, he hated him a lot, but this is the state police. It's not just the state police, it's somebody in some group in the state police. Personally, I think it's tied to this guy, Mark Sir. This is my opinion. And Lenny Coppenrath, and Tully, and John Fanning, and Yuri Buchanan, and Michael Barakta, and a couple other people, Sean Quirk, and some of these other guys. I think these guys were, to the best I could tell, like an enforcer unit for extrajudicial interest, to put it lightly. And listen, we got a lot to fix in this state. God knows this is going to take a long time, okay? The best I can discern, okay, is that the state police had factions within them that were working for the Angiulo brothers in the 90s, okay, in the 80s, in the 90s. The Angiulo brothers were the Patriarchas men in Boston, okay? The Patriarchas were the commissions men in Rhode Island, okay? You understand? All right? When Whitey Bulger, okay, was around, he was kind of what's called you might call it a hanger-on or an associate. He was not Italian, okay? So he didn't get to play with the big boys because that's not how it works. If you're not 100% Italian, you can do jobs for like made men, but you cannot become a made man. That's not allowed. In some places, you have to be 100% Sicilian. 100% Sicilian. That means both parents, not born in Sicily, originally born in Sicily, but from Sicily, directly descended from Sicily, changed over time. But the point is the same. Whitey Bulger was, as you know, from Black Mass, an Irish guy, an Irish mafia guy. He consolidated power in Somerville, in Medford, in South Boston, under the auspices or the name of something called the Winter Hill Gang, but it was nominal. Howie Winter was the guy that Whitey Bulger took over from. But Whitey Bulger killed like every Irish crew in Boston over like 20 years. He killed them all and then took over. He either scared them off or killed them and then took Winter Hill for himself. Okay. So you got a very powerful Irish mob faction in the 80s, and you got a very powerful in-town operation. One of them operated at Hanover Street in the North End, Whitey and Stevie the Rifleman Fleming. The other operated at 95 Prince Street. It was called In Town. That was the Angiulos. Whitey and Stevie were what's called wet workers for the Angiulos, okay? Like, nobody likes to do the wet work. So, like, they contracted out. Whitey and Stevie were kind of like a less intense version of Roy DeMeo's Gemini Lounge in New York for the Gambinos. You understand? Everybody understand? All right? You understand? All right, good. I don't want to go into details. Involves a lot of beaches and a lot of bodies. So, the way it worked was, Whitey and Stevie only talked to one of the Angiulo brothers. Not the top two. Not Jerry and his brother, but the other brother who was like under the Angiulos, okay? And Whitey and Stevie would go over to Prince Street, and they would get their instructions, and they would like carry out hits. Now, Whitey and Stevie were cowboys, okay? So, they were doing their own thing, all right? And they were actually cooperating, Stevie back to the 60s, Whitey in like the 70s and 80s with the FBI. The first handler was a guy named H. Paul Rico, okay? The second handler was a guy named John Conley. Now, it was very important to the DOJ in the 70s and 80s that the commission be broken up, okay? That's where Rudy Giuliani's use of the RICO Act, unrelated to H. Paul Rico, the RICO Act came up, okay? They broke up the 5 families. Big Paul, it got really ugly after that. John Gotti, it got really bad. At the same time, the government moved on the De Cavalcante family in New Jersey, which is the inspiration for a lot of the Sopranos lore. Although it's actually mixed, the Sopranos is kind of like a bit of an amalgamation of everything that happened in New York and New Jersey. It does a little homage to like the 30s and 40s and 50s, but it's mostly 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s stuff. It's very good. Like, it does a lot. If you know, that show rewards a knowledge of mafia like factions. So if you watch that show, on the surface, it's a great show. What makes it an all-time great show is that it's actually subtly referencing very real mafia figures, very real events. It does it with poetic license, but they're all very real. And when you really start reading some of the history, you're like, wait a minute. I remember that episode of The Sopranos, because David Chase was that good. But anyway, we don't need to talk about like that part of it and like what you have to do to make a film like The Godfather or to make something like The Sopranos. It's fascinating. It's great. It's done, though. We can move on from The Sopranos. It's a great show. Probably one of the best of all time, if not the best of all time. People argue Breaking Bad. Yeah, maybe. But, like, overall, Sopranos, best show of all time. Tell me a show that from the first episode through the last episode held as strong as The Sopranos. Maybe if House of Cards had ended like it should have after 52 episodes, like a freaking deck of cards after season 4, maybe West Wing through season 4, maybe. Nothing holds up as good as The Sopranos. Anyway, my point is, because it works on 2 layers. It works for the, like, civilian, and it works for the guy who knows, or the girl who knows the history, and it plays on both levels. Have you read much on the Negrandats, Calabrian Mafia? Oh, yeah. No, I don't want to talk about them. I don't know, and I don't even know what that word means. Never heard of them. I don't know what that is. Yeah, there are very few things in the world that scare me. That might be one of them. I'm not going over there. And then again, that's not really my business. Unless you're hurting kids or animals or like usurping the American government, you probably don't have a problem with me. So on the whole, like, I don't have a problem with them, and I don't want one. Secondly, I'm fascinated, by the way, by a book called Making Democracy Work, Civic Traditions in Modern Italy. I really recommend you read it. It's by a great author, professor of political science. His name is Robert Putnam. I really recommend, if you want to understand the emergence of the modern constitutional republic in Italy post-48, and like how the Lateran Treaty plays into it, read that book. Okay, it's Making Democracy Work, Civic Traditions in Modern Italy, 1948 to the present. Same author wrote Bowling Alone, great study on American socio-political developments in the 90s and 2000s. But I really recommend his work. I mean, just the typification of socio-political study, of the emergence of dueling sort of social trends in the industrialized North and the more communal South into a constitutional republic in the post-war years. Fascinating. He went around and interviewed people, like went into like local polling places, just like started talking to people. This man, like Robert Putnam, he inspired me. I'm telling you, imagine Howell in the political science department of Boston College, getting to go in every day and be like, oh yeah, let's talk about books. It was great. All right, but let me get back to what I was analyzing. Where did Italy come up in all that and the constitutional republic? What was I lecturing on? You're going to have to remind me here. Hold on. It wasn't jalapenos. What was I lecturing on? Hold on. I have to replay my own self sometimes because I forget what I'm talking about. Hold on. Okay, what was I just talking about? Would you mind telling me what I was just talking about? Whitey and Steve. Oh, Black Mass. Okay. Oh, right, the mob. Okay, so you got that was quite like a pullback there, but it did all make sense. So narrowing really back in. So you got Whitey Bulger and Stevie the Rifleman Fleming, the Italian mob in Boston on Hanover Street. Then you got the Angiulos, the Italian mob, who are like being pressured heavily by the FBI because the FBI is trying to break up the commission and the Patriarchas and the Angiulos, and they're using Whitey and Stevie in the Boston part of that operation run by Jeremiah T. McKinnon's strike force, okay, in the Boston FBI office that had H. Paul Rico at one point. This was called the Echelon program, a top echelon informant program of the FBI, and then it had John Conley running it. Well, listen, who do you think was the most upset at Whitey and Stevie for flipping on the Angiulos? The people who were making good money from the Angiulos. You think maybe the state police weren't being really noble when they, oh, no pun intended, when they exposed John Conley running Stevie and Whitey as informants? You think maybe instead they were doing a hit by proxy? I think maybe that's why the FBI in Boston's never really been comfortable with the state police. Because the motive was not pure in exposing what Whitey... Now listen, John Conley and H. Paul Rico did some bad things, and they overlooked some bad stuff, and you can't allow hits to happen. One of the number one rules, it's in the manual, is if you get word that somebody's going to do a hit on anyone, you got to tell the person. You can't let somebody die. And they did that multiple times. They'd be like, oh yeah, this person like is going to get whacked. And then John Conley would just do nothing. He might denote it in a report, but he wouldn't do anything. He'd just let the hit happen. That was over the line. But the point is, the state police were mad, I think. I truly believe this. The state police, as an institution, had factions within it that were mad at Whitey for flipping on the Angulos. And I think they engaged in a war of attrition, and that's where Black Mass came from, the original, the first book. Okay, I think there's going to be a second Black Mass for a number of reasons. One, it's the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office under William Delahunt in 75, and his state police unit, the ones detailed to him. I don't think there were like detectives units back then. It was more like you had like a command staff of state police under you, from what I read in the history books. But I'm not an expert. Dick Layer's the expert on this, and Gerard O'Neill. So 75, the Norfolk DA is William Delahunt. The story goes he's sitting in a restaurant in somewhere in Norfolk County. I don't know where. Dedham, Quincy, somewhere, hell if I know. And as he's sitting there having dinner, Stevie Fleming comes in and he finds a guy who owes Whitey $100,000. And he threatens the dude. And he like starts a fight. He threatens him over the money. He extorts it. And William Delahunt goes to, so the story goes to the FBI and says, and the DOJ, I can't prosecute this. I'm a fact witness. This is a federal crime. It's racketeering. I'd like you to prosecute it. And the FBI is like, no. And the DOJ is like, no. So the story goes. And so the state police and the Norfolk DA are like, well, you know, Whitey and Stevie got this garage up in Hanover Street, and I think, this is the Norfolk DA and the state police back then, I think they're running stolen cars. So why don't we put a tap on them? Like, let's tap them. And it's like a comedy of errors, watching the state police, like reading about them trying to tap that effing garage on Hanover Street. One time, like, they were monitoring the security details, like, because they always had guys there, the Whitey and Stevie, and they try to go inside it and bug it, and it like fails because like somebody like doesn't put the bug in the right place, or like they can't pick up what they're saying. So then, and this is where it gets absolutely wild, they start doing these plans where they're going to stage, the state police are going to stage a car accident in the North End so that Stevie Fleming will get out of his car and run over to the car accident. And then while he's doing that, the state police are going to run over to the car while he's distracted and put bugs in it. I'm not kidding you. This was their plan. Okay, the feds tip off Whitey and Stevie because they need to protect their informants because they haven't brought down the Angulos yet, that the Stadies and the Norfolk DA are doing this and monitoring them. So when the accident happens, Stevie sits in the car and the state police like go by in an undercover car and he waves at them. That's when they figure out that they're busted, and only one person could have busted them, one group, the feds. And therefore, Whitey and Stevie were flipping on the Angulos. Therefore, Whitey had to be exposed and taken down. Therefore, the pressure by the state police by proxy on the feds in the form of press stories, in my opinion, about corruption within the FBI, when in reality it was the state police who were mad that the Angulos and all the money flowing to factions of the state police from the Angulos had been cut off because Whitey and Stevie helped to cooperate with the DOJ and bring down the Italian mob in Boston. And who was Hank Brennan's lawyer that would know Whitey Bulger's lawyer during his trial? None other than Hank Brennan. And what was Hank Brennan? Now you might say, no way, Grant. No way. This same DA, this same unit were the ones like fighting with the DOJ over a case involving Whitey Bulger and whatnot in like 2014. Yep. This same unit. And I think It's very possible. We're going to find out. There's a lot more to the Aiden TurtleBoy Carney case, the Karen Reed case, the Tiffany Overstreet case, the Sandra Birchmore case than anyone realizes. Why? Because they are all interconnected across 10 years, 12 years now. And those are only the ones we know about. Do you understand? There is a picture of this woman, Tiffany Overstreet, who the state police targeted to protect a man named Robert Devine. I don't want to get into details. It gets really, really brutal. Let me tell you right now, all I can think about some nights is her mugshot. Because the look in her eye is the look that someone would have if they weren't Karen Reed or TurtleBoy. And they were up against this machine and they were going to go silently into the night without anyone hearing them scream. And I said no. That is why when I read Arthur Kessler's Darkness at Noon, I said I am never ever going to allow communism to take over America. We do not have that kind of a system of justice. There are no secret police. No one's coming to take you in the middle of the night. And if they try to, they're going to answer to me, juridically.
19th, question from Mello to Tully. Before he plays all of these videos, which are misnamed, cherry-picked, do you have any knowledge of incidents which you feel are intimidating of a witness with respect to any particular witness? I do. Question, those are on video. Answer, they are. Play those for the grand jury. So now we've just told the grand jury, I think his intent...
Okay, I got to listen to this again, because the whole lead up to there was Mark Bettero's going to tell us what happened in the grand jury on December 19th.
Which is very important. For example, on December 19th, question from Mello to Tully. Before he plays all of these videos, which are misnamed, cherry-picked, do you have any knowledge of incidents which you feel are intimidating of a witness with respect to any particular witness? I do. Question, those are on video. Answer, they are. Play those for the grand jury. So now we've just told the grand jury, I think his intent was to intimidate witnesses. Then what Tully does again and again through direct intentional questioning of Mello, it's not volunteer, is to say that these videos are named inaccurately. They're in the memo. You've seen them, page 62 and 63 of the motion, all the times that they did this. They play the snippet, and then when it's over, they tell, or before they do it, they tell the grand jury, these are from a folder marked intent. He didn't do that.
So, you have to give the grand jury some credit. The grand jury understands that a defendant is not going to create a folder which says intent. They had to know.
Well, and so here's where Judge Belzeos got it wrong. It wasn't, and Mark Bettero, you're going to watch, it absolutely does sublime. Judge thinks that explosions near the Iraqi-Iranian border were heard in Soleimania, more as I know it. There's also been an explosion reported in the west of Iran in the past 11 minutes. This is where Judge got it wrong. Judge was initially thinking that what happened was it was like a folder that was labeled like, intimidation, and then within it were a bunch of clips. No. The clips themselves were YouTube episodes that had titles like episode 374, 981, like whatever it was, like visiting this, or like exploring the Karen Reed case. And then the titles of the videos were manipulated and then read out as if they were the titles to make the titles look like they had the purpose of intimidating the witnesses. That is impairing the intent. You see, the grand jurors, right, are sitting there as a prosecutor in a secret proceeding, closed to the public, no defendant there, no lawyer for the defendant, no judge, sitting there. The prosecutor is judge there, basically, and prosecutor. It's inquisitional. Is stand ex parte and inquisitional in Massachusetts. Standing there, asking questions of the state cop, who's his investigator, and they're like coordinating to present the grand jury the like most damaging presentation within the rules of the law and the rules of the grand jury that will sustain like a motion to dismiss, that will survive a motion to dismiss. The conduct of this that Mr. Betterow just read, and the rest of what happened in the grand jury was so egregious. I've never seen anything like it. They were literally manipulating and manufacturing evidence with a civilian who hated the defendant, and then tricking the grand jury to get an indictment. That's low.
The prosecution.
That's my point, Your Honor.
Right, but give the grand jury some credit. They understand that.
Your Honor, the point
This is where Mr. Betterow saves it, because judge thinks, like, listen, a jury, if it's just a folder, why would the jury think that Aidan Carney put all of his YouTube videos into a folder and called it intimidation? He didn't do that. That they could have gotten away with. Do you see what I'm saying? Judge is like, but listen, come on. If it was just that, like, then the prosecutor probably could have gotten away with it. Mr. Betterow is going to be like, but no, Judge. How can the grand jurors have known about information that was withheld from them and presented to them in a manipulated way? You can't. It's not that we need to give the grand jury credit. It's that they were duped.
Respectfully, when a police officer tells the grand jury, in my opinion, this man's intent was this. I have a folder with proof of his intent. It came from that folder. I'm going to tell you a false name of the video that I renamed, or some third party working with him renamed, whichever the case may be, and then you don't tell the grand jury that this was renamed by us, put in this folder by us. I'm playing you 30 seconds, but I'm not going to give you the rest of the video. And I would refer the court, this case is cited in the memo of law that went with the motion, Bleakney, the appeals court case, not the SJC, the lower appeals court, where they cherry-picked a portion of a statement of a defendant, left the full flash drive in front of the grand jury, but never alerted them to the contents of it. And in that case, the appeals court found it impaired the integrity by hiding the ball. Here,
You're going to go there. Mr. Betterow, if you're going to go there, then you got to talk to me about Shaquille Brown, which is the SJC, in which the prosecutor dumped in at least 100 pages of prison records, in which the prosecutor...
So here, judge is saying, okay, but in the Shaquille Brown case, the prosecutor put in a bunch of evidence he wasn't allowed to and just dropped prison records. Okay, but judge, that's evidence that's not permissible. And the Supreme Court, SJC, was saying, well, this is just how I would have argued it. Mr. Betterow does something similar. But judge, in that case, the Supreme Judicial Court was saying that the prison records, which are legitimate, they're authentic records, was not acceptable and not permissible grand jury evidence, but notwithstanding, the indictment held. Here, we don't have that. We have the manufacture and manipulation of evidence, not improper evidence, although manufactured and manipulated evidence is improper. It's more serious than just extraneous information not permitted under the grand jury rules. That's the response.
Here you dropped in telephone logs, all of which had never been looked at or never been read. And the SJC said, well, it wasn't so good, but that's okay because it didn't change the analysis of the evidence, which takes us back. And this is the
Yes, sir.
So now, this is the difficulty that you have. See, this is why Dos Santos does matter, and it is substantive. Okay, this is why Rule 13 is substantive, because you already had been very thoughtful. All right, a bulwark, if you will, from a judge. All right, a very thoughtful.
Yes, I agree, Robin.
Thoughtful judge who examined in detail the entirety of the grand jury, found it to be free from prejudice.
Yes, now think about what Judge Belzeos is saying. He's saying, Mr. Betterow, Judge Doolin looked at this whole record, and Judge Doolin concluded that the grand jury record was free from manipulation. Why was Judge Doolin's ruling not fully informed? That's what he's going to pressure him on, and watch how Mr. Betterow responds.
And more importantly, found that the evidence was substantial enough to issue an indictment. So that brings us back to the court's analysis of Shaquille Brown, which I'll give you the side if you like.
I have.
490, 171, I'm very familiar with that case. All right? In that case, the court finds...
Whoa. Speaking of Michael Proctor, who was an investigator in the Karen Reed case and then a victim/investigator/witness in some of the TurtleBoy cases, quote, "To me, every single case that Michael Proctor worked on needs to be looked at," State Police Colonel Jeffrey Noble said. Whoa. I have breaking news from Abby Patkin 6 hours ago related to Michael Proctor. This is wild. Massachusetts State Police are reviewing hundreds, if not thousands, of cases ex-trooper Michael Proctor investigated following the revelation of his bigoted, slur-filled messages, according to Colonel Jeffrey Noble. "To me, every single case that Michael Proctor worked on needs to be looked at," Noble said Sunday during an appearance on WCVB's On the Record. Wow. Quote, Noble, "I have been a state trooper essentially my entire life. That recording and the messages that we have seen are just repulsive and repugnant for me on a very personal level," Noble said. "But, as head of the state police," he continued, quote, "seeing them comes with a reality and a reminder of the obligation that I have and this department has to continue to do everything that we can do to ensure that this type of behavior, that type of bigotry, does not exist in a modern-day police force." According to Noble, state police are still working with local prosecutors to review all cases in which Proctor was involved and identify potential areas where the trooper's offensive beliefs may have seeped through to the investigation. Quote, "We have to be out in front of this. We have to be very proactive with working with the DAs, with reviewing our cases. That review continues to this day," Noble said, "and I can assure you that we are prepared to work with the DAs and we will do everything that we can to ensure that the right thing is done through this investigative process." He maintained that Proctor's messages, peppered with slurs and derogatory terms for women and people of color, don't represent the Massachusetts State Police as a whole. That said, that's the reality of living in the world, that we have an obligation to ensure that people like that, with that type of approach and that type of bigotry, do not wear this uniform, Noble added. He also vowed to do everything in his power to ensure current troopers don't hold or represent such bigoted, vile perspectives. Responding to calls for an audit of state police, Noble said he has, quote, "no problems welcoming any degree of oversight." Right answer. Hey, good job. All right, I called it. I said drug lab scandal or bigger, and I was right. I was right. Not by number, but by severity. It's thousands of cases. I was right. I called it. I wonder if Governor Healy watches sometimes. Sometimes I say things, and governments just react. So I just keep saying them. I think politicians probably find this coverage very interesting. I think they don't all watch it for the same reasons. Some of them probably watch the criminal and civil case and like local politics streams more than the war streams, whereas like the international people I think probably watch the war streams. Either way, I think governments just kind of like think my perspective is helpful. Like it's like a barometer, I think, of how they should go about their business. They don't listen to me, they don't call me, but I feel like they just tune in sometimes. They're like, well, Grant seems to be okay with it. All right. Or Grant seems to be mad. That's probably a bad sign. I like to think that happens. You know, nobody's told me that has happened yet. But one day, I'm going to speak to a member of the government. I'm going to be like, well, actually, wait a minute. I do know the government watches this stream already, actually. All right. So, nope, I'm just going to stop there. Okay, let's get
So clearly they shouldn't have done any of those things, but finds it didn't impair the integrity of the grand jury, and this is why Delasanto is substantive. Because Judge Doolin's already made that determination.
You know what's weird? Mr. Bettero's argument today, literally, very rarely does this happen. I think he won the judge over. I really do. I don't know if he can win the motion to dismiss without an evidentiary hearing with Mello and Tully and Kate Peter. I think he won Judge Belzeos over, and you're about to watch the moment it happens.
Finds clearly they shouldn't have done any of those things, but finds it didn't impair the integrity of the grand jury, and this is why Delasanto is substantive. because Judge Doolman's already made that determination. So you gotta get around that.
I'm happy to, Your Honor. The difference with Shaquille Brown and Judge Doolin's decision and why it matters here is context is everything in terms of his intent. Oh, he is
But in Brown, they're trying to show joint venture, and they dumped it in prison records, and they haven't even read.
Judge, I'm bringing it to this.
So what Judge is saying there is the joint venture theory of conspiracy liability. It's not for hearsay purposes. It's a joint venture to form a basis. So to charge conspiracy under 274(7), you need to show a joint venture, which is an overt act in the furtherance of the conspiracy. You need to show it in the Fifth Circuit. You don't even need proof of an illegal, like, underlying predicate act. Here, you need a preponderance. Basically, how do I know this? No comment. I've talked to high-ranking people about what they think about this specific issue, but I'm not telling you who, where, when, or why. I don't know what you're talking about. What's the government? Anyway, my point is, the Judge Belzios is saying, like, listen, in the grand jury case that's precedent, they were trying to prove joint venture, and they're just throwing prison records to establish this. It's grotesquely improper. Why is what you're suggesting worse than that? Because in SJC, in that case, Judge Belzios was talking about the prison records. The SJC said, yeah, it was really grotesque, but we're letting the indictment stand.
Case, okay?
But this is the SJC telling us.
I understand that, but the facts here matter, and the context matters, and just because the prosecution has, a one-sentence explanation.
Someone asked, and I'm happy to answer all your questions because we got a little time. There's a lull in the U.S. strikes. It might be over. So listen, someone asked in chat, I wonder if the judge is playing devil's advocate just to get Mr. Betterow to explain. Kind of. We're dealing with, right now, what's called a threshold procedural issue. What that means, in layman's terms, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, I did go to law school and graduate though. What it means when you're dealing with a threshold procedural issue is, judge is saying, Mr. Betterow, we're dealing with a renewed motion to dismiss. There is a high procedural bar before I even let you argue what new evidence you have, substantively, to justify the new motion to dismiss on merit. Okay, you winning. I need to know, Mr. Betterow, why I should even listen to you as a threshold inquiry. Why do you meet the very high bar for a renewed motion to dismiss? Judge isn't playing devil's advocate. Judge is saying, if you don't meet this bar right now, I'm not going to let you argue your renewed motion to dismiss. I'm going to say that under De Los Santos, you didn't meet your burden, and I'm ending this motion to dismiss argument because you can't introduce a renewed motion to dismiss without meeting the standard under De Los Santos. And Betterow wins. So Betterow getting to move forward in the argument was huge because Judge had a question actively about whether procedurally we were in a good place. Random Brandon says, if the story doesn't fit, you must acquit. And we're watching this, by the way, this is the end of the stream, while there's a lull in the American attacks on Iran. We're watching this because at 12 p.m. tomorrow, it's formally announced, I'll be on attorney Melanie Little's channel with all the cupcakes, talking all the things, but in particular, probably a little bit about this case. And attorney Melanie Little watched the hearing today via the Towel News pool feed cam. She's very smart. So not only was I in court and tweeting and doing the pool feed, but if I want to have a conversation substantively, I got to listen to every word. And lawyers and judges talk in truncated, as you can see, like slang and jargon. They're saying freaking like 5,000 words of case law in like 5 words. And the reason why, I understand now, it's frustrating for people to listen sometimes because they just throw words back and forth at each other. I understand what they're saying. Because like what they're saying is like branching into precedent. So they're speaking with one word to describe like 50,000 things. And like it's not just like what the precedent is, it's how we got there and what the precedent is, and then you have to what's called distinguish the precedent from the current facts. So what Mr. Betterow has to do is be like, yeah, Judge, I totally get you. I read that case. I understand the full scope of the precedent in the case about the prison records. But listen, Judge, that's not what the SJC was saying. They don't have in mind a situation where the grand jury was compromised because video titles were edited and manipulated by a civilian third-party witness who's not on the, like a law enforcement officer, but is on the prosecution team. Just wild. And so he wins. Mr. Betterow wins. But this was a key moment because he could have lost like the ability to argue the motion if Judge didn't buy his argument here.
What they say and a grand jury ultimately determined was proof of intent after they were told what his intent was by the prosecutor, by all the reasons that we spoke about earlier. Context is everything. If there is a long statement that is talking about protesting and bringing awareness and making jokes and all kinds of things, and there's a comment in there that I like that comment, just give the grand jury the whole thing. The role of the grand jury is fact finder. The problem in this case is that Mello and Tully decided to be prosecutor, detective, and fact finder.
Grand jury's not really fact finder. Grand jury's more of a gatekeeper. But go on.
But they have to find, Judge, respectfully, they're not. They have to find the facts to support an indictment. And in this case, they literally did. But they were misled, and context matters. A grand jury is entitled not to everything in the world. It's clearly not a trial jury. We all understand that. But when you do it, you have to do it fairly. And they put their finger on the scale with evidence of his intent in terms of what they told the grand jury, what file it was in, the length of the video, the full context of the video, the uncharged crimes. Judge, the last piece of evidence in this case that they put in the grand jury was an uncharged crime of, again, the rolling rally video, which they didn't see fit to give the grand jury, which makes no sense. If anyone's prosecuted these cases and put in cases in the grand jury, that makes no sense. That's the crime. Give it to them. But what they did was they tried to suggest that he was harassing and intimidating the O'Keefe. So we're not even charged victims in this case. That's how they finished the grand jury. That is clearly a design to prejudice, to smear. They put in evidence of an uncharged wiretapping and read the statute that said this is punishable by 5 years and never gave a curative instruction, never withdrew that charge. De Los Santos or not, Your Honor, the question is, at what point do we not avert our eyes to what they did? They need to do it fairly.
But the judge has already looked at that.
But he didn't see that, Judge. If you look at Judge Doolin's decision, none of that is addressed because he, like everyone else, was misled. Moreover, Judge, I am focused on the grand jury. I'm going to answer the questions that obviously you're focused on. There was a second component to the motion for extreme government misconduct, and there's no reason why.
Well, I'll listen to you on the Peters stuff. I mean, I think if Peters wasn't known to you, I think that's fair to discuss.
Okay, that was the key moment. Did you hear? It's so subtle, but it was, you must understand, when he said that, now I'm broadcasting, I was like tweeting, that was the only time, like at that point in the hearing, that I looked up from tweeting to see the audience reaction. They gasped. Some of the people who follow this case actually, they go to so many trials, they're laity, they're members of the public, they're not lawyers. They gasped when he said that. When Judge Balzeo said, I'm going to let you get into the Peter stuff, if it wasn't known to you, no delay. Some of the TurtleBoy supporters, I looked over to them, they gasped, and I gasped. I might have gasped causing them to gasp, but we gasped. It was a collective gasp because we all realized at that moment that Judge was saying you met your burden, and because this is a material change in circumstance, I'm going to let you argue it. And listen to me. I was like, oh, this is unbelievable. He's going to let him argue for a few minutes about Kate Peter. They went for 40 minutes. Judge let his guard down at this point. You could tell he didn't want to tip his hand too early. There's a difference between a hot bench and a cold bench. By the way, cold bench oral argument, you talk the whole time. Hot bench, judge asks a lot of questions, you answer them. The same, it can be, you don't know if you're going to get a hot or cold bench. That was a hot bench, okay? Judge, that was like a very important procedural like thing that Betterow had to get over. Now, Judge is going to actually show you what he's interested in. He read all the moving papers. He knows everything about the arguments. Now he's going to tip his hand. And normally judges, like I'm used to the Supreme Judicial Court for hot benches or like an appellate court, where they're like a panel of the appellate court, where they're asking you questions, but it's like on 50 topics. Like your brief will probably have like 7 sections, and they're going to be like, okay, take me through your first argument, your second argument, your third argument. Okay, now in section 2, part 3, I want you to take me through argument A, B, and C. And you have to just jump around in your brief and argue whatever justice has a question. You just have to flip to that page and answer their questions, not in order. They're just going to ask you randomly, and you just have to answer. This was a very, very long series of motions to dismiss. The renewed one with affidavits, with multiple sections of argument. Judge only had one topic of questions. The role of Kate Peter and that manipulated evidence, and Brian Tully and Ken Mello and all of them together in the impairment of the grand jury proceeding related to Aidan Carney, which means Judge's primary focus when it comes to the precedent and statutes is the role of Kate Peter. And if that's the case, these cases are not moving forward. The Commonwealth, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in particular, has a strategy for trying cases when they have something that's bad for their case. And they try to insulate the case from the problem. You can't insulate this case from Kate Peter because she entrenched herself in it for self-preservation. And it's over. It was over the second Aidan realized he could call Kate as a defense witness. I don't understand why they're even pushing this. Mr. Betterow's a brilliant man, and I bet he didn't know that was coming. And if he failed at that oral argument right there, and that was a surprise. I'm telling you, I wouldn't have expected that. I would not have expected the first question from Judge, and that's why I think Betterow did the oral argument, because I bet Bradel was like, listen, he might throw something at you. I'm like, that's just absurd. Like, so do you want to do the oral argument on the MTD? And Betterow wrote it too. But Betterow, I'm telling you, I would not have expected the first question to be threshold procedural matter. Tell me why you're allowed to argue a renewed motion to dismiss. And then, I'm telling you, never in a million years, even me of all people, like I think what Kate Peter did needs to be exposed. Like I'm a very big proponent of that, and what Brian Tully did, and what Morrissey did, and Ken Mello, and all of them. Okay, whether they were complicit or like driving force, they just all need to like explain what happened truthfully and transparently, and they need to stay away from the justice system. Okay. Figuratively, literally, as prosecutors, as defendants, like they should just stay away from the justice system, all of them. That's my opinion. But in any event, when Judge hones in on this, what that means is that like the key thing that is going to drive his decision is the role of Kate Peter in the indictments, and that ends this. As I guarantee you that Michael Morrissey lost his mind when he was listening to this, the Norfolk DA, okay? Not to mention Robert Cosgrove. Wait till you hear Cosgrove get up. They probably were like, they probably cringe, they probably freak out when Kate Peter's name gets said once. They first of all, they call her Miss Peter. I almost gagged. I was like, oh God, Miss? Oh, like I've done it one time when I was being very stern, but like, Miss, really? Like, we have a judge of the Commonwealth calling Kate Peter Miss. Excuse me. I was so offended. I was like, I know we have to, Your Honor, but like, and we don't have to say crusty, but judge, I mean, isn't that like a title of respect? Like, really, do we have to go there? Oh, it was breaking my heart every single time they said Miss Peter or Miss Peters. My heart just broke because I was like, the ship has flown on my society when we're applying the title of Mr. or Mrs. to someone like that. But I got over it quickly. I didn't have time to get too hung up.
Well, it wasn't. The whole point. But before I get to the
Silent Dogs, I think he said, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees."
merits of that motion would have been made anyway. So that, because
yes, indeed, Robin Hood, that's the case. Yes, indeed, district attorney you're going to be like, no, a district attorney in Massachusetts and the state police worked with her to prosecute TurtleBoy. Yeah, not just worked with, literally like had her coordinating it. Yeah. Woe unto you lawyers, for you have taken away the key of knowledge. Ye entered not in yourselves, and them that were entering in ye hindered. You Silent Dogs, you're going to have to give me the cite on this. Well, listen, in limine, an informant is working for someone. This was more like coordinating the prosecution. They entereth not themselves. Thank you, Silent Dogs. I'll have to take a look at this.
You can't make a motion based on evidence of which we're unaware, obviously. And at that point, if you're making a motion to dismiss for extreme government misconduct, there's no reason why the court should not consider as a facet of the misconduct that occurred in this case what occurred in the grand jury before. Now, as far as the Peters...
Bunny Towel Mom is always making sure I'm hydrated. I got a giant water bottle because it was so hot today. I was at Target. It cost $1.35. I couldn't turn it down. It's giant. It's 3.78 liters of water. So for all of you who get worried that I forget to eat meals and drink, I did have a cheeseburger today, and also I have 3.78 liters of water that I can drink at any time. So
stuff which I don't want to beat to death, and most of it is in the papers.
11:52. Thank you, Silent Dogs. Hello, Cheryl.
The point is,
Tiffany Bob. I hope you
all of that evidence should have been disclosed in early 2024.
Silent Dogs, I think you should have a glass of water. The dogs will appreciate it.
Which was we're closing the deadline for discovery. That material didn't come anywhere near that timeline. It came in July of 2025 after numerous very specific Brady demands and Discovery Rule 14 demands. They could not have been more specific.
So let me understand, what is the basis that you're asking to dismiss? Discovery violations or for the substantive violations?
Well, it's for everything. On the second component of the motion.
So, let's listen to Judge's question.
You're asking to dismiss discovery violations or for the substantive violations?
So, now Judge is saying, so, Mr. Bettero, is your motion to dismiss here because the discovery was withheld, or because the withheld discovery was substantively a manifestation of an impairment of the grand jury that you learned about ex post facto? And Mr. Bettero is going to say both.
Well, it's for everything. On the second component of the motion, the indictments ought to be dismissed based on the impairment of the integrity of the grand jury proceeding, full stop. As far as the second component, based upon the lack of discovery, that prejudiced us from filing a full-throated motion the first time. The court should consider that in even hearing the grand jury component of it. But in any event, if the court is wondering...
I can't say I do, Silent Dogs. I also haven't had a drink since the day I turned 21. So I did one time, maybe at Easter, maybe wine, maybe. But that, I have not had a drink, actually since 2009. So I would say, let's see, that would be 17 years. 17 years, 1 month, and 26 days without alcohol. Except for
wine discovery
mental like wine on Easter one time.
was ordered to be completed in early.
Oh, Silent Dogs, my friend, I entirely understand. And if that is what helps you, I cannot turn it down. I also am in pain all the time because of my surgery. But maybe, like, if the water doesn't make you in more pain and you can drink water, maybe just add some water in. You know. But here's the thing: whatever makes you feel good, my friend, I support it. If that's what helps you feel better, I support it.
2024.
Just let me know if I can ever help you, my friend. I wish I could take your pain away. I'm sorry I can't, but you know, I will try to distract you. Maybe that will help. It helps me sometimes.
And all these demands were made before, during, and after that time period, and stuff that is responsive is showing up in July.
Oh, damn, Silent Dogs. Well, my friend, in that case, I give you a permanent towel pass to do whatever it is you feel necessary to make yourself comfortable each day, including drinking. Maybe we just throw some glasses of water in, just, you know, for the hell of it, every now and again. And then I'll drink some water every now and again. I'm very glad I know you, though, Silent Dogs. From me to you, God bless you, my friend. You're one of my favorite people on earth, and I think getting to know you over these past few months has been a blessing for me, so you're wonderful. And thank you.
2025 that we turn out to learn was in the possession of every single prosecutor on these cases in December of 2024, which is before the motion was filed in front of Judge Doolin. What is going on?
I consider these to be two separate categories. That's why I started with the issue of Peter's maybe something which is outside the Rule 13 and the De Los Santos analysis. So I'll give you an open field to discuss that.
Okay.
And he's saying the reason why you can get over De Los Santos here is because of the newly discovered information about Cape Peter. Excellent, Silent Dogs. In honor of you having 2 big glasses of ice water, I will have another sip of my water.
The evidence that exists or no longer exists from the third party that the court mentioned is extremely prejudicial to the defense. There is a strong argument that could be put forward if there were to be a trial in this case that this investigation was biased, it was shoddy, and that involves any number of things, one of which includes, from our perspective, which is a shockingly close relationship between a private civilian, Peter, who you mentioned, who has a hatred of Mr. Carney that is beyond adjectives that I could even provide this court with. Not only that, this is a witness who has falsified evidence. Literally, this is not in dispute. It's in the motion.
So what Mr. Betterow is talking about, and I just want people to understand, okay, there are clips out there where this person, this PI, who used to work for Mr. Carney, Kate Peter, admits to this, okay? But I also can show you documents, okay, where the forgery is documented, okay? I found the original case that was filed by Larry Lessig, okay? And what Kate Peter did was in a YouTube copyright dispute with Aidan Carney. Aidan Carney counterclaimed her, or fought the copyright claim, so she had to show proof of a lawsuit and submitted a fake lawsuit that did not exist. And it's obvious, like, she did that during the copyright dispute. She owned up to it. Mr. Betterow has her dead to rights on it. And Brian Tully, the state cop, was like, I had no idea that Aidan Carney forged the document. Tully wrote an affidavit, and in his affidavit about that forged civil complaint that Kate Peter submitted to YouTube, which is a crime, by the way, and she's never been charged, and it's still within the statute of limitations. Mr. Tully, the cop, who was coordinating with Mello and Kate Peter, puts in his affidavit that, quote, he didn't know Mr. Carney submitted a forged document in a copyright dispute with Miss Peter. I wonder if he was trying to avoid perjuring himself there. Because it was indeed Miss Peter, who submitted the forged document, and you can be damn sure that that's going to come up during trial, all right, if she gets called as a witness. And I tried to tell people, even when I was on the other side, and believed very different things because I was being manipulated, that this woman, Kate Peter, was going to compromise these cases. Now everything that I foretold has come to bear, and when the chips are down, I do not think, although it probably cost a lot to get to this point for TurtleBoy, which is why the fundraisers are very important, just like with Karen, I don't think that this case, now that we got to this point, which was almost impossible, can actually be tried. Because the Norfolk DA cannot insulate any of the remaining charges from Kate Peters' involvement. Because listen, I have a theory about the pizza shop charges as well. All right? I'm starting to wonder about who coordinated that trip and why. Okay? And do you really think Commonwealth's going to call them as witnesses? Can you authenticate the videos without them? Interesting. 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 I learned something today, by the way. Not ready to report on it yet. But I put a lot of stuff together today. It all made sense. It all clicked. Went back to a fateful day back in 2014 in a lot of ways, huh? Could never understand Eddie Davis's role in all this. I could never understand why people were so powerful. And now I do. Finally, after all these years, I understand. It is not the answer I wanted. I'll tell you that right now. It's so simple. It's so simple when you think about it. And it was almost like a divine intervention today, how this information was delivered to me. It was just a random member of the public. And it blew my mind. Absolutely blew my mind. I got it, though. I got it. I can't believe it. It's not the only explanation. But I finally understood where the power came from. Because trust me, there's a lot of stuff you don't know about what happened in this city about, 12 years ago now. Oh my God. I'm getting old. There's a lot of stuff you don't know. And it's probably for the best, no pun intended, to let, bygones be bygones. Alright? But I understand. I understand. Finally. I understood a lot of things after today. The information I got, though, about 12 years ago now, that put a lot of stuff together for me. Because this is pernicious force, very powerful, involved in this. And it's not just what we talked about on this stream in the context of the Birchmore cover-up, the Sandra Birchmore cover-up, and whatever else was going on in Stoughton and Dedham and Boston. Nope. That was just the services offered to a bunch of different networks, but in particular one that I think I finally put together. And the answer's kind of scary, frankly. It's very scary. But, Hello, Bailey Love. Silent Dogs. I think if you've read Book 7 of The Republic, which I recommend reading, I think what comes after democracy is tyranny. And I've read Darkness at Noon, and I don't want tyranny. So I think representative democracy is the short circuit that prevents the natural degradation of all societies from democracy to oligarchy to democracy to tyranny. That is why the Enlightenment's greatest gift was not the content of any one representative democracy, but in form itself, the notion of representative democracy. That's what Plato couldn't see. Plato couldn't because it was a small world. Plato couldn't understand the distinction between pure democracy and representative democracy. And also nation states didn't exist in the time of Plato. They were more like, how to describe them? They're more like a bunch of tribes united under like a common ruler. And then in Athens, they like tried this experiment where like they'd all gather and like talk. And that's where, like, in Rome. But democracy really came from Athens. So, I don't know. I don't think the next step down is better, Silent Dogs. I think we're at a pretty good place overall. I think what makes it a good place is that there's such a automatic accountability mechanism, unlike any time in history. So we're going to see better things in history going forward, I believe. I think we're already there. I think the Hegelian dialectic has kind of started spinning again after like 20 years of stagnation. Whether you want to call it the buffer between the age of Pisces and the age of Aquarius, it takes like 60 years to shift through that kind of like shift, like that in the Great Year or whatever it is. Whether you want to call it like political machinations influencing an authentic Hegelian dialectic from emerging, whatever you want to call it, I think it's slowly ending and we're kind of spinning up the next sort of progression. And I think it's quite pleasant. We've made it through the worst. Mark my words. We've made it through the worst. It's going to be a little bumpy, but I think we're going to come out the other end a little better. The big problem, though, is we're wasting time as a civilization, frankly, on outdated modalities of energy production that's inhibiting us from taking the next step. Like, you can't, we're so bound by the way we generate energy that we're not advancing. We stagnated like 100 years ago, and it's disgusting. It really is. We could be doing so much better. And for what? For what? So some people can have big buildings. That's nice. That's nice. I'm glad they have big buildings. So people could sit at office like desks all day, spending half their time looking over their shoulders, so some other guy who doesn't work at all can report to some other guy who reports to some other girl who tells some other girl that everybody's where they need to be. Like, what are we doing? Seriously. Stupidest friggin'. We're wasting time, frankly, as a society. And we have all these resources, and they're very bountiful, and we don't use them efficiently. And we're never going to like advance at all. Think about the infrastructure in the United States. I was in Suffolk Superior Court today. Think about our bridges. Think about our buildings, our airports. We, in some parts of this country, have third world airports. Where's the money going? Where are the resources going? What is happening? Anyway, but it can change. Like, this country, absolutely, if it was functioning and firing on all cylinders, not just this country, a lot of countries, could definitely kind of take things to the next level. When that's going to come, I don't know. It tends to be gradual. Oh, and Limonene, Morse code message. You know I got to translate that. Kyle Sharkey's going to love it. I think we could just harness it a little bit better. I don't know the answer, though. I'm not a scientist. I'm a towel. But I was thinking about it the other day. What is the message from In Limine? God bless you, my friend. It says, thank you. Oh, what a great Morse code message. Thank you for being you. You're wonderful. No, I was thinking about it the other day. It's not really relevant to our point. I was just thinking about Silent Dog's question. And it just seems to me that the issue Tesla ran into was he understood that there is like latent solar energy, like a latent ionic energy. And in that regard, you know, he was trying at Weidencliff to relay it. And I think you can do that. So I think you can, like with a Tesla coil, you can take energy, like latent energy from the air that is generated from the ionosphere and kind of suck it in to a tower. The issue is like getting it to the next tower. We'd have to build like relays, as far as I understand, and that was the issue. But there is like latent usable energy in the atmosphere that can be harnessed. There's nobody doubts that. The question is how to relay that over long distances and also simultaneously generate current from it. That's what I understand the problem to be. But that's what he was working on. Tesla was very interested in that. He was very interested in trying to relay, like, harnessed, like, ionosphere energy from coil to coil. That was his main project. Because if you can do that, wirelessly send the energy from the Tesla coil to another Tesla coil, then you don't need petroleum. And that was like that was the real issue with Edison. Edison was going to like shut that stuff down because Tesla was going to undermine the petroleum industry. Then Tesla married a pigeon. He was kind of weird. I mean, if you look into Tesla's life, he spent a lot of time like alone, like in a room, and by the end, like it was like visions almost. Like he would like see like ethereal like energy and then think about it. It's weird. You read his diary, and by the end, it drove him crazy. He was in love with a pigeon. I'm not kidding you. He died penniless in love with a pigeon, and it's such a shame because he was on to something. There's no doubt about it. We got directed energy weapons from him. Literally, that research came from him. That was very important research. That's where like the modern concept of a directed energy weapon even like came from. But yeah, there was something about Weidencliff in New Jersey. Whatever he built was a serious threat. Yeah, Tripoli Bob. So Nikola Tesla, at the end of his life, you could look up the story. He was very sick. I don't know why what happened to him, but yeah, he ended up alone. And I don't think he actually married the pigeon, like, with a certificate. I think, like, he professed his love to the pigeon, and he only talked to the pigeon. Maybe, like, to pictures of his, like, dead relatives or something. But it's really sad to read about the end of Nikola Tesla's life. There was a comic guy, The Oatmeal, who spent a lot of time in like 2008, like 2010, trying to rebuild Weidencliff Tower. And in doing so, he did a lot of research into like just how sad it was, like what happened to Tesla. He got screwed like really, really hard. Was Tesla into Oregon energy? I don't know, Robin Hood. You might consider looking into the Oatmeal's work on Weidencliff Tower in New Jersey. It will tell you all you need to know. That site is very important. Maybe not today, but what Tesla was working on there is everything in this context. He did a lot of stuff, military stuff, and weapons, etc. But his biggest like project that failed, it shouldn't have failed, was Cliff Tower.
Has forged court filings to try to screw him in part of their fight.
TurtleBoy Bob, you're all playing for you. I needed that energy tonight, my friend. You're wonderful.
During their lives, has attacked witnesses for the Commonwealth, Alberts, and tried to get him to say bad things about them when she in fact defamed them. And this person was basically holding Mr. Mello's hand. These are the messages that we got, amongst other things, telling him what to do. And when we got that affidavit from Tully, oh, well, I didn't open or click on any of these links. That's a problem for one reason, because they were in their possession, custody, and control. It ought to have been turned over. And what was contained, we don't know. But you know, there has to be under Neil a reasonable basis to believe there might be something useful. And the reasonable basis you...
Breaking IRGC Aerospace Force claims, and beware, take all claims from each side with a grain of salt. In Wave 24 of Operation True Promise 2, a U.S. air defense system and radar in El Morak were destroyed. A U.S. Patriot system in Al Rifa, Bahrain, was hit by simultaneous missile and drone attacks and destroyed.
You have is that the person who provided it to Tully that he claims he never opened has committed forgery, fraud, deception, and crimes against him. She's a dishonest person who is working hand in hand with the prosecutors in this case. Now, Tully says, I never opened it, and now the links are gone, and we were told in filings, you know, it's been dismissed, it's been deleted by a third party, which presumably is Peter, and what are we supposed to do in now finding the evidence to support that defense? Just assume it's nothing helpful? Why would we assume that when this woman is bent on destroying him and commits fraud? What's that?
The shoddy work that he never opened.
That's amongst other things, but...
Oh, and then, wildest thing, Tully, the state police guy, claims in his affidavit he never opened any of the manipulated evidence that Kate Peters sent, only to find out that the prosecutor at the time, Ken Mello, was asking for help opening the links. Take a listen.
I said to you, Tully said that. That's not what Mello did. The emails that we got too late in the process literally show Mello and Peter talking, and he's asking for help. How do I open this? And Mello says, gee, thanks. He literally opened it. Opened what? Where is it? Tully says, I never opened it. It's deleted. Mello, very noticeably, never submitted, in all the time the prosecution had to respond to the motion, and if the court remembers, they got many graces and deadline extensions to file, never submitted a sworn statement explaining any of this. What we got instead was a hearsay statement where Mr. Cosgrove, and I say this with due respect to Mr. Cosgrove, was essentially cosplaying as Mello, saying...
Which is hilarious because Cosgrove submitted an affidavit with statements from Mello not signed in Mello's name.
And, you know, this is what it would be. That's not evidence in response. What was required is something from Mello under oath, and we've never gotten that. And that's very important too, Your Honor. One of the things that we asked for in the motion is, as an alternative, a hearing. Okay? If this was intentional, the court should factor that in. Now, how can the court make a finding whether this was intentional or not without hearing from Mello, Tully?
Oh, my pleasure, Robin Hood. Yeah, it's pretty old school. I don't know what he's doing today. I didn't follow him after the Tesla Weidencliff sort of series, but that was really like educational for me. So I'm so glad I got to introduce you to that history.
Peter, anyone else who may or may not be involved in this.
Does this affect the grand jury presentation?
Well, Peter...
I just want to see the argument. I'm not...
As far as the grand jury goes, it's either Tully or Peter who renamed these files. Now, Tully knew the full name of the files.
But according to Tully, he doesn't open it. So we're just trying to... You may have a separate argument. I'm not saying you don't. okay, as to what the relationship between Mello and Peter was or was not. I'm just trying to make sure I understand your argument. Is this part of the Odell, or is this some separate motion?
Well, on some level, it's a hybrid. I mean, there's clearly...
When Judge says, is this Odell, or is it a separate thing? Judge is saying, so is this part of your argument, like Mello and Kate Peter communicating? Is this part of your argument related to the impairment of the grand jury? Or are you arguing that it's another grounds to dismiss? Can you explain? And Mr. Bedro is going to say it's a hybrid. Judge is going to say a hybrid of what? And Mr. Bedro is going to explain that it's not just the Odell question. Odell is one of three cases on impairment of the grand jury. Odell, DiBenedetto, McCarthy. It depends what you're raising as the issue for why you're challenging the indictment and trying to dismiss it before trial.
The Odell component.
I can understand what that hybrid is,
right.
Counsel. You give me kind of a mission.
And then Judge says, so I can't really understand like what that type of hybrid would look like. Of course, no one can. It's a novel issue of law. How often do prosecutors have random civilians who hate the defendant working on evidence with the state police detective lieutenant and a special prosecutor to present to the grand jury at a context to get the defendant indicted? It doesn't happen. Because it's not permissible. It's so egregiously not permissible that no one would do it.
Stuff in it, and I'm trying to sort it.
This is going to create case law and precedent that no DA was ever going to do in the first place. Like the fact that this is even necessary for the court to rule on. Other DAs are going to be like, well, I knew we could push a grand jury that far, but I never ever would have pushed it that far. And you got to realize, prosecutorial discretion, what is it narrowed by? Statutes, okay, the legislature, precedent, judicial decisions, and public check and balance through voting for DAs. All right, well, if you narrow prosecutorial discretion with things like rulings that a third grand jury is too much or something like that, that's not good. That is not good for any DA, which is why they try to present a unified front. And my opinion is they're all looking at this case like, what the hell happened in Norfolk County? Because this is not a regular criminal case.
Judge, it's a standalone Odell motion, clearly, about impairing the integrity of grand jury proceeding. We also filed...
But how does... Go on, listen.
There is a second motion to dismiss for extreme and egregious government misconduct based upon...
I beats me, which is a separate motion to dismiss based on what you filed, Mr. Bedro.
No, Judge, it's a second point.
All right, this is the problem, what you filed. We've discussed that already. I can't discern that there's a second motion to dismiss here. It looks like a big Odell.
Judge, we don't know what missing evidence we didn't get. And the argument that was put forth in Mr. Cosgrove's response to this was that if you don't know...
Kuwait's about to be hit?
Then there's no obligation for us to turn it over because there's no reasonable possibility to conclude that it would be favorable to you. And the point is, when it's evidence that was deleted, that was reviewed by Mello, Tully claims he didn't, and it comes from a source who hates him and commits acts of fraud and forgery against him,
It's actually the Revolutionary Guard saying Kuwait was targeted, so that doesn't necessarily mean they actually targeted them. Please hold till I see a video.
Reasonable basis to believe that something wasn't right in that evidence. We don't know. And this woman was assisting these people back right before, literally days before the grand jury, explaining to Mello how to use the evidence. What is that evidence? She sent a folder titled Intent. That may we don't know, but that may very well be the clip.
Pause. I think CENTCOM strikes are done for the night, which may mean Iranian retaliation. Yep, I have the statement from the U.S. Army. Quote, CENTCOM, 60 seconds ago, you always hear it here first on Towel News. U.S. CENTCOM completed another round of strikes against Iran tonight. I have a video for you, too. So, CENTCOM has just announced the end of tonight's strikes in Iran. I'm going to show you the video and have the statement read out for you, and then we'll finish this hearing, we'll watch the press conference, and I'm going to do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2, then I'll do the outro, then I'm going to bed. Then I'm going to go on Melanie Little's show tomorrow at noon. It's going to be great. All right, here we go. New U.S. CENTCOM announcement. British reporter towel, take it away.
The Bedouins advise ha 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 ha.
No.
Conversation. U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, completed another round of strikes against Iran at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, July 20th. U.S. forces struck Iranian military command centers, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and air defense systems to degrade Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial vessels flowing through the Strait of Hormuz.
Me too, TSA.
Commercial vessel transits through the vital international maritime corridor continue. Since early May, CENTCOM forces have helped facilitate the transit of approximately 900 commercial vessels and 450 million barrels of crude oil. American forces remain postured and prepared to hold Iran accountable for unwarranted aggression towards civilian mariners seeking to freely and openly transit the strait. Video footage of U.S. forces launching the latest round of precision strikes against Iran to degrade their military capabilities, released on July 20, 2026. U.S. Central Command video.
Damn. 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 Oh, damn. Oh, that's gone. Nope, that's gone. That's also gone. Alright, so one more time. That's the, looks like the strike. That's a strike. That's a strike. Also a strike. And another strike. And another strike. You should expect Iranian retaliation within 2 to 3 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, I would expect circa 10 to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. So 6, 7, 8 a.m. in Kuwait and Bahrain. I think you all probably know they are going to hit. And they're probably going to hit Jordan too. It's always the same pattern when the strikes are like this. I don't know if we also targeted... John says you come... sorry. I don't know if we also targeted other areas. I don't know why that Twitter video autoplays. I don't know if we also targeted other areas. Now I'm going to read out a statement that two statements that the IRGC released. Okay. Okay, here's the first statement.
Conversation. A dark night for American radars and air defense systems in the region. IRGC Public Relations. Hours ago, the major operation by the Warriors of Islam began to punish the child-killing American army for disrupting the security of the Strait of Hormuz and encroaching on parts of our beloved homeland. Your children in the IRGC Aerospace Force created a dark night for American radars and air defense systems in the region, and in Wave 24 of Operation NASA 2. With the blessed code, Ya Ruqayya, SA, in order to pave the way for future extensive operations and remove obstacles to precise targeting, an American air defense system and a radar in Al-Muharraq, Bahrain, were completely destroyed and taken out of operational service. Additionally, an American Patriot air defense system in Al-Rifa, Bahrain, was simultaneously targeted by missile and drone attacks and annihilated.
Of course I can tell you, my dear friend Robin Hood, let me get you the name of the read aloud voice. Hold on. How do I do it? How do I get the actual settings? 1 second. You have to do it over here. You click this. And then, alright, I am using the Read Aloud, a text-to-speech voice reader app. I'm using Google UK English Mail. That's like the voice that comes with it. And then I have the speed at maybe like 60 to 70%, the pitch at 60 to 70, and the volume at 100. All right. So Google UK English Mail is the voice name, and that's going to be under the extension Read Aloud, a text-to-speech voice reader. That's an accessibility app for people who have difficulty seeing text like me sometimes. So in any event, I'm happy to share with you, and I hope that's helpful, Robin Hood. God bless you, my dear friend. All right. Now let me see another statement. Hold on. Here's another statement from the IRGC.
Conversation. Statement number 34, Public Relations of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, in the name of Allah, the destroyer of tyrants. And fight them until there is no more fitna, O faithful and proud Iranian people, with the help of Almighty Allah, and inspired by your steadfastness and awareness. The heroes of the IRGC Navy continue to carry out their missions in tightening control over the Strait of Hormuz. An hour ago, a massive fire broke out and traffic stopped in 2 violating oil tankers that attempted to deceive and cross through the dangerous southern route of the Strait of Hormuz under pressure and enticement from the child-killing American army. Following an explosion in them, rescue units are currently working to evacuate the crews of these 2 ships from the area. The IRGC Navy renews its warning to shipping companies about the necessity of preserving the safety of their crews and ships, not relying on misleading information issued by the American army, and staying away from dangerous and operationally contaminated routes. Naturally, as long as American sparks continue in the region, the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed, and not a single drop of oil and gas or a single shipment of chemical fertilizers will be exported from the region. Punitive operations against aggressive American bases have already begun in response to naval violations, and you will be informed of the details of their reports later. And victory is not but from Allah, the exalted in might, the wise.
Okay. And that's your most recent update.
The change names, she'll probably deny it. She'll go online and deny it and scream and yell about it. Tully says I never looked at it.
Whoa, whoa.
The clips, the change names, she'll probably deny it. She'll go online and deny it and scream and yell about it.
She literally, this woman, immediately after this broadcast, went online and screamed and yelled because Mark Betterow owned her. And she was so frustrated, she couldn't get like a word in edgewise. None of the news stories like sent to her perspective, and nobody cared. I'm not kidding you. She actually did this. She did exactly, like, she must have heard Betterow say that and be like, fine, I gotta do it. She just went and screamed. It was great. I've never seen a more epic collapse. I've waited for this day for so long. I didn't even know what to do when it happened. It was great. You know, some moments make a very loud sound and they're very cathartic. But the true catharsis comes in moments that are just silent in a glorious way. The silence is so nice, isn't it? I'm talking not about the war. We don't have silence. I guess we do now, but we didn't over the past few hours. But in the context of these cases, the Karen Reed and TurtleBoy cases, isn't the silence nice? Hey, I told people, when you see a ship sinking, no pun intended, probably don't stay on the ship. Like, what are you doing? Like, because once the ship goes down, you're going to be in the water, or, you know, worse, under the water, stuck inside the ship. So, I tried to warn them. Nobody listens to Little Towel.
Tully says I never looked at it.
All listen to Little Towel. Do your benefit.
Mello is unheard of. He just disappeared in the wind. There's no sworn statement from him. These people, at a minimum, should be called in, take oaths, and let's get to the bottom of it.
We need a better motion than going back and forth. Mr. Cosmo, what do you tell me?
Now, Judge Belzios just said, well, Mr. Betterow, like, with that oral argument, like, that's a better motion. And Mr. Betterow's like, well, yeah, Judge, I didn't know about this evidence until now. Not now, but until it was turned over. So, yeah, it is a better argument. That's why I made the motion. And Betterow was, I mean, I don't know what he thought. He gave some comments after we'll listen to. I don't know if he felt it went good. I think he felt it went good. The judge, a lot of people misread what Judge was actually doing during this hearing. He got, like, convinced. Like, I think the record was not as clear as those of us who know this case really well would have, like, Judge understand it. And Judge missed some things that are very operative to the motion to dismiss standard. Big time. And if Judge misses something and you bring it to his attention in oral argument, that can change the game.
Want me to just go through it?
We think this is important.
Okay.
Robert Cosgrove does not do well when he is off his game, and I promise you, he did not go in there expecting to argue for 20 minutes about Kate Peter.
First, whenever I hear counsel use the word cherry picked, What that means to me is the Commonwealth picked relevant evidence to support the charges it was looking for. I don't have any real answer. I don't deny that that was what, in this case, Mr. Kearney said, did, and put on the air.
Well, why not give them the whole video?
I'm sorry?
Why not give them the whole video? Say, go to Mr. Devereaux's point. Why not give them the whole video to watch and play them selected so this is off of the case?
I don't know what the reasoning was at the time, Your Honor, but if you look at the chart that Mr. Devereaux excludes in his motion, his affidavit rather, it runs on for about 3 pages. There's lots of videos. They tend to go about 2.5 hours each. If we give them the whole video, there is lots of other material in there that language used by Mr. Kearney, whatever, it could be construed as prejudicial. I'm sure Your Honor has already heard about reference to the O'Keefes, and the Commonwealth introduced this, and then they didn't indict him with respect to intimidation and the O'Keefes, and this was entirely inappropriate, etc., etc. I'm sure if Mr. Mello had put in 25 whole videos, we'd be getting an argument that all kinds of prejudicial material was put in.
I'm actually going to try to get this done by 10 because TurtleBoy, well, first of all, I want to go to bed, and TurtleBoy is going to talk about it. So I've talked a lot today, so let's get this done by 10.
And that the Commonwealth should have simply chosen what was relevant.
So there you go. You'll be able to go right from Towel to TurtleBoy at 10. I don't stay up that late normally, and the bombs have stopped. So there you go. And when you go watch TurtleBoy, you'll be fully prepped if you watch this stream, because you'll have seen the hearing.
Where's the beef? I keep hearing about stuff being
Where's the beef? Cosgrove said, where's the beef about Kate Peters' role in all of this? The man, that tagline hasn't been said since the 1980s
Context.
in a Wendy's commercial.
Only there was the context, if only the whole thing had been shown. The defense has read my response and said, Your Honor.
Nailed it, Robin Hood. Nailed it, my dear friend.
And one of the things I said was, where is it? Where's the submission to the court? These are the things that if only the grand jury had viewed them as Your Honor is now capable of viewing them because we have submitted them, and certainly Mr. Kearney has access to his own video. He would have put things in a completely different light, and here's why. You don't have any of it. There may be some things in the entire videos that, for example, Mr. Devereaux says, one point Mr. Kearney talks about how he's going to expose corruption or something like that. Mr. Kearney could have 16 different motives.
Right, he compared Kate Peter to Jack the Ripper. And I was very confused by that.
More than one reason for doing things, for putting something in. Some of those motives may be good motives.
What are you watching on the weekends, Robert Cosgrove? What documentaries are you into?
Those motives are irrelevant. All the Commonwealth has to prove is that one of his motives was to intimidate those witnesses. That's what's relevant. Furthermore, I think, as Your Honor alluded to, we can infer a certain degree of sophistication on the part of the grand jury.
No, Cosgrove's arguing the wrong thing. He's trying to argue that the state proved intent at the grand jury. The argument is about whether the grand jury was impaired. We don't reach the sufficiency of the probable cause finding if there was an impairment of the process, and trust me, judge is going to jump on him.
Watches even the evening news and sees a snippet of a Trump press conference or something going on in the city of Boston or an excerpt from what's going on in court and leaves under the delusion that other things weren't said, other things weren't happening. They understand that the news media selected what they considered relevant and showed that. In fact, I think that's what Mr. Kearney does on his own broadcasts. People sophisticated based on years of watching news shows and years of, at this point, watching the internet. There's nothing to stop a member of the grand jury, and for each of these witnesses, grand jurors had an opportunity to ask questions, and if you've read the grand jury transcripts, you know they did ask questions. And they certainly could have said, you know, you're only showing us a snippet here, we'd like to see the whole video.
This is an outrageous statement in light of the fact that it wasn't just the snippets, it was the manipulated titles, which is where the intent came from.
Nobody did that. Nobody.
We can focus on the grand jury to make sure they get a square presentation.
No, I don't think we're putting it on the grand jury. I'm simply pointing out that in addition to the other points I've made, the opportunity was there. Nothing was being concealed.
Cosgrove's best argument on the manipulation of the grand jury videos, this is not even mentioning Kate Peters' role. His best argument there is, well, Judge, the grand jury could have asked if we manipulated the titles. They could have asked for more context.
I think the practicalities of presenting the grand jury with however many hours.
That's an example of listening to one thing Judge says, like where Judge was talking about, Mr. Betterow, shouldn't we give the grand jury some credit, misunderstanding it, running with it, and doing it poorly?
In 2646, however, these shows that Mr. Kearney's run about 2.5 hours would be somewhat absurd, frankly. I think the Commonwealth's obligation was to show what was relevant, and that was...
I think the Commonwealth's obligation was not to edit the titles and try to run a civilian as like a handler to outsource the work.
Tell me about the issue. Your thoughts on the issue. Ms. Peters and Mr. Nell.
Now, what did you hear what Judge just said? Cosgrove goes on his spiel. Judge doesn't have any questions about that. His immediate statement, it's not even a question. Tell me about Mr. Peter, Miss Peter, and Mr. Mello.
All right. With respect to Ms. Peters, I want to make a couple of points. One is Mr. Betterow raises this issue of the prior federal court suit, which Ms. Peters apparently admitted to having forged a document or something of that nature. Well, Mr. Kearney would be aware of that because he was involved. But there was no reason why the best of prosecutors, when somebody comes to them with information, they may check out the information, which is what was done here. People went and looked at the broadcast that they
so now Cosgrove's argument is, no, listen, anytime a civilian comes to a prosecutor or a state police, you know, they got to look into that. You know, they take the tip and they go review it themselves. They would never just use Kate Peters' resources and tips. Mr. Cosgrove, yes, they did.
Pointed to why did we go back and screen for federal court cases to see if the witness had previously been involved in a federal court case. It's not a search warrant where you're trying to establish the veracity of the informant, and maybe you do some research in that case, although I think it would be rare that
The veracity of the informant? Who said anything about the veracity of an informant? She's an informant now, is she?
Kind of research. So the suggestion that the Commonwealth knew or should have known that this witness was tainted in that respect, I think is somewhat absurd.
So that's true.
Did you just call Kate Peter a witness, and then did you say that it's absurd to suggest that you knew or should have known that she was tainted? First of all, you weren't even on the case, Cosgrove, in 2023. Second of all, are you out of your mind? Or do you even know, like, what does the word due diligence mean to you, sir? Have you ever Googled Kate Peter? Do you know how to use Google? I'm a little bit concerned. Of course they know. That's why Michael Morrissey brought her on. Oh my God. I truly believe that Morrissey and his PI folks and whatever found her because she's like his Aiden's public enemy #1 and used her. Not just for free labor. I bet you got money. That's my opinion. But spite is a strong motivator. And Kate wanted to spite Aiden. And the Norfolk DA didn't have a budget. And they had people barking up their behinds to charge Aiden.
Materials. Were any of the Peters materials presented to the grand jury?
The Peters materials were presented to the grand jury in the sense that
Judge said, were the Peters materials presented to the grand jury? Cosgrove says
there were a couple of audio recordings that were obtained from Kate Peters, which Mr. Lieutenant Tully could not find checking independently because the theory was that Mr. Kearney had taken them down and had replaced them with different videos in which he had intercut a warning that was not actually there originally, that the conversations were being recorded. One of those had the wiretap, which yes, right. So those are the only two.
So let me understand this. You know, Prost, the only two cases where Kate Peter handled evidence that you knew about and disclosed, and the other cases where you knew Kate Peter was involved, you just didn't disclose her involvement and didn't know Prost. That's what I would have said to him.
The rest of them, whatever was brought to Lieutenant Tully's attention, and I can't tell you the extent to which they were brought to attention by Kate Peters, or the extent to which they were brought to attention by the victims in this case, who were obviously not happy with some of Mr. Kearney's broadcasts about them, or by both. But
no, TurtleBoy is having a special impromptu broadcast tonight, Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 19 minutes from now. That's why we're getting this hearing at double speed.
Mr. Tully's representation is that he himself went to the internet, looked up the broadcast, recorded it himself, or caused it to be recorded by somebody in the office. I have to say this predates me, but I have no reason to doubt that representation, and presented them to the grand jury. And I would point out to Your Honor, to this moment, there has been no representation that any portion of the videos the Commonwealth showed, which we presented to the grand jury as things that Mr. Kearney himself had recorded and broadcast, were not genuine. There's only been this argument that
they had the titles edited and manipulated and presented out of context.
Context, if they saw something else, the jury might have thought something different.
Was the grand jury did it? Mr. Dave knows. The wiretap indictments no deal. Where they were from.
We didn't proceed, well, on
Where did they not ask for a vote? Actually,
well, on the Gaetani wiretap indictments, those were issued, but that complaint was...
Yeah, don't worry about that.
So that leaves us with the Scanlon presentation. And what happened was, after the presentation was made, an issue was raised in the mind of an issue was raised with the prosecutor as to whether, in fact, the Norfolk County grand jury would have jurisdiction. Mr. Scanlon having been, I believe, in Suffolk County, at his end of the conversation, and I believe Mr. Kearney was not.
Oh, they couldn't charge the Scanlon.
Norfolk County at the time either.
They were going to charge him on Scanlon. Wow.
So there was some thought that maybe, as I understand it, maybe it was Mr. Mello would ask Mr. Marcy to give him self-appointed as a special prosecutor in Suffolk County for the purpose of seeking and drugging it. But it was never pursued. With that in mind,
Wait. Cosgrove consulted with Michael Morrissey, who's supposed to be recused from this case, as to whether Cosgrove should seek to become a special prosecutor in Suffolk County to indict the Scanlon indictment? Valhalla, I think we read the new IRGC statement. If it's newer than the one I just read, just let me know.
Just expired at that. So nobody ever went in front of the grand jury and said, this is withdrawn.
Yeah, I got the new IRGC. Hold on. I got it. Hold, please. Valhalla, you were on it, my dear friend. I got it. Here it is.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. URGENT. Islamic Revolutionary Guard. And in continuation of the Black Knight, for radars and American air defense systems in the region, the following were targeted and destroyed at Ahmad Al-Jaber Air Base in Kuwait: an early warning radar, a missile defense radar system, an FPS-117 radar, a Patriot air defense system, and a satellite communication system linked to air defense, all of which belonged to the U.S. Army, which the statement described as the killer of children. And after this radar purge, the enemy must prepare for more decisive and intense attacks, carried out by waves of drones and missiles.
Okay.
No true bill was proposed to the grand jury relative to this. Yeah.
Just never asked for a vote.
Never asked for a vote.
Any more about
speed indeed.
No, I'm content to rest on my.
I have to hear this part.
This is withdrawn, but at the same time, no true bill was proposed to the grand jury relative to this. Yeah.
Just never asked for a vote.
Never asked for a vote.
Any more about that?
No, I'm It's interesting in my memorandum, I'm sure on these questions.
And notice that was it. That was the only questions Judge had. It really sent for Cosgrove. It really centers on whether Judge really narrowed in on Kate Peters.
Struggling to understand exactly what your basis on Peters' evidence is. Is it loss of exculpatory evidence?
And then Judge says, so what's the basis here for what Peters' role in this? You're saying it's loss of exculpatory evidence that would indicate that Aiden should be exonerated, or what is it?
I don't know. You tell me, because again, motion considers Odell McCarthy's work, and then it goes on many, many paragraphs. It never really tells me much about why this is important. So, is it an Odell? Or is it...
So, it goes into detail, Judge says, but what kind of motion to dismiss is this? Did she impair the grand jury? Was discovery withheld from you?
Commonwealth versus Willie loss of exculpatory evidence. I gotta know.
We don't know what Peter evidence ended up before the grand jury because nobody seems to have it. What I can tell the court is she provided a copy of a Scanlon alleged illegally wiretap call.
Which isn't part of the
No, but to get to the point where they just said on the Scanlon evidence, we just never asked for a vote. What they never did is what every prosecutor should have done, which is instruct the grand jury, disregard that. They didn't do that. I mean, that kind of just slipped by in that exchange that was just had. You put forth uncharged crimes, wiretapping, and actually tell the grand jury this is punishable by up to 5 years in prison for whatever reason. It doesn't matter. You choose because you think there's no jurisdiction or not. What Mello was obligated to do as a legal advisor to the grand jury with a duty of fair dealing, not to be an advocate, but a fair and honest broker, was to tell the grand jury, you must not consider any of that. You should not consider that evidence. You should not consider any possible penalty. So where did that come from her? We don't know. We also know that she sent evidence to Tully and I believe also Mello saying, I have taken clips from videos which show his intent in a folder named intent. We don't know that.
Let me try to separate this. I'm trying to understand your argument. Very, very. Okay? It doesn't sound like there's any argument here this loss of exculpatory evidence.
Correct.
All right, so we can take that off the table. Right?
Yes.
Say yes or no?
Yes.
All right, so I don't need to worry about that. So what I'm now left with is the argument that the information, the only information that we seem to have right now with regard to Peters is the Scanlon non-indictment, right? Does that seem about right?
And sending clips from videos in some folder named intent to Tully. That was
correct. That's what this is all about. It's that the indictments that remain, not the ones that are no longer there, the ones that remain were compromised. This whole thing is a problem. We might have ethical issues here, legal issues with the way these prosecutions were done, but Bettero's point is that it's not just the ones that are dismissed. No, Judge, they tried, but they failed to remove Kate Peter from this. She touched everything, therefore she poisoned the case. That's the argument.
We don't know that any of that got in front of a grand jury.
We do not know if that's literally what he used. Correct.
So what we do know is that the Scanlon information got to the grand jury.
We believe so. I mean, again, I can't tell you if they took her version and found it.
There was testimony about that, or evidence about that.
There was testimony of that uncharged crime that was left there.
I'm really trying to hone down your argument so I can get my hands around it. All right. Now what we're left with is the question of whether or not the grand jury was, under Brown, tainted by the inclusion of that evidence. It's a high standard, really difficult, given Judge Dible's findings credit. Or whether or not Mello had an obligation to instruct the jury on the law about that now withdrawn or non-pursued.
So is it that the integrity of the grand jury was impaired, high standard, or Mr. Mello should have instructed them differently, or both? Two different challenges.
Does that summarize that?
It does, and Your Honor, I can't fathom a world in which a prosecutor...
I'm just trying to show you the argument. I don't need further argument on it. I'm just trying to figure out if that's the argument.
Of course he should have instructed the grand jury to disregard prejudicial uncharged crimes, which could result in somebody going to prison. Yes.
But I still have to go back to the Brown issue, whether or not it affected the integrity of the grand jury.
And then so if you get there on the first prong, if he should have instructed them, you still have to say the grand jury would have found differently, that it's a high bar, if this was presented to them.
You have to determine whether
they were instructed properly.
It affected the integrity and ultimately whether it mattered. And in terms of, did it probably influence the grand jury, the Mayfield standard, something else the court should consider about whether any of this matters. In March of 2024, Mr. Mello took another shot at grand jury involving Mr. Carney and Karen Reed for essentially...
But not this grand jury.
No, but...
We don't need to go here.
Your Honor, if I can have 10 seconds of leeway...
Mr. Better is trying to say, listen, he tried again, he couldn't indict them, and if the grand jury from the fall of 2023 was not manipulated, they wouldn't have indicted them.
The misconduct occurred in that grand jury, and what happened? The same allegations, same type of evidence, and that case was no bill.
That's a whole different ballpark.
The point is, could it have influence? We don't know.
I'm not going to guess about the grand jury presentment that I've never read, I've never seen, and involves a far different set of facts than this. All right? Whatever, I don't know the details of what happened or did happen. Mr. Kearney and Mr. Reed, I don't know. Okay? What I care about is this grand jury. Okay? And much of that communication back and forth, allegedly with Reed, allegedly, it's all before me. I'm not going to draw an inference from that. I can't. You know that.
I'm not asking, because the same video. No, Judge, I'm not talking about anything other than it was the same video evidence and Tully talking about the same things. And
I'm going to guess there was a whole lot more to that grand jury than these videos.
Not much.
That's wild. That is Mr. Betterow, who's seen both transcripts. Remember, Mr. Betterow gets the grand jury transcripts. He's Aiden's lawyer. Okay? They're not public, but he can argue them in oral arguments. That's allowed. Mr. Betterow is saying, listen, I know, Judge. I've seen the March 2024 grand jury. It was the same clips.
Whatever. It's not reviewing it. I'm not reviewing it. I don't have access to it. So I can't draw a conclusion as to whether or not how it compares. So that's blatant. The last place I want to go down the road is to figure out any interaction with your client carrying me. That's in no part of this trial. Right? Not fit anyway. Okay? All right. Anything else you want to talk about this?
One other just response to something Mr. Cosgrove said, and the court is asking him, why not just play or give the grand jury the opportunity if they so choose to have the videos? And the response was, well, they could have asked.
I didn't know that, so I wouldn't spend any time on that.
Whatever they don't know, and the last point, Your Honor.
And Judge says, you don't need to respond to that. I don't agree with Mr. Cosgrove's argument, basically.
Why rename the videos? Why say it comes from the intent? Why offer the opinions? It's to put their finger on the scale and to say, we believe he did it, you should believe he did it, and that's improper for a prosecutor to do as a legal advisor to a grand jury.
And so we end there. We then go on, and we're going to hear arguments about Michael Proctor's cell phone records. Cosgrove doesn't want to give Aiden all of the records. He doesn't want to let even Betterow and Bradel show Aiden some of them. Betterow and Bradel make a great argument for why Aiden should have access. It was a great drop. If this thing gets dismissed because of Kate Peters' involvement in compromising the grand jury through Brian Tully and Ken Mello, and that's the story, oh my God. I mean, I believe in God. I love Jesus very much. But whatever you may believe in, I've always believed in God. I've never wanted to just kick my feet back and just say, wow, I can't believe it. I haven't had this feeling in years. If it actually resolves that way, wow. I don't know what to say. I just always believed it was possible. Aaron, so good to see you. For those of you just tuning in, TurtleBoy is doing a surprise impromptu live at 10 o'clock. So 7 minutes from now, you'll be able to watch that. I'm going to do my closing now. All right. I also need to sleep. I've been up since like 4 in the morning. I went to Boston. I had to run errands. I'm very tired. I had 2 energy drinks. That's definitely a little bit too much caffeine. Can't give towel caffeine after 1 p.m. or I end up like going for 6 hours on a stream. 6 hours. 6 hours. Oh God. 6 hours. How did that happen? That felt like 5 minutes. 6 hours. How did 6 hours worth of things happen? Oh, thank you, Pat Ray. I agree, Pat Ray. Thank you, Evan. You're wonderful. You're all great. Thank you for being with me. Water under the fridge. Shout out to the great defender of the Great Lakes. Shout out to all the folks who've been supporting Towel Channel today. Thank you for watching Towel News. All right. This is a public information service. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain you. I use entertainment as a buffer to insulate your brain from trauma, to educate and inform you, such as to engender cogent public discourse, and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. To Bunny Towel Mom, to Towel Chat Mom Lynn, to the Silent Dogs, to the dogs, to all of you. You're wonderful. To Kofi, to Bo. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for being you. Now let's do Tipica New and Tyler too. God bless you, Lianka. Thank you so much for coming into the chat. You can have a wonderful towel wrench. You're now part of the towel, the blue wall. God bless you. Here we go. We do Tipica New and Tyler 2 at the end of streams to test my mental acuity. Triple Bob loves it. We do the U.S. presidents in order to the best of my ability. Here we go. President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr., President Jackson, President Van Buren. 9, 10, 11, 12 is a little tough. It's like William Henry Harrison, don't know 10, and then it's like Tippecanoe and Tyler too, so that's going to be Polk, and then Tyler, and then Taylor. It's going to be 13 is Millard Fillmore. Then it's going to be Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? Yes, Tripoli Bob got to hear Tippecanoe. That's the best part of my day. You're wonderful. I love Tippecanoe. I love doing the presidents. T.A. Sarah, so many bonus points to give out. Everybody, Tiffany Bob, Tripoli Bob, Pat Ray, everyone in the chat, you get 100 million bonus points on the final exam. You're probably going to need it. Aaron gets 77 trillion bonus points. Okay, T.A. Sarah can facilitate the distribution. And in Limonene gets 472 billion bonus points. Did I really say Washington and then Jefferson? Or did I say Washington and then Adams? Very rarely would I mistake the order. If I did say Washington and Adams, I will do it again. Wait a minute. Washington and Adams is right. I mean, if I said Washington and Jefferson, I'll do it again. I think in Limonene is actually just practicing. Because I was going to say, all right, did I get one wrong? No, I feel I got those right. Yeah, it's okay to be late to class. We have lots of accommodations. Now, you have 3 minutes to get over TurtleBoy stream, so let me say thank you for watching. Thank you for being you. God bless you. If you want to pay it forward today, consider a donation to our service members or homeless veterans or charities that support them and their families. They're serving us on the front lines right now. The least you can do is potentially consider a donation in honor of their service. God bless all of them, and God bless you. If you also like our furry friends, this is Pete Bunny Towel. He loves his friend Francine. You may consider donating to animal shelters run by service members or our veterans. If you can't find one of those, you could donate to an animal shelter in general. Everyone loves our furry friends. Save the goats, save the sheep, save the dolphins and the orcas, and all the wonderful animals around the world. The penguins, we love penguins, and the doggos and the cats. If you're in the UK, consider a donation to the Big Issue. Great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, or reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Frutrelder one time and having them designated honorary towels during the outro forevermore. In that way, may we pray the current realpolitik shifts from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein, living up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless all of you. May God protect our soldiers. May God protect the United States of America. May God protect this world. Thank you for watching Towel News. It's 9:58 p.m. Eastern here in Boston on Monday, July 20th, 2026, a very busy day. It is coming up on 3:58 a.m. in South Africa. That would be Tuesday, July 21st, 2026. 4:58 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 5:28 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. Take a look for, keep an eye out for Tal's interview with attorney Melanie Little on YouTube tomorrow on her channel at noon Eastern Time. I'm looking forward to it. And this thus concludes your broadcast day on Towel News. Signing off, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless you all. Find more from me, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Until we see each other again, God bless you, friends. Have a great evening. Tiffany Bob and Tiffany Bob's mom, you're wonderful. Leonka, welcome to the chat. And I'll see you all very soon. Mishigama, you're wonderful. So are you, water under the fridge, and in Limonene, and Aaron. Everybody have a good night. God bless you all, and thank you so much for being you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good night.